Texas Rangers, and that will be very important this morning as well. Coming up at 6:20, it's DFW Sports Station with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell and Peyton Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, and Twitch. And the Cowboys have a new defensive coordinator.
It's finally over. Done. The longest search in history. No, not actually the quickest search.
Yeah, this was a cocaine heartbeat for them.
No, man. Holy cow. Thought this is warp speed. They had they even fired Mike at this point last year? Barely?
This was about the time that they hired. I think this was about the time they hired Shoddy. I can't remember.
34-year-old Christian Parker comes over from Vic Fangio and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and he is. We did a profile on him last Friday, I think, at 8:40, where we kind of extensively went over some of the stuff that's been written about him and some of the stuff that he said on the record before. It's a great hire. He's like, I mean, you obviously don't know what he's going to become because he's never done the job before. But when you're just looking at it from the perspective of similar to you're grading draft prospects and you're trying to project out what they would be in the defensive coordinators who have never been defensive coordinators realm, this is like, to me, is the equivalent of like you got a top 5 pick, like somebody that you think is a top 5 pick. And so Leonard was 1A for me. Parker was 1B. I think it's a great hire. 34 years old. He's going to be here a long time and really, really sharp.
Why did you have him 1B?
Because everything that you like about Jim Leonard, you like about Christian Parker. Jim Leonard had just been a defensive coordinator for 5 years at Wisconsin. But it's the same sort of stuff we like about Leonard, and the different things about disguising and the way he reaches players. And we read the stuff last week about the ridiculous amount of notes he keeps to just be able to reference back to situations instead of relying on his memory. Like, oh, well, I've experienced this before. It basically takes notes every day of just situations like, have I encountered this before? What did I do previously? How did it turn out? Just very process oriented, and I think that's what they liked in the meeting was he came in there really prepared.
Got a text from our boy in Philadelphia, John Concincaid, about this yesterday.
He'll be joining us at 9:20.
Yeah, and he loves it. He thinks he hates it really.
Yeah,
he hates it really, but he loves it. Because he says it's just a home run hire.
His text message brought me, or his DM brought me great joy. You bastards got a very good man. This is the morning show host of The Fanatic in Philly and a very good teacher. Players love him. Fangio loves him. He will absolutely connect with the young players, develop the Eagles secondary into stars quickly. So if they draft well, it will be a quick return home run hire from Filthy.
And, look, the good is that everybody loves him and seems like he's, he knows what he's doing. The bad news is we'll be back here next year doing the same thing because he'll be a head coach.
Ooh, that'd be fast.
Yeah, it would be.
That'd be very fast.
But, he's kind of had a meteoric rise anyway. He's not old.
Yeah.
He
came in the league, 7 years ago?
Yeah,
it's pretty fast.
He entered the league in 2019, and that's the thing that's really, really interesting when you look at him and the way that he's gotten jobs, whether it be like the way that you read articles or the things he said in interviews or different things like that. He got to every single place he's gotten a new job. It's because somebody has gone to bat for him with a big profile. He got the job in Green Bay, his first NFL job, because Mike Pettin was looking for a quality control coach. And Mike Elko, who was the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame in 2017, then was the defensive coordinator in 2018 in A&M. He had Christian Parker with him in 17 as a quality control coach, brought him with him to College Station and A&M in 2018, and then found out Pettin was looking for somebody and called him and said, I got somebody who'd be really good for you. And then Pettin interviewed him, had him do whiteboard work, and Pettin's talked about it in interviews before. He said it was really clear earlier on this was not just a quality control coach. So he went out in the hallway, came back and said, we're going to draw you up a contract if you want to sign it before you leave. Gave him the job. He found out Fangio was looking for a coach. He called Fangio and said, I know a guy who'd be really, really good. So you're talking about defensive minds that are really well thought of that continuously call other people and say, hey, this dude needs to get an opportunity. Give him a shot.
Look, I'm going to take the old Mike Fisher approach here.
It's a plan. It's the plan. You got to create the plan.
You reported this?
And I'm not going to necessarily talk about the pick. I'm going to talk about the process because Choppy and I are not going to sit here and lie to you because the fact is 99% of people never heard of Christian Parker before 2 weeks ago, and especially if you're a Tolo before Bobby did his research project that you can go and find at Bobby Belt TX. So,
and the 1% that have heard of him couldn't tell you what he does either. You know, like they don't. There's not a whole lot out there.
I'm going to go through the process. These are check marks in the positive. Number one, they did cast a wide net. 9 different candidates. Someone was asking, has Jerry Jones ever interviewed 9 different people for a job before? That drove us crazy, and it kind of had me regretful on the way home yesterday in the car when I'm like, man, we never asked Jerry before they played the Bears, why didn't you interview Ben Johnson? We've never asked Jerry, really follow up and pressed him during the year, why didn't you interview Mike Vrabel? The others that were out there, there were big names. You guys just went to Brian Schottenheimer. You didn't do all of your homework, and you went comfortable with someone within the building. That was not the case here. That's number one. Number two, I was pretty adamant that I disagreed with those after the end of season press conference who said, Jerry's just going to make this hire. Jerry's just going to pick a guy and put him in front of Shoddy like he did Eberflus and say, work with this. I don't think one single soul could make that argument today. Jerry Jones did not know who Christian Parker was before the last 2 weeks, and it's pretty obvious and evident that Brian Schottenheimer made this hire. So while it's a bad thing to say it's a good thing that your general manager didn't know who the candidate was, I think we can all feel safe with 1,000% confidence. Jerry Jones is not making this pick. Brian Schottenheimer got one of his choices. I'm not going to say his guy. I'm not going to say his guy yet because I think the number one question, at least for me, one of the things that haunts me is, yeah, I got this. Like, I got the generator, But
you don't know how to install it.
No, that is a problem. That'll be fixed today. But what about the better one? What deal didn't I go get? Should I have driven to Duncanville? Should I have gotten the 13,000 watt? I got this guy who has a lot of praise throughout the league, but it's going to haunt me a little bit to wonder if Denver was eliminated, if that would have been my guy. That's the big question. Where's Jim Leonard going to end up? Was Jim Leonard going to pick somewhere else? Did the Cowboys have that info? Or did they, just like with me and the generator, say, we can't afford to wait. Let's just get something nice so we know that we have it. I would love for Vance Joseph, actually, for my own peace of mind, I'd love for Vance Joseph to go and get the Arizona job or some other job, and then Leonard take over as the DC in Denver to know that he was kind of off the table.
Yeah, I think when you make a decision like this, you just got to, just make it and forget about what ifs.
That would be the healthy thing to do. That's what my wife would tell me, but that's not how I am.
Yeah, that's once.
And it's not going to be forgetting about it if, Jim Leonard's defense next year in Baltimore or somewhere else is, balling out and crushing. And
it won't. Now, look, obviously there's personnel issues that come into play, whether or not, the Cowboys have better personnel, worse personnel to wherever Jim Leonard goes.
It'll be worse.
It'll be worse, typically. So, yeah, I think that when you get to that level, you got to have conviction in your decision. And you make it, you made it.
Yeah, but I want to know if it was because Jim Leonard wasn't going to come here or because Denver's still alive.
I quote from the Dutch philosopher Soren Kierkegaard.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Who... It's the approach Shoddy had.
By the way, they'll be here for the World Cup.
Yeah. Do it or do not do it. You will regret both. That's what it is. It's you recognize that if you're agonizing over a decision where there's 3 or 4 candidates that you really like, and you're sitting there going how do I make this decision? I don't want to do this or that. If you just accept the fact that whatever you choose, you're going to regret it because you're going to wonder about grass is greener on the other side. Even if it's a home run hire, you're going to be well, would it have been different here if I would have hired this guy? Once you accept that, then you just go, all right, just then make the call. Make the call on who you like and live with it and move forward. And I think for them, they really like Jim Leonard. they were not certain Jim Leonhard would have taken this job over others that he could have been presented to him, and they knew they were going to have to wait. And if they lost him, Green Bay's knocking on the door to talk to Christian Parker, and all these other candidates are waiting there. And I think they just looked at it and said, okay, it's just not working out timing-wise. Let's go with the guy who has really impressed us throughout the process.
So I was talking to a guy in Pittsburgh last night.
Wow.
And he said they don't want to hire Mike.
Who does?
But like they want Shula. But they don't know if Shula's going to be available and when he's going to be available, right? So it's like they kind of got Mike there, so they know they have some time.
Yeah.
Mike's probably not getting another job.
Yeah, and that's Mike's dream job.
And that's Mike's dream job. So they know they have him there. But they're not like, they like him. They think that he is Mike Tomlin with a Yinzer accent. That's how they view him. Less catchphrases, better accent.
Is Tomlin that bad?
They did not like Mike Tomlin.
So that was not a total.
Well, no,
compliment.
it's just like they think it's more of the same.
Yeah.
It's more of the same. It's fine. It's safe. Mike McCarthy's not going to ruin your organization. He might not take you to the top. They want Chris Shula, but they don't want to wait. But they also know that the opposite of this is that if you waited for Jim Leonhard, Christian Parker might be gone.
Right.
And
Christian Parker would be gone. Pittsburgh can wait. Record of I saw people yesterday go, are you getting the Eagles talent too? Then I don't care. Shut up. This is you just being unhappy to be unhappy. He shows he maximizes players. He's going to get the most. The reason why the Cowboys hired him is because he's going to get the most out of definitely their secondary guys. And you hope, now that he's in charge of a whole defense, you hope his defense.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying about the new DC hire?
302 says, nice to poach the Eagles. Now go sign their safety Reed Blankenship. 580, my son-in-law played for him in Philly and loved him.
Whoa.
And the 817, I wanted Leonard, but I love this move still.
Some of the reactions around the sports world. John Machota, ever since the Eagles hired Christian Parker in 2024, it was clear he was not going to be around for long. Players gushed about his attention to detail, skill development, and ability to connect with everyone. And to your point, RJ, of, we may be here again next year, that is a concern of mine. But if he is good enough.
If they're top 13, then great.
Yeah, because with the offense, if the offense stays healthy, you think you could have a pretty good football team. But yeah, it would be a pain in the ass to go through all of this again.
I'd rather have him here, though, especially for a team that wants to win now. And I'd rather have him here maximizing things now and potentially getting some people in the door who might be here and under his teaching. And I think it's telling that yesterday, two of the quickest reactions to the news on social media talking about it were Cooper DeJean and Patrick Surtain. They both got on there and tweeted about him and said, Patrick Surtain was like, awesome, great hire, congratulations, love you, CP. And then same thing with DeJean. DeJean is saying, like, DeJean had the little frowning emoji. He was so devastated.
More Christian Parker reaction at 6:40. No one trust me, is going to give you more info and intel on the new hire than Bobby Belt and our show this morning, including the guest list. You're going to hear from Christian Parker and his philosophies at 7:20. James Palmer has covered him for the NFL Network, formerly at 8 o'clock. John Concincaid himself, our Super Bowl frenemy from Filthy, at 9:20. But that's not the only news going on in the Metroplex. Choppy was at the Mavs game. You got the Stars as well. The Rangers make a move. Choppy's in love. Bobby's livid.
What?
Next. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with a Tolo team of attorneys. Hopefully yesterday you saved the contact information because you know the weather is supposed to be coming, and you know what that's going to do out there on the roads. If something happens with the snow and the ice, hopefully you're staying inside, but sometimes you have to get out on the road for emergencies and whatever, hit up the Frankels. Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel and Frankel for the 18-wheeler that drifts over, for the truck accident, for the car that's just sitting there like Nancy Kerrigan doing spin moves in the middle of the expressway.
friendly service. Visit take5.com today to find your nearest shop.
And it's back to Shan RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck, right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The Dallas Cowboys, not the only ones making moves. RJ choppy, ecstatic over the Texas Rangers. Bobby Belt is not. We'll get to that in a second. It's Shan and RJ. Happy Friday to y'all. Be safe out there. Thanks for being a Tolo. We have a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. Our final free tickets of the week.
All right. So the Rangers, who have done, basically nothing this year. They got Brandon Nimmo for Marcus Semien. They've tried to do a move here or there in the bullpen, but for the most part,
great job by the
they
boys.
have not done. They're not the Dodgers this offseason. Let's just put it that way. They made a trade yesterday out of nowhere. I mean, top rope. Here we come, baby. And they get Mackenzie Gore from the Nationals. Now, the Mets were in on him. The Yankees were in on him. There's a couple of teams that were in on Mackenzie Gore this offseason. And after the Peralta news happened, it was like, all right, okay, so maybe it's down to one team, and it wasn't the Rangers that people were thinking of. And then here the Rangers come in, swoop in, and they get him. And they did not give up a single top 100 prospect, which is good.
The newest rankings that were going to come out were expected to have.
Well, the ones that are out now, they don't have them
Right,
there.
but Gavin Fife was drafted 2 months ago.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure he did wonderful in December and January in whatever league that he's playing in. But they got the left-handed Dylan Cease.
Whoa!
Now, for those that don't know, Dylan Cease is a bum. Okay? I'm just going to say, he is a bum. The guy has amazing stuff. He's got early career A.J. Burnett stuff. I think
these are two awful names.
He's got early
AJ
career.
Burnett is stuff.
Yeah, he's got early career Nathan Eovaldi stuff. Just Nate didn't put it together until he was like 32. So this guy is all upside. All upside. And he's got some team control, and that's what you're looking for. Is he a finished product? Absolutely not. This is way more perception and projection than actual on the field. But his strikeouts per 9 is top 6 in the sport among left-handed pitchers. Behind, see if you know these names: Garrett Crochet, Blake Snell, Cole Reagans, Chris Sale, Tarek Skubal, and then Mackenzie Gore. The guy misses bats. Yeah, he will Dylan Cease you, and Dylan Cease, I mean, Dylan puts up an ERA that does not match his stuff. Okay, so
he's got a career 4.19 ERA. Last year went 5-15.
Yeah, so
with the Nats,
you gotta look at it from the
tied for 22nd in strikeouts.
From the Dylan Cease perspective. Okay, so Dylan Cease is a $100 million contract guy. I'm sorry. He's a $200 million contract guy. And you're getting this guy for free. And you're essentially getting left-handed Dylan Cease light for basically nothing. They strengthened to strength. They did not improve the weakness. I get it. That's not what you want. You wanted them to get a bat. But you're getting a massive upside pitcher. Massive upside.
2 years of team control left will make an estimated $4.7 million in 2026. Had an all-star first half for the Nats in 2025, and then a 6.75 ERA in the second half. Number 3 pick in the 2017 draft did not find the big league success until 2024. He will turn 27 in February, and Bobby is not happy.
I don't care if he's Cy Young or Sandy Koufax or Raleigh Fingers or whoever. I don't care. You got to have a bat.
I don't know who the hell. That's a silly take.
It's not, because
if Sandy Koufax is available, you still get Sandy Koufax.
Fine, you get Sandy Koufax, but I go, like I've been saying, congratulations. You'll get, you'll lose 1-0 instead of 2-0 like you were last year.
That's half the, you're halfway.
That's
halfway
improvement.
there.
Yeah, that's improvement. Chris Young is so damn reckless. Like, he's completely reckless that, like, all of his moves to stack the roster in the last couple of years have been spent on pitching. Deadline a couple of years ago, it was let's go get Andrew Chafin. Last year, he wants to go get Merrill Kelly, who then walks away. And now he's getting Mackenzie Gore now. And that's all he does is he stacks up pitching. He absolutely believes, like, we don't need to hit. He does not think hitting is important. That is what I've learned. He doesn't think it's important. And it's an entire pitcher's mindset. And he did it for... Yay, a guy with a career FIP that's over 4. Awesome.
Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying. Like, they needed a bat.
His hard hit percentage,
no doubt.
His barrel percentage, Mackenzie Gore, when he does touch bats, he gives up blasts. He gives up hard hits.
It's Bugs Bunny. It's Looney Tunes,
and
man.
he'll strike out 12, but he'll also walk 7.
Yep. He's not a finished product. There's no doubt about that. I just love the upside. And for what you're getting stuff that you can't teach. You can't teach bat missing stuff. You can't teach 98. You can't teach lefty. You might be able to. I know Bobby thinks he writes lefty, you could teach lefty. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of good here. Yeah, they didn't get the bat they wanted. They need a bat.
They want it. They don't want it. Bruce Young does not want it.
Yeah,
he is the worst GM in the city. 100%.
Well, he's the only one in the city with a title.
Well, it's John Daniels' title. So Barry Switzer got Jimmy's Super Bowl too.
All right, what do y'all think? Break the tie on the Frankel and Franco text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What about what you gave up? The headlines all had this 5-for-1 deal.
It's a 5-for-1 deal. They gave up Fitzgerald and Fane.
Fiend. Yeah, Sandler just corrected me on the text. He said Fiend, not Fine. I said, don't need to learn the name now.
Fiend was the...
guess what? It'll be fine because no one's going to hear from him again.
Fiend was the 12th overall pick in last year's amateur draft.
Fiend was, last year, literally, meaning not like the previous... Literally, this is July.
Literally 25.
This is 2025. This is their most recent draft pick. And... I guess Broadus talking to his gang of 3 that he has in baseball or whatever. He was saying last night during Crosstalk, I was listening to it. He was like, yeah, apparently he's got big problems with his swing. And Fred was like, okay, that still is concerning. Why are they drafting guys that they immediately go, he has a swing that is so broken, can't fix this, but we just took him 12.
There's baseball, like I said, it's great. They will draft you based on build, height, what you can get out of it. You're not there yet. It's not finished. They get you into real coaching. Help you out.
Alejandro Rosario, who was in the deal, he was supposed to be he was a top 100 prospect last year, and then he had Tommy John, and so that has kind of derailed him. But he was somebody who had good upside.
I asked Sandler last night for his thoughts. He said, "Look, it's not the greatest trade ever. Net positive. Ultimately, I like a GM that is aggressive, no issue trading prospects, but need to be better at replenishing the system. Gore helps. Needed a lefty. Control for 2 years. The peripherals suggest room to improve. Not asking him to lead the staff adds to starting depth as well."
Yeah, like at best, he's your 3. Right? He's your at best. And that's not even going to happen. He's probably more like a 4.
So let's go through the rotation.
Well, I mean, it's obviously it'd be DeGrom and Evaldi, and then you got your lighters. Latz, where are you going to put him? Rocker, where are you going to put him?
On the bench.
Yeah, right. There's, and then obviously Gore. I mean, you have a good problem. You could, if you wanted to, you could theoretically roll with the 6-man.
1959, May 26th, 1959. The Pittsburgh Pirates.
The last time they added a bat?
The Pittsburgh, it feels like it. The Pittsburgh Pirates are playing the Milwaukee Braves back when they had a much more offensive logo than they do today. And Harvey Haddix is on the mound. Little 5'9" Harvey Haddix. He gets into the 13th inning.
Oh, baby.
12 2/3. He allows 1 hit. 1 walk, 0 earned runs, and he lost. That is the Texas Rangers in 2026.
Now, look, it's only January. It's January 23rd. That's early. Still, there's time left in an offseason.
Yeah,
there is.
For crying out loud, I mean, we guys barely have even looked at their free agency contracts yet.
There's been 2.5 years, though, where he just doesn't want to add a bat, it doesn't seem like. And whenever anything comes up, like this, when it comes up with the rotation, it's like, yeah, we just had to go get Merrill Kelly. We just had to go get Mackenzie Gore. Okay, what about your offense? Well, look, Evan Carter, he's going to turn it around. Josh Young, we expect he's going to be healthy. Why? Yeah, he never is. So why it is so
Will this be like the Cowboys adding a D tackle?
It's so Cowboys-like in the but we got these guys who are coming back. And it's like, okay, if you're telling me that's your strategy, you don't have a strategy. You don't have a plan. And you're telling me that you're going to play 500 baseball for a third year in a row.
They're hopeful that there's a lot of hope.
And this is after you've been promising to everybody, like, just stick with us till next year and we'll be able to spend. And then they get to that and they go, just kidding, we can't really spend again. We got too close to the tax.
There's no doubt there's a lot of hopium with what's going to happen here.
Well, hopium to, like, not win a division title or be a contender. To me, it's like hopium to be over 500 right now. They're an at best average to ceiling above average team.
I would say that if things break right, it's tough to say because the pitching's so good. Like if their offense is even league average, they're a 90-win team. League average.
You're looking at their offense
as the
like Cowboys defense.
Yeah. No, seriously, because that pitching's so good. They led the league in ERA last year and starter ERA. The bullpen is going to be okay. It's not going to be. It'd be fine. If they get league average offense, they win 90 games and they make the playoffs. So but the problem is, that's where the hope comes in. Does anybody believe this is a league average offense?
They won 90 games and they won a World Series when they had one of the top offenses and league average pitching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's sustainable.
And now they went, let's dump all of it. Let's not even worry about that anymore.
Are you going to argue and fight who they lost over?
No, I'm saying like dump the strategy, not dump the players.
Okay.
I'm saying let's dump the strategy of actually addressing our offense for 2.5 years because we'll just, we like to lose close.
All-star left-hander Mackenzie Gore is a Texas Ranger on your home for Rangers baseball. What is the rest of the football world saying about the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator? That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Shan and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owns store. It's Gilchrist Automotive. They're hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. Adam Vincey's got you covered. He's the GM. He's a Tolo. He's a good...
Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation, we'll have John owning Pro Football Focus, who will not be appearing with Shan and RJ. He'll be on with us at 4 o'clock, Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Is that a real tease?
Yeah, that just played.
Wow. That's
people love taking shots at us through their teases, and then just thinking like, they won't hear this. We'll be able to put this out there.
Yeah. So yesterday, I was doing the Christian Parker homework, Cowboys' new defensive coordinator that you take from Philadelphia, which hopefully weakens them to a degree. And on this show, we like to kind of change things up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not have 2-week-old Olympic interviews. Not go to the same well every single time. Not look at the Nick Harris morning show discovery and decide to steal him. And, I figured, hey, I don't remember having John Owning on. He's been on GBAG. You've always said he's a big supporter of the station.
He is.
And I thought he did tremendous work. I thought his timeline yesterday was the best when it came to Christian Parker education. So I hit up Bobby and I said, hey, let's have John on. Let's change it up a little bit. You know what I mean? We could have Eatman on. We could have Tommy on. But, you got to keep evolving.
Yeah.
We haven't had him on. Let's get him on. And he agreed to come on. So we had it locked in for 9:20. And then Bobby texts me back and he goes, GBAG already booked him. So we have a text chain for these types of things. Uh-huh. When you book a guest, you're supposed to text the text chain. And like most things in this building, we lead the way in terms of our P's and Q's and being detailed, following the rules and the protocol. GBAG, Zach and, Eric, I think, sometimes they do a nice job. They did not this time. So because of communication, we had to cancel John this morning, which I was really looking forward to at 9:20.
Yeah, he's very, very good. And I know John was disappointed. And that's how we found out, by the way. We found out from John that GBAG had double booked because I sent it to the group text. I said, tomorrow we're having on James Palmer at 8. We're having on John Owning at 9:20. So that was at 5:30. At 5:50, I think it was, John texts me and goes, hey, so I didn't realize that you guys don't, like you guys just, to avoid the sake of double booking, because people TOLO, they listen from beginning to end, so they would hear a repeat interview. He's like, I didn't realize that you guys stagger interviews and don't like interviewing the same person within the same shows. And so he's like, so I can, if you want me to do next week sometime, but I'd already told GBAG that I would do it. And then 30 minutes after that, so clearly he found out that this was a double booking, and that's not something we do from GBAG. 30 minutes later, then Zach texts the chain and goes, John Owning 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then goes, sorry, and then put a whale.
Oh, that hurt. That stung. And then
he tried to call me last night. I didn't answer.
And then I should have just taken a page from the RJ Choppy book, because I know what RJ would have done. He would have said, we just have John on this morning. And then GBAG can have him in the afternoon. Yeah, this problem solved.
Us doing what we're supposed to has caused more issues than anything. Because that's the Seth Greenberg thing, where we said Seth Greenberg was coming on, and then Broadus did his little emoji, and you're like, oh, what are you taking shots at my guest for? Like, so we're doing what we're supposed to.
You don't know what kind of questions to ask him. Well, I was going to ask you. Yeah. Whatever.
You wipe for front, back to front. Which way do you wipe on there? So that's Gavin Dawson, who I don't even know the last time Dawson has booked a guest. I don't know why he's saying anything in a tease. I don't think Dawson... when's the last time you think it was?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
COVID?
Is that beneath him?
Yeah, it seems like it might be. Yeah, I would have just had him on and then called their bluff. Yeah, now you guys go.
Maybe a crypto insider he's booked for a podcast?
So the problem is that John is a decent person, and John had already said, like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to come on because I told them yes first. So that's the thing.
Well, look, I don't blame John, but it's John's loss morning show with that exposure. And
he was waking up early today because he's in California, so he was going to get up earlier than his normal time to jump on with us too.
Yeah, so missed opportunity, It's that silver bronze question Hagelin asked you in crosstalk, and John will just have to keep the bronze around his neck.
The bronze.
Yeah, we'll give K&C the silver.
Oh, look, 5 bronzes.
G-Bronze Nation.
5 bronzes.
G-Bronze Nation. 877-881-1053. Christian Parker, at the age of 34, is your new Cowboys defensive coordinator. So I went and watched some mic'd up video of him in Denver, and the things I wrote down, just very calm and composed. Mm-hmm. Even while trash talking with the offense, they're like, that receiver's open. That receiver's open. He goes, well, why didn't Russ find him? It was, I'm like, all right, even in trash talking, he's not getting animated or dog cussing or yelling at guys. Very calm, very composed. He said, don't knock on my door unless you have something. He was talking about some of the young defensive backs asking more advanced questions. That he was looking at as a justifiable reason to go ahead and sit down. The Athletic. Internally, the Eagles knew they were only renting Parker. He was going to get a bigger role sooner than later. Wouldn't surprise us if he said the same about the Cowboys. When I spoke to people about him and asked if he was a future DC, I got corrected, the Athletic says, future head coach.
Which is what he said. He has said in interviews that is his ultimate goal, that he wants to be a head coach in the National Football League one day, and that he's wanted to do that since he was really, really young. And when he got the opportunity to go to the Packers, he was at A&M. They were in the middle of recruiting season. He had to call. He's talked before about having to call Jimbo and tell him, hey, I'm going to be leaving. And Jimbo tried apparently to keep him there. Was like, is there anything we can do to make sure that you don't leave? And he's like, no, I want to get to the NFL because being a head coach one day is my biggest goal. And I think in general, if you want people just yeah, I'm just cool being the coordinator here for forever, I don't know that that's going to add up to the kind of success. Clayton Adams wants to be a play caller one day and then wants to be a head coach. Those guys, I think you want those idealistic and those guys who are very goal-oriented.
Nick Harris with some background on the hire. Morning show discovery. Cowboys had a strong desire to speak with Jim Leonhard again, but understanding that his situation could be more of a waiting game and recruitment than the other way around, most likely played into the timing of hiring Parker. Now, bird in hand, Parker is the comfortable choice. Durante Jones had a great shot at this job, but it appears he came in second. So that is Nick. Let's hear a little bit from your new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker, on the Inside Birds pod. Now, this is, I think, Radio Row's Super Bowl, so a little bit of noise in the background, but this is Christian Parker on his defensive philosophy.
I think, in the offseason, that's what it's about. It's all about what do we do? How do we do it? When do we do it? And what are we doing, from first and foremost. And so I think you start there. I think guys play faster when they know the why behind what they're doing and the why behind what people around them are doing as well. And then they can play fast at a high rate. Then once we get into the season, I think you adjust that and you kind of transition, okay, what do they do? What kind of offense is this from a big picture perspective? Who are the people? How do they run routes? Are they, when they run their in cuts, are they, off of 5 steps? Are they a re-stem team where they go inside and vertical? We know they're always popping out. Formation, spacing, everybody inside the numbers versus outside, tight end location, quarterback location, all the things. But if we have our foundation of what we already know what to do, then you can absorb more information on what the offense is doing and what's going on situationally.
Cooper DeJean in Philadelphia tweeted, as Bobby alluded to, at 6 to start the show, man, they got a great one. Would not be the player I am without coach. Developed Eagles secondary players into stars quickly. So if they draft well, it'll be a quick return. Again, that's what we got from John Concincaid in Philadelphia. He will join us from his morning show at 9:20 for even more intel. Defensive quality coach in Green Bay, 2019-2020, Jair Alexander. Jair was going through some personal stuff, and he just left one day. And Christian went and found him on the basketball court. They had a connection, able to bring him back to the facility. Denver DB coach, 21-23, Pat Surtain. Now, I have to.
You gotta say it.
I have to say it. Okay. When you put great players next to someone's name, I'm not sitting there and automatically giving you the credit for the great player. I'm assuming that Pat Surtain is going to be Pat Surtain. I'm not going to go overboard in my Christian Parker credit for Patrick Surtain.
How quickly he achieved it, though, you might be able to give him credit for.
I don't know.
Pat
Surtain was a top 10 pick.
I'm not saying he's definitely. I'm not saying that he gets that. I'm saying clearly he's super talented, so you can't say, well, the talent was. I'm just saying the speed
like
in which
Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons, you know?
Yeah, and Surtain hit it quickly. Mitchell and DeJean hit it quickly. And then you've got
Quinion.
Yeah, you've got.
Sorry, you said Mitchell.
Jair making his first All-Pro once he got there. So I think the players get credit for their talent. I think he gets credit for helping them channel it.
How do you like to run your defensive meetings?
It's an open forum, I would say. We give guys, I like cold calling guys. I like guys participating. I don't like a quiet meeting room, so a lot of times there's a, quiet music in the background. Kind of like, being in the mall or elevator where you don't notice it's there, but it's there. And getting those guys to talk as much as they possibly can. Direct communication. There are no secrets in there. So if guys are messing up, that gets addressed. When guys do something really well, that gets celebrated as well. It's the same way. But it needs to be interactive because that's how you, number one, confirm that guys know what's going on. Number two, it earns the trust of their teammates that their partner knows what's going on. And number three, the more organic questions come out. That we're not being reactionary, we're being more aggressive in terms of how we see things and make sure we're all seeing those things from 4 or 5 different sets of eyes the same way.
I love the ambient noise in the background.
Oh, like our segments.
Yeah, because a silent room is very distracting. It can be very distracting to learning because the slightest bottle crink can it didn't crink.
No, it did not.
The slightest one.
Do you move your microphone, make it go?
Just the slightest.
Everything's working well today for a change.
The slightest movement, the slightest crinkle of that bottle is a distraction. It's a what? What was that? So silence is bad. I like this. I like that. That's the best thing I've heard all morning.
So he was a political science major at Richmond.
I don't like that.
Well, he did it at Richmond. So that's how he got. He said a lot of his coaching style or his meeting room style. So he said when he was a political science major, they did Socratic method debate, which is just present the ideas, argue them in front of the group, kind of pass them around, do that. And he liked that and that process so much that that's what he wanted to bring to the meeting rooms. Is he wanted to, like he was just talking there, get there and start let's talking this through as a group.
Hear more from Christian Parker at 7:20 on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys when we go commercial free in the Expressway with the junk drawer and our final Charlie Puth ticket giveaway of the week. But next, not who are you picking? Who are you rooting for to make it to the Super Bowl? And did you hang out with Steph Curry and RJ Choppy last night? Plus the Dallas Stars offense disappears. All of that is next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Unrivaled, it's back tonight, baby. We got some games tonight. The best women players on the planet, they're back. Another year, bigger moment.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now flag pops out. Nembhard's jumped him. It's good! A tray for the rookie, Ryan Nembhard. 10-0 run.
Amazon Prime with the call as the Dallas Mavericks get the win with RJ Choppy in attendance at the AAC last night, 123 to 115 over the Warriors.
You know, it did feel. I can't think if I've been to a game since the trade in person.
You have not.
I don't believe I have.
Because it was after Nico got fired, you had figured out you had not, and I don't think you've gone since then.
Man, that it felt that was the first time because I've been to more Mav games than any other sport here.
Well,
just because of working on the broadcast there for years, which I should have a ring for, by the way. I've never seen the place so lifeless.
Really?
It was sad. It was sad, and I don't know if
with
it was
the Warriors there.
Yeah, I don't know if it was because there's a lot of Warrior fans there. Or that it was a 6:30 start. It was just kind of a late arriving crowd because of that. But it felt like, oh wow, it's like a Ranger game. Ranger games are just very, very quiet. Mav games usually have a lot more to it. And I don't know if the in-game entertainment has changed with the new ownership or not. I doubt it would. It's always been a good in-game entertainment.
Rashawn Heath dyed his hair. I noticed that.
Yeah, it just felt like it wasn't. It was just quiet and then a little noise, and quiet and a little noise instead of nonstop. I don't know. I just that's one thing that stood out to me.
Najee scored 30. Flag and Christie both scored 21, and Brandon Williams was just unstoppable going to the basket whenever he wanted with 19 off the bench. Give us your game thoughts.
Look, it's easy when you're there to see Cooper is
Cooper.
You could tell that he is like, if you were to drop somebody in onto a basketball court or a football field and say, find the best player on the field, on the floor, you could tell that, all right, he moves the way somebody who is going to be great in this league moves. He just does. And it's unfortunate that this team is playing good basketball because they're going to fight for a postseason spot and not the top overall pick. But
they're not going to fight for a postseason spot.
I mean, they're only, a game and a half, 2 games out of the play-in?
They did both last year. Fought for a postseason spot, and they got the number 1 pick.
Well, you must have missed the whole news cycle yesterday. They're in 12th, number 1. And number 2...
But they're only 2 games out of
Okay, well, listen to the next
10.
part, and then you can retract. Rich Paul, Anthony Davis's agent, told the Mavericks he wants AD traded by next week. According to ESPN, deadline is February 5th. And then Tim McMahon, making me even happier yesterday, saying Kyrie and the Mavs are going to have discussions about postponing his return until next season.
Great news.
I don't think Kyrie will be there. And then let's see how much Rich Paul can bully them based upon what they can get in return.
Yeah. I would say this to Rich Paul. You don't run the league. You don't run this Mavericks team either, so you can wish.
I hope that that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case, unfortunately, because I can't stand Rich Paul right now.
But they don't need Anthony Davis. The way this team's playing right now, with Cooper. Don't need it. Don't need it. Just
won 4 in a row.
Yeah. So just run it the way they're running it right now. And I agree with you on Kyrie. I would let Kyrie just sit as long as he possibly can. There's no rush. There's no rush here.
There'll be a rush if they're lingering.
Yeah, there will be. But if they are lingering and they're playing well, would you upset what you've got going on?
I mean, come on, let's be real about it. They've had a nice little run. Najee Marshall.
30, man.
This is not some question of, oh my God, are they better without him? Are they better without Kyrie and AD? Come on.
This is, and the Najee Marshall thing, by the way, that is one thing that there's not a lot I feel bad for the Mavs about in general since the Luka trade, where when things go sideways, it's like, yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. This is what you get. The Najee Marshall thing, I do feel bad about his growth during his time 2 years here with the Mavericks and what he's turned into and how hard he plays and how good of a player he is. It is a little bit like, man, it does suck that like your career kind of mini explosion here that you're going through doesn't get a chance to be appreciated the right way because it's in a fan base that right now is. You came here to a situation you thought you were getting one thing and now you don't.
I thought Kuminga was auditioning for us last night. Had a nice start. He ends up getting hurt again. Man, Steve Kerr looks like a dead corpse out there. He looks like Matt Eberflus. And the whispers are that Kerr is going to step away after this season. You got a great night from Steph. And Draymond fouled out, too.
And Draymond fouled out. We left with about 4 minutes to go. I'm beating traffic here. But as we're walking out, this was the second Draymond review of a flagrant type foul. The first one was where he hits Dwight Powell, and the second one was the wrap up one.
Yeah.
And I don't know, and Cooperstein because you could hear it. He was like, "That is not a flagrant. They shouldn't even go to the review and do this thing."
Yeah.
So
very, very unlike Draymond.
Yeah.
Just like hold the guy up.
Hey, stand up here, man. We're good. We're not falling to the ground.
Yep. So there is the and was it nice to be? You're a sign of being an old man in the suite,
dude. I'll tell you this.
It's kind of sad.
We were in the suite, and there's a hot dog, and there's chili cheese nachos, and I had some of those. I did, but that fruit plate was calling my name. Okay, and I went back to that fruit plate no less than 4 to 5 times.
You eat a lot of fruit at home?
Yeah, every day I buy.
You eat oranges in here.
Well, yeah, I buy. I'll probably go through 2 or 3 bags of these cutie oranges a week.
Yeah.
And I'll probably go through 2 or 3 pineapples a week or 2 or 3 strawberries bins a week. So, yeah, I love fruit. Give me all the acid you can. I'm a walking canker sore.
What happened to the Stars offense?
Fired over to Seabrist. He keeps it alive. Werenski in. He scores! Zach Werenski! With the wrist shot, he gets it through, and the Jackets have a 1-0 lead.
Columbus TV with the call. After the 6-goal outburst Tuesday night, they could not put any in the net last night as they lose to the Blue Jackets 1-0. So Spittle points out, if you include the 6 goals on Tuesday against the Massholes, the Stars still have only scored 9 goals in the last 5 games, less than 2 a game. 4 of those 5 games, including last night's shutout, add up to 3 goals in 4 games. Lot of activity, but they are in a scoring rut.
Yeah, and Spittle notes in there 72.2% on the deserve to win meter.
He did not note it.
He did.
I don't believe he noted that at all.
Y'all didn't read the whole email. As usual, you guys are not reading emails from the bosses. 72.2% for the Stars on deserve to win meter per Spittle.
Well, you're not even on some of the. You're not even on some of the bosses' emails.
That's true.
Could you imagine what?
Not being on the boss's emails?
No.
I'm not on some of the texts.
After he booked Greg Olson, Tim cut him off. Tim threw him into the river. Mikko did miss his second straight game due to an illness. Gulletson said afterwards they'll see how he's feeling as the Stars have a quick turnaround. They host the Blues at the AAC tonight. Full recap on Spits and Suds on Odyssey or wherever your podcasts are found. All right, so that is the night in DFW. NFL Conference Championship weekend. Who are you rooting for? Not who are you picking. Who are you rooting for? Sunday at 2 o'clock, Patriots at Denver. Sunday at 5:30, Rams at Seahawks.
Easy one in the AFC. Patriots. I have no interest in rooting for Denver. Now, I'm not a huge Mike Vrabel fan.
Even New England already getting back there this fast?
Yeah, because I really like Drake May. So I like Drake May. I like that this feels more like, I mean, obviously Drake May's in MVP conversation, so it's not this simple. But it does feel like the rest of their team feels very much like that first Patriots title, where it's like, oh, there's like some scrappiness, or they got some guys who are just like maximizing their ceiling and doing different things like that. I want Denver's time to run up because they're not this good. They're not. And I need it to end because I hate whenever teams continue to skate by like Chicago this year or the Chiefs last year. It needs to end.
But does the Knicks injury change that? Because now they're the underdog.
They're going to play better probably if they're going to run Jarrett Stidham out there.
I really hate all 4 teams. I hate the Patriots. I've hated the Patriots since I was 6 years old.
I thought you was kind of like Denver. You hate Sean Payton.
I hate Sean Payton. I hated Denver. I was a Browns fan as a 10-year-old. It broke my heart. I hate.
Why do you hate the Rams and Seahawks? You hate McVay?
I don't like. Well, I mean, I like Sean McVay, but I also don't. He's got that short man syndrome. I don't like how he just he's too cutthroat. I don't like that. And then Seattle, I just hate Seattle. So I hate all these teams.
What do you hate about Seattle?
It's too dreary. It's bleak.
Have you been?
No.
See, I'm definitely rooting for the Seahawks. I was kind of wrestling with it yesterday. I was like, what do I want? He's great.
Like, I imagine that's what Estonia is like.
Puka Nacua has shown himself to be too much of a dumbass for me to root for in the last couple weeks. I can't have Stafford continue to have success. That's not going to happen. And yeah,
10 to 15, top 10 to 15 quarterback of all time, according to Zach Orlovsky.
I guess McVay he doesn't do anything actively that I can hate. Like he's nice in his interviews and everything. He's not like a jerk like Kyle Shanahan. And yet I guess it's just the fatigue of winning and success and stuff. I don't like him, and I don't know why.
I guess if you had to pin me down, I would
haters.
I would say I'll root for the Rams. I do like Matthew Stafford. I like their uniforms. And I do respect Sean McVay's like coaching ability. I just think he's kind of
D-Lock, gotta root for D-Lock.
And then in the AFC, I like Drake May. Yeah, I rooted for Denver when Manning was there, so I like that. But and I like orange. Orange is a good color. So give me New England and the Rams.
Pepe, who are you rooting for?
I'm easily rooting for the Rams. Seattle, they're Mariner fans up there. Can't root for that. It's AL West. I don't like that. So I'm going to root for the Rams. Plus, I just like the Rams overall. I have nothing.
I guess the Angels wouldn't count in that.
Nah, Angels have been bums for years. Mariners just won the division. I'm not about that. And then in the AFC, I'm rooting for the Broncos. Patriots, like you said, Sean, they got back too quick. We've been trying to get back for 30-plus years, so it's not fair. I want the underdog now. I want Jared Stidham to play in the freaking Super Bowl, so give me the Broncos.
Jared who?
Stidham.
Oh, you said it right.
Because I don't think Chris Russo
I don't think so.
knows how to say it.
But do you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here? Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game? Let me hear.
Even the correction wasn't right.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was
stick him.
I was listening to this because he had on Ira Kaufman. They were talking.
Why do you listen to this stuff?
Oh, because Ira's a Hall of Fame voter. I love his delivery. So I was trying to see if he was going to say anything about the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And I was in the gym when I was listening. I was like, what? What did he say?
Is any of it on purpose? Like, is any of it a bit?
No.
Like,
stick him.
We played we never played it on the air, but like Choppy and I were laughing at this audio like a couple months back of him doing a live read, and he goes, "Get mojitos to drink," and he called mojitos mojitos, and then he said, "What did he call it?" He called Matthew McConaughey Matthew McGahee. Matthew McGahee there on the Longhorn sideline.
His tongue doesn't work.
This round for me is easily the most difficult to pick in terms of my love and hate. If Bo Nix was playing, I'd be rooting for New England. But I'm kind of.
I feel you.
I'm kind of intrigued in the crate. Not DiNucci. Screw him. He didn't send me a free hat. I've always been against Ben DiNucci. If that's his hat company, right?
Yep.
Upside down letters. So I'm like, oh my God, could Sean Payton pull off a miracle coaching job? But then I don't want to see Stidham in the Super Bowl. So I'm battling with that.
I just Stidham Darnold in the Super Bowl.
That's my thing. So I have nothing against the Rams. I have nothing against the Seahawks, but I don't want to see Darnold Stidham in the Super Bowl. And the Rams have kind of they messed around a little bit too much for me. They're playing with my name, they're playing with my reputation, they're playing with my power rankings, and I don't appreciate that. So I feel like it's going to have to be in game where I make my decision. But I think I would lean towards rooting for Denver with a crazy story and Seattle. But I don't want to see that Super Bowl. I want to see Rams Patriots Super Bowl.
Don't you want to be right about your initial Mike Vrabel take too?
Nah, I think that's already been proven right.
I think
that's over.
I also look at this and I go, what are the most annoying national talking points to come out of these people winning? And there'd be a lot of annoying talking points if Matthew Stafford won another Super Bowl. I would imagine Choppy would be annoyed by the talking points coming out of Sean Payton won another, because he'd be first coach to do it. Two different places. And it would be enshrine him as he did something nobody else ever did. He's the greatest.
He doesn't even have to win the Super Bowl if he wins this game with Stidham. I mean, the Super Bowl will take you to another galaxy, but pulling this off...
I think the least annoying storylines come from the Seahawks, probably.
No doubt.
I mean, look, I'm not impressed. I mean, he would take the top-rated quarterback coming out of the high school to the Super Bowl. I'm not impressed. He was rated over Kyler, Joe Burrow, who else? Lamar.
877-881-1053. Hear more from the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator hire as we kick off the commercial-free expressway with our final Charlie Puth ticket giveaway of the week. Your new Cowboys DC next on Shan and RJ. But are you still focused and concentrated on that New Year's diet? You're sitting there saying,
This is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Need everybody's winter weekend plans at 7:40 in the junk drawer here on Shan and RJ. We're commercial free with a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway. You know what, Pepe? It's Friday.
Oh, baby.
It's Friday.
Nah, let's wait. Nah, I'm kidding. Let's hook them up.
You just want attention. You don't want my.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Charlie Puth at the Toyota Music Factory on Friday, June 12th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Christian Parker comes over from the Philadelphia Eagles at the age of 34 to be the Dallas Cowboys' new coordinator. We have the coverage on your home of America's team, John Owning, who will be on the GBAG Nation today. And I also wanted to have John on today because he came out and was not a fan of the Eberflus hire. He said it first, and he ended up being right. So I was like, okay, how does he feel about this? And he goes, A. I give this coaching hire an A. Every piece you read on Christian Parker details his incredible memory and note-taking process. The I don't want to hire a DC who will get head coach interest quickly brigade, Chop, is not going to be happy with this hire, Owning says. Parker has future NFL head coach written all over him. Cover 6 and cover 8, in addition to penny fronts, are back on the menu. And someone's like, what the hell is cover 8? And he was talking about lit field coverage, basically cover 2 to the passing strength and quarters to the other side, very similar to cover 6, which is quarters to passing strength, and cover 2 to the other side. Both are zone match in this system. So that'll be a follow-up question, Bobby. What will his style be, having learned under Vic Fangio?
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's funny, there's a, Cody Alexander over at Match Quarters has some different articles written about what he has termed, what other people have also called Fangio adjacent. So Fangio is he does his own primary stuff with, man match and does a lot of really unique things. And so then there are these other coaches that have a lot of the similar concepts, but maybe their own flair to it, or they have their own sort of thing. And that's typically termed Fangio adjacent. And that's what Christian Parker is thought to be, that he's learned certain things from Mike Pettin and some others and would probably incorporate some various things. But a big chunk of it, a lot of the heart of it, will be related to Fangio stuff, which is very demanding and takes guys really learning and really studying and being able to.
Then why would you be so excited about that when you weren't for Flores because of the challenges learning?
So because the bigger reason why I would like Parker is because of the stuff with Flores is a lot of times going to be, it's the pre-snap stuff in terms of what you're showing, rotating down the right way, being in the right position, seeing those sort of things. The pre-snap stuff is not difficult with the Fangio stuff. They're going to give you here's the look. It's just reading it. So there's two different aspects of reading things and disguise and different things like that Flores typically does it within his system. So he's going to show you different things before the snap with blitz looks and then rotations quickly back to where you're trying to run back to get into, the deep middle. Whereas with Christian Parker, they're generally going to show you this is what we're looking like. We're not going to do a bunch of exotic looks or anything else. This is what it looks like, but we can do a number of different things out of this. And so, obviously, we haven't seen Christian Parker as a defensive coordinator yet, but everything that he's talked about on the record and some of the things that you've seen from Fangio and others is that would be the approach.
Because he's a secondary guy, Owning also went and got the coverage diet from the Eagles last year. What they did, cover 6, 18.3% of the time. Cover 1, 18.2% of the time. Cover 3, seam 12%. Quarters 14.5%. Cover 3, 22% of the time. So he breaks it down into 7 or 8 different other categories. So there you go for your football breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, and he, by comparison, had included there the Cowboys breakdowns and how it will be different. You're going to be looking at different concepts and different coverages and things that they want to do, and that's big. Okay, I understand. To me, the issue with Matt Eberflus was not necessarily running a bunch of cover 3 or doing this or doing that. The issue to me with Matt Eberflus was how just ridiculously conservative he was, how little he wanted to disguise that cover 3 look, how little he wanted to adjust within it, and clearly what were really bad communication issues to the point that guys looked like, I've never seen how to operate within the most basic coverage concepts in football. I've never done it. And in an instant, in a season, became the worst communicating team in football.
So what you're saying is, you can't say keep it simple because it was already simple enough, and they still couldn't figure it out.
No, I think that it's the clip that Shoddy had of that we played where he said, you want to have, you want somebody who can explain complicated things in a simple way.
Yeah.
Matt Eberflus was not good at explaining things. He made simple things complicated. And that's what I think frustrated a lot of people.
Ted Wynn from The Athletic says, all right, look at the Cowboys' roller coaster defensively of scheme. Mike Zimmer, aggressive, match coverage. Eberflus, conservative, zone. Christian Parker, Fangio, too high. So that's a little background. Let's hear from him.
So this is a couple different clips from Christian Parker, which, by the way, T. Rainey just tagged us. Justin Simmons also glowing over Christian Parker on social media and saying how great he is. And, he deserves this moment. He's going to be great. Y'all better believe it. This is Christian Parker with the Denver Broncos, where he worked with Justin Simmons. This is the cut 22, Peyton. And this is Christian Parker talking a little bit about what his philosophy is.
Number one, it's important to definitely engage with the players, letting them know that, number one, that you care. And once they figure out that you care and you're invested in them and their overall development, then the schematics and the technique and everything else take care of itself. But I think that it's very important to engage with those guys, be very thorough and detailed, and not really leave anything to chance, so they know exactly when they go on the field, they have a very distinct plan. They understand what we're expecting from them, and they know what the expectation is from each other, and moving forward in that direction.
I think that was going to be a big thing for, clearly the way Shoddy had laid things out was going to be, hey, he listed, we want somebody who is a good communicator, which he just talked about there, that's top line item to me. But all of the details and all the drilling down on things and making sure that that's clear and making sure that that's precise. And you hear some of the just wild stories in these articles about how detail-oriented he is and the records and logs he keeps and the things that he does to make sure that I've got everything in place where it needs to be. And that's how he got the job in Green Bay. Was he blew Pettin away when he walked in there of just how prepared he was and how much he understood everything.
Yeah, when they were interviewing all of the, not grad assistants, but what's the lowest level here?
Quality control?
Quality control. He, really jumped out amongst the three and was like, this isn't normal when they're quizzing them, and doing all the homework. And then because he blew them away so much in answering, he got offered the job on the spot. And I think he was he at A&M?
Yeah, he was at A&M.
And Elko's like, you got to go. This will be life-changing. But he blew them away, and it was like, this is a very unusual interview and test with the way you're answering these things.
Yeah, it's super prepared, super understanding. Pettin has talked about separately that there's very few people he's ever run into. And Mike Pettin coached in the league for a long time and ran really high-level defenses for a long time. But he said there were not many people he had run into in his coaching career, specifically at that age, who understood the way each individual job was supposed to flow into an entire defensive concept and how it was supposed to work together. So really advanced knowledge, really advanced understanding, and him being as detail-oriented as that is and saying, hey, the biggest thing for me is I got to connect with the players and pass that on to them. That's going to be big. This is another clip from him. This is him with the Eagles. This was last year, him talking to the media, and he was being asked about traits that you look for. We hear here all the time in Dallas about, well, that guy doesn't have the length that they like at that position, doesn't have this, doesn't have that. One of the things that they do...
Linderbaum, doesn't have big enough butt.
A lot of that is...
Phil Costa, too short arms.
A lot of that is going to be personnel department philosophy. But one of the things, the good things I think Will McClay does, and one of the things that I think has been effective for them is every time a new coach gets hired, they will do a sit down with them before the draft and before free agency and stuff like that of just, hey, sit down with our personnel department and do a presentation of what you look for skill-wise, talent-wise, different things like that, and show us examples of it with guys we already have in-house. So, just show us examples of, hey, when I saw this, that's what I like, so that we can all get an understanding of these are players we're familiar with and that's skill sets we're familiar with. Go find that. All right, we'll find that for you. So, is he going to be super specific about what he needs, or is he going to be just like, I need a football player? This is Christian Parker talking about the traits he looks for specifically in corners.
I would say the body types are less important, more about the execution of what we're asking them to do. So each day gets graded from your zone eyes, your coverage, your man discipline, your communication, meeting room, how we're handling that. All those things kind of go into one bucket in terms of how it's a daily evaluation. So we usually try to give them something that we know get better at or we didn't take a step forward at each day, try to progress on that. But I wouldn't say we're really leaning into something that we want the prototype for that position to be. It's more so the performance on the field.
I like it. It's to me, they always look for the quarterback with the laser rocket arm over the quarterback that just is a good decision maker. And I think we all would take a great decision making quarterback 10 times out of 10 over anything else. And you want to have a defensive player. Yeah, it'd be great if he's 6 foot. It'd be great if they were all Nation Wright.
Yeah.
With Deion Sanders' coverage abilities. That'd be great. But. I just want somebody who gets in front of somebody.
All right. You ready for the Grim Schreefer?
Yep.
All this is nice and glowing, and all this is positive.
What are you doing on a Friday before we're about to get iced in? You're going to dump on them.
And this is the fun part. This is hyping up the new guy and the glowing reviews. And
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
All the great notes, and he's so smart, and he cares more than everyone else. You're going to hear this with every single hire, basically throughout the National Football League. Now, the reality hits here in terms of the front office's job now. Because this is going to mean very little if they put the talent out there and don't acquire significantly better players than what they had last year. What happens, I think, a lot of times with this hype is now you're supposed to basically take the same personnel and you're supposed to be this really good coach. The Cowboys flagship turned you into this miracle worker. Why does the defense still suck? It's still, bottom line, comes down to players. So The real pressure is on the front office and the personnel to add to this horrific talent. So
yeah, there's going to be there's no doubt. At the end of the day, it is about the players, and I have no doubt. Like, to hire somebody who's never been, has he been a defensive coordinator ever? No, right?
No, he's not.
So there's going to be some bumps in the road. That's expected. It's expected with Schottenheimer. Every head coach who is now hired this year, Jesse Minter hired. If they've never been a head coach, there's going to be some bumps in the road. That is just the reality of it. So we're going to have to prepare ourselves for that. But we don't know enough to say, oh my God, this is the greatest hire ever, and we all because we've never seen him do the job.
Yeah,
and we can't say it's the worst hire ever because we've never seen him do the job.
Right.
Yeah, and I think pedigree matters too. Like when we're talking about, he's never done the job, but it's like, okay, but the people.
It didn't matter for all the former coaches that they wanted to be D coordinators here.
Right. No,
which is actually a good thing, a nice, refreshing change in this instance. But yeah, I was all for pedigree with former head coaches coming to be your coordinators to help your head coach as well. Failures.
Yeah, no,
except for Dan Quinn.
And I'm not even talking about like a pedigree in terms of experience. I'm talking about like in terms of who have you learned under. And these are the last, 6 defensive coaches that have been his immediate boss that he's worked for. Mike Elko, pretty good coach. Mike Pettin, pretty good coach. Vic Fangio. Ejiro Evero, who is the, Evero, whatever his name is. Carolina. He's the Carolina DC. Thought of really well. Vance Joseph, and then Fangio hiring him back away from Vance Joseph. Those are all really strong defensive names who have all kind of universally looked at him and said, want him on the staff, and want him participating. And I think that it's...
Vance Joseph was quoted in Denver saying, and we'll talk to James Palmer, who covered Christian in Denver, Athletic, Bleacher Report. We've had him on before. He's fantastic. He'll be on at 8 o'clock. But Vance Joseph said, yes, Parker, absolutely smart. He works his butt off, and players love working for him. Quote, he's a star.
Yeah, and I think that, it's going to be on the front office 100% to shop for him. And we went over that study a couple weeks ago. They'll shop for the defensive coordinator the first year. When they hire somebody new, they go, okay, what do you need?
We got all the Micah money now.
Yeah, and so they'll go free it up. They'll go attack it. They'll get him stuff. I'm not saying they're going to go out there and sign Trey Hendrickson and every other most expensive free agent, but they're going to get him things that he wants. So that's a big part of it. But it's also the way that he maximizes players. And the way that he's able to get the most out of them, regardless of what they're. So I'm just happy to know, or I'm happy that I'm going to be confident that he's going to get me the most, I feel like, out of whatever Savone Revel's ceiling will be next year. I feel comfortable that he's going to get near it. Kalen Carson, who's been a disappointment, I feel like we're going to find out pretty quick if he can play. One interesting factor here that has not really been brought up, but safety. Malik Hooker's here. Donovan Wilson's contract has expired. Donovan Wilson has played for Christian Parker at Texas A&M. That was his senior year there, and Christian Parker worked with him, and they apparently have a decent relationship, the two of them. I don't know if that means he's going to just say, I like him, so I'm going to keep him around. Probably wouldn't. But it's just something to note there that those relationships exist. Does not have a very big coaching tree, obviously. Like, he's worked under guys more than he's had people under him that he's, kind of had. But he's somebody who I think building out the staff is going to be big for him, seeing what he's able to do there, proving that he can coach the broader defense like Pettin and Fangio have thought he could, but getting outside of just the defensive back coaching, showing that he can apply that, and showing, even though it seems like every spot he's done it, he's going to have to show here as well, you can talk to and be an authority with players who are around your age. Those are all three things that he's going to have to prove, but I think everybody around him seems to think he can do that.
What is everybody's weekend plans with the storm? And do we already have power lines down before snow and ice? It's the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junk it! 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to let us know on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line what you're doing. Got this in. Downed power line shuts down I-35 West in both directions south of Fort Worth. That's already in before the snow and the ice. That's not good. So my planning is kind of like every other weekend with inclement weather, keep the kids entertained inside the house. Thanks to Tolo Eddie. He pointed me in the direction of someone that he trusted to hook up my generator after the show, and I don't have to rely on these television advertising thieves who tried to charge me. Overcharged me by $5,000. So I'll go home today and hopefully have the peace of mind with the generator and then the stress of being able to work it and open up the garage manually if the power goes out.
Work it.
I'm already miserable.
Yeah, you hate being inside.
I do. As Sarah's already said, you're not going anywhere this weekend. And I go, whoa, hang on a second. I'm like a top 5 winter weather driver. Top 5. And I have 4-wheel drive with the truck. Like, I'm going wherever I want to. Like, that's the whole point of having a truck. I will drive.
Where do you think you're going to go?
Anywhere. Out of the house. I just want to drive.
What qualifies you as a top 5 winter driver? Give me some of the tests. Like, if you and Bobby were to go out, what would I judge it off of?
Because I've seen you regular driving. So is this like an Amari Cooper home and away splits thing?
What's wrong with my regular driving, mister?
It's not good.
I have bumps on both my front and back fenders.
That's because other people can't drive. I've been to Vegas where you missed every single turn, and
That's not a bad driver.
I almost vomited from the airport to LA with all your gas brake.
Well, that's the new car because it's a rental car.
Foreign object.
Yeah, it's foreign. And second of all, the driving thing in terms of not knowing where I'm going, that has nothing to do with the driving.
Yeah, you blamed Ruben for that.
That has to do with navigation. Oh no, it's just. I never spin out, and when I do, I am right back there. All right, I am the best peel out recover guy you've ever seen. This is what happens. This is what happens when I lived in the mountains for a while in Knoxville. Obviously, in New York and New Jersey. So I'm top 5 winter weather driver, and I've got the 4-wheel drive. So that's all I need. So I got to get out of the house. I can't, and I love spending money. I challenge anybody at the station to spend more money than I do over the course of a year. I easily spend the most of anybody. I love spending money. All right, it's a problem. It's a big problem.
Wow.
Big problem.
What are you spending money on?
Anything I can get my hands on. I just love giving other people money. Just get it out of my pocket and put it into somebody else's. That's like my number one goal. So I got to get out of the house. The kids are going to want to get out of the house too.
You have the kids.
We do have the kids this weekend. So they're going to want to get out of the house, but they're not going to go anywhere.
No, yeah, that's the thing. A bunch of stuff's not going to be open. Like things you would normally go to, I wouldn't think are going to be open.
They better be open.
I don't know if they will. And I thought you were saying yesterday in the kitchen, you're like, yeah, I might just park in front of the Netflix. Mister didn't have Netflix. Now you got it. I thought you were talking about just binging the whole Bond series.
I do want to watch the kids watch some of the Bonds. So they're going to want to watch. They're going to watch some of the Bonds with me this weekend.
What about food prep?
So I did go to the bulk shopping yesterday.
Yeah,
I saw all the regular stores were is it bereft of food, gone with food.
Oh, really? Because my in-laws were like, we're gonna go get water at Sam's Club, and we were like, that's the worst place to go. Go to a gas station, go one of the smaller ones. But you're saying opposite.
I went Sam's yesterday. Tons of food there. Not a whole lot of people.
And it wasn't a circus?
No.
Well, I guess middle of the day.
Middle of the day.
It was around much longer. You're just going to be having Reapma water to pick from at that point.
It was around at 11 a.m., 11:30, something like that in the morning. So I went there. So I got all my meats. I got all the frozen pizzas for the kids, the burgers, the ice cream.
What if the oven's out?
Huh?
What if the power goes out?
That's a point.
Your meat's on the Blackstone, so now you got to defrost it.
Oh, because of the ice of the freeze. Yeah, I get the cover on it. I'll have that.
No, you got to defrost the meat to have ready to go if tomorrow the power's out.
It's in the fridge. I put the meat right in the fridge. Didn't freeze the meat. So,
nice.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we wind up doing with that. Because if it's ice, do I want to go outside? Like, if I want to go outside.
You said you want to live outside.
I want to live. I would like to. Yeah, I want to be outside. But don't want to cook outside. Slip all over the ice. But I could just get my ice skates on and go.
You have ice skates?
No.
I don't know why. I feel like RJ would be a passable ice skater. Like, I feel like he could do that. I don't know why. That just seems like something that would be within his bag. The biggest decision we have this week, the most crucial thing to me that I was talking to Kristen about last night, and I was being serious about it, and she thought I was joking. And I was like, no, seriously, the most important decision going on this weekend is we need to really think through what shows and movies we can stand listening to the girls playing over and over for 72 hours. Because they love, and I don't remember if I was this way. I don't know if y'all were this way as kids. Did you? I didn't think I was, but my girls are. Were you the ones who would you would watch a movie and be like, start it over? And just watch that, you would watch the same movie maybe 4 times in a weekend when you were 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah.
Really?
Started over, why?
They
You're
finished
not paying
it.
attention?
No, they finished it. They want to watch it again.
No.
And they would watch it. They will watch it.
No, why would I want to watch a movie over again right after I watched it?
I swear, let me see how. So there's a show on, it's on Disney Plus, I think. The Big Show.
It's the big show.
Which
is that how it goes, Tommy?
It's close enough. It's the big show.
They have watched.
Do you know that reference?
No, I know this show. The Big Show, which is the Big Show, the wrestler.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like his.
That's the theme song.
He's got a family, and it's like a Disney comedy about him and his kids or whatever.
Are they all giants?
No, they're not. And they've watched this.
Little people like the irony. Oh.
For months, they've watched this, right? 20-minute episodes. I had said something about what season are y'all on? They said 1. I said, how many episodes are in season 1? They said, well, there's only 1 season. What? 20-minute episodes. There's 10 of them. I have seen this show on every day in my house for 3 months. I'm like, how are you cycling through 10 20-minute episodes that much? So I told Kristen, I was like, that's going to drive me nuts if I'm hearing the same laugh track and same corny joke.
Go in the other room.
No, but there's not going to be. I live in an apartment. I don't live in the Sean Mahal. So listen, you've got we've got to find, I told her, I was like, I got to find at least 10 hours worth of movie or shows that I can stand being repeated at some point. And tell them all right, if y'all are happy with it, we got to find middle ground, go to the negotiating table, because I am going to be driven nuts if it's K-pop Demon Hunters for 3 days.
Oh. Did she like the gift, by the way?
She did. She loved it. She freaked out.
Hey.
Thank you.
So
Did cops get called over that freak out?
No, but there were cops arresting some teenager outside her apartment last night, the old apartment.
Nice. I went to HEB yesterday afternoon after the show, and I was able to get in and out. There were no issues or anything.
It wasn't slammed?
No, and I saw videos. I think Dallas, Texas TV said everything's out at HEB. There was milk, there were eggs, all the meat was there. It was they had just brought in the truck with everything. So, I was in and out in, 30, 35 minutes. So I have everything ready to go for the weekend food-wise. Obviously, if the power goes out, then I'm scrambling because I didn't get anything that...
are you planning for the food with no power?
I got peanut butter and jelly.
Okay.
I got cookies. I'll be fine. I got bread. We'll survive. But again, like I said, because
that's the thing I said to Amanda yesterday. Everyone goes, milk, bread, and eggs. And I was like, why does eggs make the list if you don't have gas? If the power goes out...
Because we can still use our stove. I have a gas stove. You have a gas stove?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if you don't have gas, if you have an electric stove, why does everyone include eggs in the big 3?
You drink them. You mix them in. Protein.
You know what I mean? I get the bread.
I hear you.
Do enough people like milk? I guess for the kids, cereal, but you need to keep that cold.
Yeah, you need shelf stable.
Why do eggs make the list if you don't have a gas stove?
And why not bacon, sausage? If you're gonna go eggs, I assume it's breakfast.
I guess we could cook the eggs with the Blackstone. You could cook sausage on the Blackstone if you want to.
I'm just assuming most people don't have an outdoor, Blackstone.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was just a Seanism.
I think it's more for, I'm not worried about the power going out this week. I'm more worried about not, I wanted to get to the store before this happened, and everybody else got to the store.
Where's that?
This is at the Walmart in Grapevine. The Grapevine edit page posted it, and it's just everything's gone. So that's why I wanted to get to the store if I needed something, because we didn't have a whole lot of food. I just needed something in case. We don't get out this weekend. We don't go to dinner. We eat at home. I just wanted to get my food in.
Kristen panics when this happens because she's always like, if the refrigerator dies, I don't want to lose every. That's what she gets really stressed about. Is she starts a clock running in her head of power's got to come back on by this time, or otherwise I got to get rid of this.
That's how I am too. I'm already thinking of the containers I want to empty my freezers of the Wild Fork to just sit outside. Do you have a balcony?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can put the stuff outside.
Yeah, and I was about to say,
buckets or containers.
I think I am going to do the broadest thing today. I'm going to
freeze it?
Ziploc bag, freeze those, and then if the fridge dies, I'm going to put them in the fridge.
Tolo Don loved that idea.
People are saying with the eggs, hard boil them first before the power, and then put them fridge outside wherever.
It's a good answer, but still, eggs are expensive now.
Yeah.
It's not like a cheap option. right? Well, they can be filling.
Yep.
But I was just wondering, if you don't have gas stove, what are you going to do?
But since we'll be stuck inside, I thought, okay, well, I'm going to have many projects for me to do around the house. So me and Mackenzie and I have, we've wanted a new chandelier in the kitchen. So we bought a chandelier, lights and everything. So we're going to try. I've never done one. I know you got to unhook something and there's a wire here and there. I've never done it. Just make sure the breaker's off.
Yeah.
But we're going to try and figure it out, and we're going to try and put it up this weekend. I got the Christmas tree in the bag by the front door that we haven't put up yet. I said, well, we're going to wait till the weekend because we're stuck inside. So we have that to put up, some other Christmas decorations. So I got many projects. The workbench in the garage.
What a man you are!
The workbench is all messed up. I'm gonna organize it. I'll do everything inside the house.
That's right.
It'll be Sunday night before I know it.
Let's see if he does it first, because he has told us he was going to do projects, and then he goes, well, my father-in-law came over and finished it. So there's that. But also, you don't even have to flip off the breaker. You can just wait for the power to go out, and then then that becomes your project.
Wear sneakers, please.
Doing what?
When you're doing the electrical work, just in case.
Why?
In case he doesn't turn the right breaker off and he goes up there and touches the power.
Sneakers?
Yeah, because the rubber-soled shoes.
You're supposed to wear wet socks, Peyton.
The rubber.
I'll be barefoot.
I mean, ideally get electrical boots. We're not going to buy them, but the rubber sole on the shoes will not kill them.
All right, so there's everyone's planning for the possible story. Call it right now. Will it match the hype, or totally overblown? Or somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
Overblown.
It will be...
Because I already heard one forecast, I think it was Delcas, who said, and I viewed this as good news, the cold that was supposed to happen a little bit earlier tonight is already pushed
it's
to
shifted.
overnight.
Yeah.
So that's good. Like, I'm just thinking, when do I have to get up to start this generator? So...
you don't have to start until the power's out, right?
Yeah, but if it's overnight, I don't know.
Right, you don't know. Yeah.
I didn't get a $15,000 one that just kicks on. I have to manually do it. I don't know if I'm asleep, but I'm taking it as a better sign that it starts overnight, and then maybe I have to deal with whatever tomorrow morning.
Sets a precedent. They've already been wrong about something, and that hopefully they'll continue to be wrong, and then it won't happen. But I think it'll be. My guess is
you got Brunoff, you got Middle, you got overblown.
My guess is it's probably going to be about what they've said, but people.
So you don't think we'll be in here Monday doing the show from here?
No,
it'll be half inch of ice, a little bit of snow, maybe an inch of ice.
What happens if the road is like that and we don't have power Monday?
I didn't think about that.
Then what did we do last time?
We did not. There was that year we had the 5. We were gone 5 days or whatever. We didn't do a show for 2 or 3 days. You and I.
You know this building.
We couldn't get out of the house, and we didn't have power, so we couldn't even prep.
Right.
We didn't have power.
Well, you could prep on your cell phone
if you have power.
Oh yeah, no power.
This building is. I like this building better than the last one we were in.
You're an idiot.
I didn't say I like the studio better. I said like the building better.
Okay, yeah.
The one downside about relative to the actual building space. The places to be able to crash here if you get stuck there's nowhere.
Yeah.
You
there's
can't.
Nowhere here? There's 14 offices no one uses.
You cannot turn off any of those lights out there. Those lights are on the whole time. And if you want to crash on like that back area where it's a little darker over here, where that sign is, that couch literally is this wide. It's like, it's nothing. And so, because I tried to crash here coming off of Cowboys trips, and I was like, you can't stay on this couch when you try to lay down on it.
What are the couch outside Springer's office that we were at yesterday?
Those lights don't turn off. So the lights are on the whole time, and the server room's right there just going.
Oh, it's like a white noise.
Sure, go sleep there then.
All right, commercial-free expressway here on Shan and RJ. Thanks for being a total. Everyone be safe and smart. Appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. This man knows Christian Parker because he covered him. He's been on the show before. Fantastic guest. Athletic, Bleacher Report, The Fan in Denver, James Palmer on the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, next on 105.3 The Fan. But
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Of course, the news hit yesterday. Nobody giving you more, or in my opinion, better coverage. It's pretty obvious to me than 105.3 The Fan with K&C and the GBAG Nation. And we are talking as well about the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker. And we have the guest list to help educate as well. Joining us once again from The Athletic, Bleacher Report, The Fan in Denver, of course, NFL Network, worked in Philadelphia with those ties, James Palmer on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Shan and RJ. Good morning, James. How are you?
I'm good, gentlemen. Congratulations. I think you got a good one. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Why are congratulations in order, in your opinion?
Yeah, this has been a rising star, honestly, if you ask coaches around the league and coaches that know Christian really, really well. And obviously I was here in Denver when he was hired. And you always look at coaches, specifically position coaches, when there's regime changes, and that's happened a lot in Denver over the last several years, and Christian was always one of the very few coaches that remained. You know, he was brought in by Vic Fangio, and I always heard the story where, defensive coaches love to pick Vic Fangio's mind, and that was something Christian wanted to do, obviously, like every other young defensive coach. And when he first got a chance to meet Vic, I was always told that Vic was kind of blown away because he wasn't just asking for Vic's, knowledge and almost have, him go and just spew everything he knows and almost just take advantage of the conversation. Christian contributed a lot to that conversation when they first met before he even landed in Denver and really impressed Fangio about his acumen and what he knew about defensive football. So Vic brings him into Denver, and then obviously Vic ends up departing and he stays because Nathaniel Hackett wants to keep him. That situation didn't go well. Even after, actually, remember when that defense got 70 points put on them in Sean Payton's first year by the Dolphins. There was a lot of buzz, honestly, that Vance Joseph was going to be let go pretty quickly in that first year. And the name I was hearing in the building was like a young guy about 30 years old was going to be the guy who was going to replace Vance Joseph if he was going to be let go mid-season. And that was Christian Parker, and Sean kept him. And then when Vic got back to Philly, I say back to Philly because he's from there. And so he wanted Christian Parker back. And Sean Payton did not want to let him go. And that's how much Sean thought of him and what the work he was doing with Pat Surtain. And that was a back and forth between Philadelphia and Denver, to my understanding, because both teams wanted him so badly. And Philadelphia definitely had to do a lot to bring him there. And you've seen the success, obviously, recently he's had in the division. So this is a guy that other coaches that I believe are some of the best in football on the defensive side of the ball think the absolute world of Christian Parker.
What type of person do you know him to be?
So I would say the best traits that Christian has, and just from the conversations I've had with him over the years, are he's an unbelievable communicator of what he wants to get across during the week. The players have always known exactly what their role, what their assignment, what they need to accomplish that week is displayed to them extremely clearly. He evaluates talent really, really well. I mean, the two guys that, I know obviously a lot goes into drafting players, right? A lot of people have a say. The process is lengthy throughout the entire thing. But early on, my understanding was he made a very clear statement that we need Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. He thought Quinyon was the best corner in the draft. He thought Cooper was the best football player in the secondary in the draft. I don't know if a lot of people thought that about Cooper DeJean, but he did. And he's kind of, from my understanding, really the one who pushed for both of those guys to be drafted, pushed hard. And so to me, that's how does he impact you in the draft process? Because Dallas needs some players on that side of the ball. He evaluates talent really, really well. But communication to me is a big part of what he does. And he knows, you ask him about any player, like any receiver, he will tell you everything about that receiver off the top of his head. Like it's pretty remarkable what he can kind of digest and know, but the communication part's the part that stands out to me.
James Palmer, co-host of Scoop City on The Athletic, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. I think that's one of the things that people are kind of curious about is you talk about the communication and I guess the relatability, but the idea of you've got this 34-year-old coach who's supposed to be coaching guys around his age. And when we hear about guys who are so bright and so intelligent in those areas, sometimes it's like, all right, well, are they going to have the personal relationship style? Is he somebody that not only is a good communicator, have you noticed him to be somebody who players really do connect with and respect and say, yeah, even though we're around the same age, you are an authority figure that I really respect?
Yeah, I'd say Slay's a good example of that. I mean, I think Slay was older than him, wasn't he? When he was coaching him in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And so I think Slay really understood that very early on. I think it's hard not to when you start talking to him. I mean, there's some people that when you talk to them about something that you know very well, and right away you go, oh, they know their bleep really well. Okay, like I can trust this. That's kind of the way Christian comes across when you talk to him about defensive football. Like, that's why those veterans, not just young guys, you're right, he has a great imprint on young corners, and he's had a lot of success on whether it's Alexander up in Green Bay when he was with him, Pat Surtain, and obviously in Denver, and Hugh and Coop in Philadelphia. But when you look at veterans that have respected so much of what he says, because he just understands it so well, and it comes across really well. So to earn that respect from older players, I think he's very good at doing that very quickly, just because, like, the communication part is one thing, right? Like when you communicate with players, but he communicates it so clearly and succinctly that when you're having that conversation, you're just go like, oh, I get it. Like, he's not talking over your head, but also you're like, this guy might be the smartest guy in terms of defensive football that I'm talking to, but he's putting it in a manner in which I understand it. I understand both of those very quickly when I talk to him. That's kind of the way veterans that I've talked to have felt.
James Palmer is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and the Denver Broncos lost last week. And you have a choice between Christian Parker and Jim Leonard. Who is head coach James Palmer picking?
Man, everything you've heard me say about Christian, I think kind of tells you exactly, where I'm kind of leaning. I think obviously the youth is a big part of it. I think the energy he brings, I mean, the guy never leaves the facility. I'm not saying anything against Jim in any sense, but I'm saying the things that I know about Christian are the things that the best defensive mind, in my opinion, in football right now, Vic Fangio, envies and covets. And that's what he's always wanted in his right-hand man in Christian Parker. So I'm going to go with CP. That's kind of the guy I would probably go with, considering, the evaluation process in the draft that he's very valuable to in Philadelphia and places he's been, and because of what he can do during the week in terms of preparing your players. I think one of the things, and real quick, I just thought of this, is like he knows how to not overload players, and I think that's a big part of football is, understanding what each guy can handle. And, all these guys are different, right? Everybody can handle a different amount each week. And to understand how much each guy in each week can handle, I always thought that was something that Christian was very good at, is going, this guy can handle all of this week, so let's give him that. This guy can't handle that, but he can handle these things and play really, really fast and well. Let's do that. And understanding your players, to me, from that standpoint, I think gives Christian an edge.
James Palmer, NFL Insider, right here on Shan and RJ, D&M Leasing Hotline. What is the latest on Leonard? Is he waiting on, obviously the Broncos are still in it, but have you heard that he's leaning towards Harbaugh, leaning towards another job, or maybe waiting to see if Vance Joseph gets one?
Yeah, I think that's part of what's at play here. I mean, I was in that locker room, yesterday, and actually real quick, Surtain grabbed me and said, I got to text CP, man. I'm so happy for him. Like, he deserves it. He's been ready. That's what Surtain, the best corner in football, said to me yesterday. So I do think in Denver, there's a lot of waiting. Honestly, there is. I mean, we know because of the situation being in the championship game where guys can't really get spoken to. I think there's teams that are sitting there waiting to schedule their second interview with Davis Webb, in all honesty, in person in round 2 with him. That's the way he's impressed. So I think people are looking to see what's going to happen in that building and who they may go with. I think there's some buzz in there where if Vance Joseph leaves, who does he take with him? Who slides into his spot? I think there's always been the thought that Jim Leonard would slide into his spot if he ended up departing for a head coaching job. So I'd say there's still a lot of moving pieces inside that Denver building. But if you had me take a guess in Dallas, I would think it was JG had a shot, but Christian was always kind of the leader in the clubhouse from that first interview where he impressed that group he met with over Zoom really, really well, I was told.
James, when we talk about somebody like Christian Parker, who's been in the NFL now for 7 years, like I mean, it's not a very long time, and there's going to be this question of building out a staff. Would you expect he's going to lean on, his relationships with Vic Fangio or Mike Pettin or whoever else, and just kind of say, hey, do you have a beat on anybody that I could? How do you expect him to approach building out a staff when he maybe doesn't have the deep connections of some other candidates?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I know that's something that he's been working on, and most guys that have been, looking to get into that coordinator role and make that jump from position coach usually have on a tablet or an iPad or something in some way of the guys that they're connected with and who they want to work with. I would say he knows a lot of people in the NFL, even though you mentioned he's only 7 years. Like, he knows a lot of people. He knows guys like, he crossed paths with Jesse Minter in the college ranks. Like, he knows a lot of people, in terms of because of how aggressive may not be the right word, but like how aggressive he is towards gaining knowledge from other coaches. He loves having conversations with other coaches. So he has probably more relationships than most guys that are 7 years into the league have. So I would say that net's probably a little wider, and I don't know all the names, obviously, but a little wider than probably most people think for a younger coach.
Will he jump at the first chance to be a head coach, or is he young enough to where he could be picky about it, and you think he would be picky about the right fit?
Man, we're already making him a head coach.
Yeah, we are.
That's RJ's word. RJ doesn't want to lose a coordinator to a job that quick.
I don't want to do this 5 years in a row.
No, understandable. I would say, like, most coaches have aspirations of being a head coach. I was talking to a position coach that, was on a staff, and this won't give anything away because there's 10 head coaching openings that's on a staff that was just let go. And he was like, man, I'm looking for another position coach, and I thought I'd be looking for a head coaching gig by now. I mean, everybody has those aspirations for sure. And I think, you would say Christian probably has those as well. But I do think he's paced himself really well in terms of where he's gone. And he's always tried to gain as much knowledge from each stop to where he's been. So, I mean, you can't stop a guy if a team approaches them going like, he finds out that they're really high on him. Like, if you're Davis Webb, like I mentioned, and you're 30 years old and teams are looking like the Raiders or others, maybe the Bills are still interested or now interested, are you going to pass those interview opportunities up? No, you're definitely not. You're not going to go, guys, I'm not ready. Sorry. That usually doesn't happen in the NFL. But I do think he has a pretty good pace to his career about where he's at and everything that he knows he needs to learn and gain as a DC, moving on from the, more or less running the entire secondary as well as the corners in Philadelphia.
Jarrett Stidham's chance of winning this game are what?
Guys, I think they're just going to rip it. I really do. I think they're going to let you out there and just rip it. I really do, because Sean is playing with house money right now, right? It's like, we got a backup quarterback. They got a guy who's an MVP candidate. Defense for the Patriots is playing outstanding right now. Like, we're going to throw it. Like, that's what I would think ends up happening. And if you were just given a blind just view and you showed up at every single training camp practice over the last 2 years in Denver, I would say you would go, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, almost identical, slight lead to Jarrett Stidham. I would say if you watched every single training camp practice between the two of them. And so they're pretty comparable. And so I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton to have some stuff dialed up to be aggressive and do some things for him. Now, offensively, they're a little shorthanded, and we'll see if Dobbins can come back. But I don't think Jarrett Stidham would be the sole reason they lose the game if they lose to them.
James, you also have some insight on the Eagles, I know, and we've already referenced Vic Fangio. Why do you think it is, and if you've heard anything in terms of people you've talked to around the league, why is the Eagles' offensive coordinator job seemingly so tough to fill right now?
I think I would go back, honestly, to Kellen Moore 2 years ago. And when Kellen came in, everybody was in Philadelphia going, the offense is going to look different. This is, all right, here we go. We got Kellen Moore. He's been in some great spots with some great quarterbacks. You guys know Kellen really well. And then everybody was going, why does this look exactly the same? Like, Kellen Moore's not doing anything different. This looks like the offenses that we've seen. I just say that wasn't because Kellen couldn't run this. Like, Kellen didn't want to run the stuff he wanted to run, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Kellen had to run the things that they ran. Now, is he a good coach and just got a head coaching gig? For sure, because I think he is a very good coach and found ways to win with probably some of the things that they have to deal with playing football on the offensive side of the ball.
Is that Jalen Hurts not being a great quarterback?
Hey, you said it, not me. I think.
Well, but it does seem like I'm partially having fun with you. But why are people afraid to say it?
Well, I think Jalen is probably, and I mean, I think you guys have probably dealt with this with Dak a little bit. Like, Jalen's probably one of the most polarizing players in the NFL.
Yep.
People's opinions on Jalen Hurts are just embedded on one side or the other.
Yep.
Like, I can't stand him. He's completely overrated. Or, why do you guys dislike this guy? All he does is win on the biggest stage. I mean, like, I remember hosting the NFL 101 Awards, which is like the longest award show in NFL history, run by the Hunts. And I'm sitting there with Jalen Hurts after he lost to the Eagles, and Andy Reid's on stage with me going, the best performance in the Super Bowl I've ever seen. Saying it to Jalen Hurts in front of 2,000 people. The best Super Bowl performance I've ever seen. So there's moments like that in big stage moments, and he even lost that game. If you remember how well he played against the Chiefs, even though he lost in that first matchup. So there's those things where you go, how can you dog him? Like, but at the same time, I do think every quarterback has weaknesses and strengths, and I think Jalen's weaknesses, if you ask offensive coaches that have worked with him, make you play football in probably a very specific way. Can you win that way? You certainly can. The Eagles have won a lot of games. But I do think there's an aspect where you kind of have to run certain things and can't run other things as the OC there. And I do believe, like, when you look at somebody like Zach Robinson, who was looking at that job, maybe potentially interested in that job, and takes the job with Baker Mayfield in Tampa, is maybe a little bit telling of where they stand right now.
James, that was as exciting and insightful an interview on Christian Parker as I think is going to be conducted in the Metroplex. Phenomenal by you. Thank you, and enjoy the game this weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. Take it easy.
James Palmer, D&M Leasing Hotline. RJ is just as excited about the Texas Rangers trade. Bobby is not. Jared Sandler breaks the tie with us next.
Well, it's
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex.
Shan and RJ here.
I'm here. I was just on the phone. Just on the phone, trying to get the generator sorted out, which Jared Sandler's like, I may need to do that as well. It is not just the Dallas Cowboys making moves. RJ Choppy was pumped yesterday over your Rangers.
Yeah, man. I mean, I like the Mackenzie Gore pickup. It's not. They did not trade for prime Nolan Ryan. They did not trade for Sandy Koufax or Randy Johnson.
Or for a hitter.
Or for a hitter, for that matter. Which, by the way, on the fan text, shout out. I do like the people that were asking, why is this team not signed Louis Arise? The slap, I don't call him a slap hitter. He's a slap hitter.
I was going to say, you were just destroying Omar Vizquel for his singles hitting.
Yeah, well, you know what? Omar Vizquel hits not even his own weight, okay? Louis bats like 330.
So Choppy loves it for the potential and the stuff. Yeah. Bobby, you hate it. Why?
Because you're just, again, you're not addressing your biggest problem. Or as I think Sandler's going to point out here in a second, they did address things, but they address it in the way that the Cowboys will sometimes address free agency. They went with the gamble. Jock Peterson, let's go do this. Mm-hmm. They'll address things that way, and then the real investments they make are all in pitching. It's like, you need to hit.
Rangers insider Jared Sandler joining us on the home of the Rangers to break the tie. Good morning, brother.
Well, hey, good morning, guys. So, Bobby, what you're doing is no. I understand that the Rangers are coming off back-to-back years where offensively they did not meet expectations. There's no disputing that. Mm-hmm. And, they haven't added, the sexiest names to bolster their lineup this offseason. They did, I think, make a pretty big upgrade in Brandon Nimmo over Marcus Semien, even though they don't play the same position, but you made that trade. I think, that helps to shift one of the big problems with this lineup, which was an over-aggression from too many guys and not enough at-bat quality. But, Bobby, you know this. You've been doing this for, way before you started working at the Fan in terms of just, understanding sports. It's not like the Rangers were told you got one more move to make.
Yeah,
make
sure.
it.
That's what I said.
So, I didn't – I was listening this morning at 6:20, and my biggest frustration with what you were saying was not your frustration that this team has, maybe left something to be desired offensively. It was just the idea that, your analysis of the trade was that, well, they haven't done anything offensively. It had nothing to do with the trade. It's not like they can't go and do stuff. And I don't know that they will or they won't, but I think there's two separate conversations. There's the trade, but it doesn't mean that they're done or have to be done with any sort of changes they make. And then you just addressed it because I texted you about it. But last offseason, they made pretty much exclusively moves with their bats compared to the rotation. They built the bullpen and they made moves to the lineup. And they made moves that had everyone saying that the Rangers, and listen, I'll raise my right hand. I was wrong on this too, that the Rangers would have a top 5 lineup in baseball. Everyone was lauding the Jake Berger acquisition because he addressed a big need, a right-handed power bat. I mean, Jock Peterson was one of the more coveted bats out there for his role. I don't know that was seen as a gamble. I mean, it obviously didn't work out last year, and they're hoping that, it works out this year. But I thought it was a little off that, Chris Young has denied the ability to add to the lineup when that was a huge focus last offseason. It just didn't work out.
Addressed it in definitely but even if people liked Jock Peterson or whatever else, and I would say a gamble just because if you looked at the peripherals and everything else they'd done, there was a question about whether Peterson was a spike in 24 that was sustainable. And so
3 of the last 4 years, he'd been pretty good against righties, but okay.
Sure, against righties. But I'm just talking about we can talk about splits. Great. We can have a split hitter then. I'm just saying that if you look at that 908 OPS was the career high. He was 33 years old. There is obviously questions about the body type and the shape and players who age like that. And so it is in some sense a gamble just on that front alone. But
I guess every signing's a gamble. I mean, there are a lot of people that think, and I know the Dodgers seem to have endless dollars, so it doesn't matter, but there are a lot of people that think the Kyle Tucker signing is a huge gamble, comparing his numbers and his. I mean, like this trade's like everything's a gamble. Sure. The Cowboys hiring Christian Parker is a gamble, and you love that. Like all these moves are gambles. Jock Peterson, I don't know that he was some incredibly volatile type of player. You can talk about the splits, but that was his role. His role wasn't to hit lefties. His role was to hit righties, and he didn't do it last year. But I don't know that people thought of this as some, major gamble that, oh my gosh, this could just turn out to be nothing.
It was not a major gamble because it wasn't a significant enough investment. Now, the thing is that
$20 million a year is a pretty big investment, is it not?
Here's the thing, Jared. I'm talking about.
No, answer that. Whoa. You just said it's not. Is $20 million, $18.5 million a year? Is that not?
It's enough of an investment if you're wasting $18.5 million on an aging player with a bad body type to be a splits hitter, a platoon hitter. I don't think that's good. I think that speaks to their mismanagement of their roster.
But Bobby, you talk about this all the time. The market dictates. It's not like this is A-Rod where Tom Hicks, went over the top by $100 million. That's the market for this.
But where's the 2 years controllable hitter that's 25? Like, fine, Mackenzie Gore's fine, but I'm saying, like, why is that not ever sought out?
First of all, guys don't become free agents at 25. So your issue then is more with the your issue is more. Yeah, okay. And what you think a 2 year controllable hitter who's 25, who's going to excite you, is going to just be an easy get? Like, tell me how many of those guys you're getting. And also, your issue, Bobby, is more with the system than it is with some of the acquisition. Because in order to go and trade for a 25-year-old hitter with, if he only has 2 years of control, then that means that he's been, in the major league since he was 20 years old. So he probably at 25 has 3, 4, hell, even maybe 5 years of control. You want that guy who's going to really excite you, then you need a package that is more significant than the package the Rangers gave up for Mackenzie Gore.
I would not have had money that Sandler would have been the first one to curse and get dumped in this interview talking about the Rangers trade yesterday. All right, let's talk about the player. What type of pitcher is he? What type of stuff does he have?
Yeah, you guys talked about this earlier. The former top prospect in baseball. He kind of, I don't even know if stalled out was the right way to put it, because he really regressed and he had some people giving up on him. And then he started to show signs of life with San Diego. He was a part of the Juan Soto trade, goes to Washington, and he starts to figure things out. Last year, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball when the calendar turned to August, got hurt, and then just wasn't great when he came back. There are a lot of people who believe that, much like Patrick Corbin, pitching in front of one of the worst defenses in Major League Baseball hurt him, and his success came in spite of that. That was a big talking point with Patrick Corbin, and that actually did prove to kind of be true. He's not a guy like Nathan Eovaldi who is going to have one of the better walk rates in baseball, but he's got a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk rate. So if you're going to walk guys, you've got to be able to strike guys out, because the biggest issue with walks is that ground balls, flyouts can move runners. Strikeouts prevent you from moving runners. And so, one of the things that this front office has been consistent about in their pitching acquisition is they like guys who have a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk rate. And Mackenzie Gore is a guy who will miss bats. Now, you look at some of the peripherals, it seems like there is room for growth with his fastball. In terms of what that pitch has produced versus what it is capable of producing. He's got a really, really good slider that makes him tough against lefties, more a curveball pitcher, more fastball, curveball, changeup against righties. But this is a guy who he is going to be the third or fourth best pitcher in this rotation, depending on the growth of Jack Leiter and what steps Jack takes next year. You're not asking him to carry your rotation. And one thing that I think is important, Cody Bradford's not going to be back until the middle of the year. Jacob Latz was potentially your only lefty in the rotation in a ballpark that favors left-handed pitching, because the ball carries better out to right field. When you have a lefty on the mound, you're typically going to face more righties. It's a little bit tougher for guys to hit the ball out to left than it is to right. So having a lefty in your rotation, whether Jacob Latz is a part of it or not, or he has kind of a flex role in the bullpen, to be determined. But you got a guy who is going to be in the rotation. He's got 2 years of control. And hey, Bobby, another part of the conversation, I know you know this, Chris Young's got constraints, right? He's got some financial constraints. There's no salary cap, but owners set a cap for their team across the league. And they have been pretty upfront that they don't have unlimited dollars. And so they just got a guy who's making, $6.5 million this year. He'll make more in arbitration next year, but he's not a $15, $20, $25 million a year guy. They didn't give up a top 100 prospect for him. The Brewers just acquired Freddie Peralta, who's got 1 year of control, and they gave up 2 top 100 prospects. And it's not apples to apples, but I think the Rangers came out okay. Yes, 5 prospects, but I think the guy that maybe is the highest profile, and Gavin Feene is 4-5 years away from being big league ready. And if you can't make up for that in your organization, then you've got other issues. You can't lose sleep over a guy who's 5 years away when you're trying to win now with a veteran-laden group.
Jared, are there legit options remaining to address the offense?
I don't think that there are. I mean, I don't think there's sexy options that are going to steal headlines, right? I think that if you look at where they're at, their catching position is pretty much set. I think at first base, they need Jake Berger to be better than he was last year. They don't need him to be the best Jake Berger that has ever been. They need him to be better. Second base is, that's where there's maybe room for some wiggle there if they don't go with Josh Smith or one of the internal options. But, as long as Josh Young is, as long as they're, well, and RJ, I'll tell you, I don't think you want Luis Arraez playing second base.
No, he's a butcher.
Yeah, you don't want him playing. So, that's where you could maybe put him in a platoon at first base and DH. You can have him DH against lefties and play first against righties, and then have Jake Berger play first against lefties and Jock Peterson DH against righties. So that is a name, right? That's a guy out there who, he's played for Skip Schumacher. There could be something there. But, I think a lot of it, guys, is you need Jock Peterson to not be what he was last year. Even if he is 75% of the guy he was in 2024, that's a significant upgrade. You need Evan Carter to be healthier than he was last year. I think there's a lot of optimism that Wyatt Langford in year 3 is going to take another step forward. He was a 2020 player last year, and I think people feel like he is ready to really pop. So I think the hope is that they incrementally get better. But no, I don't know that there's that guy out there who's realistic for the Rangers to go and get, who is going to just, oh my gosh, we just got this guy, whether it's a Luis Robert in a trade going to the Mets or the Kyle Tucker type free agent. But a Luis Arraez would be a really interesting dynamic to mix in with this lineup.
How big will Kyle Higashioka be hitting cleanup for the Rangers this year?
Stop it.
Don't take the bait.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not going to. Bobby gets fixed on things, as you guys know, and we're not going to hear the end of this. I just want to bring this
I love you, Jared.
No, I love you too, but this is the same Robert, whatever your middle name is.
Montgomery.
Who when I was in Love Field getting ready to fly to Utah, I think, I came on with you guys, and Bobby Belt ripped the Nathan Eovaldi signing. And that one worked out pretty well for the Rangers. So I just want to. I'm just gonna, when Bobby gets fixed on something, I love him, and this is why Bobby is awesome at what he does. But he gets in the weeds, and he's not going to.
He's going to cut everything down. He's going to bring out the machete.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
We need a generator to power Bobby down sometimes.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Look at that generator reference to end the interview. Jared Sandler, Rangers insider.
So I was wrong about Eovaldi through July. Sorry. He's really good through July until his arm wears out.
Oh, what?
Simmer.
Why the hiring of Christian Parker shows the Cowboys are on the cutting edge?
Yeah!
Next in Below, right here on The Fan. But speaking of cutting edge, get there in terms of your retirement.
the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Are the Cowboys actually ahead of the curve on something? A trend across the league. Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get to that specifically, I don't think we've addressed this today, and I think I know y'all's answers, but we all agree that this is, and actually I think Sean may have touched on it a little bit in the first segment. We all agree that this is evidence that the whole Jerry's gonna force his guys on Shoddy, and Shoddy's not gonna. This definitely is a Shoddy hire, just from the outside looking, and this looks like something he ran, right?
1,000%. I don't even think you can make an argument.
Or a search firm.
I don't know that they would ever use a search firm.
I think we would be told.
Yeah, because I think they would look at it as like
Archer would find that out. I would think.
I would think they would just go like, "We're paying you to be the guy, so you be our search firm."
Well, a lot of teams should operate that way, and they still get a stupid search firm.
Yeah, or AI. Joe Shane uses AI to hire somebody who's then going to fire him. Yeah, John Harbaugh.
Look at. I mean, the evidence is here, and those who said, "Oh, Jerry's going to do it," and he's Geppetto and Pinocchio, and Schottenheimer's going to be the little stooge. The evidence has slapped you right across the face. The age, 34. He has never been a head coach, let alone a defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. They interviewed 9 candidates. That's usually against a Jerry search as well. And Jerry Jones, like the rest of us, did not know who Christian Parker was 2 weeks ago.
Not only has Christian Parker never worked for them, I don't believe, I'm trying to think through my head real quick. Obviously, Sean Payton was that coach, but if you want to just talk about the defensive coordinators he's worked under, I don't believe Christian Parker has worked for anyone that has worked with them either. So, I mean, there's like complete disconnect here, but we know that Brian Schottenheimer is a big fan of Vic Fangio. He couldn't talk glowingly enough about him the 2 times we interviewed him this year ahead of the Eagles games. He would just talk about how cool the systems were that Vic would run. And I remember during a press conference, he says, as an offensive guy who watches a lot of tape, you kind of stop and you got to look at stuff sometimes with Vic Fangio and go like, well, that's kind of cool. How did he do that?
Yeah, if you told me I was getting the protege of someone, it would be Fangio or Flores. And I don't even think there's a close second.
Yeah.
Go listen to Kyle Shanahan. Now, I don't know how different Christian Parker is going to be from Vic. Does he think of himself as a Fangio clone? I don't know.
He thinks of himself as a disciple, I know.
Okay. But I don't know how similar you're going to run things. Mm-hmm. I would imagine more similarities. I hope more similarities than not. Just go listen to Kyle Shanahan talk about Vic Fangio before that playoff game. Kyle Shanahan, mastermind, aging mastermind, said, I've tried to hire Vic 3 times, and I just can't do it because this guy gives me the most problems and fits. And, right, we've talked about Dak versus Fangio as well.
Yeah, and he can't do it like Vic refuses to work for him, or he can't bring himself to hire somebody that always beats him.
He can't get Vic to accept the job.
Because Vic knows he can just try. Why would I, if you can't beat him, join him? No, I can beat you, so I don't need to join you. Or you can just go back earlier this hour, 8 o'clock, listen to James Palmer talk about that meeting with Vic Fangio the first time with Christian Parker, where he said, most young coaches want to pick Vic's mind. This was Vic being stunned by Christian Parker contributing to the conversation the first time they had one, where it's like, oh, no, he's got his own concepts and ideas, and I hadn't thought about that. And that's, I think, what caused Vic Fangio to be so drawn to him, to like, I'm going to bring you back away from Denver. I'm stealing you from Sean Payton because I want you on my staff. Now, one of the areas, this is a quick audio clip I want to play. This is a very brief clip from...
And I'm bitter about not getting John Owning because of GBAG communication. Mm-hmm. No one is going to... And Ross Tucker has even hit us up. He texted me, said, you want me to come on to talk about Parker? We don't have enough room for you today.
Oh, no, you should have replied and said, you got to go through my Odyssey, people.
Right, you got to go through my people.
And he's like, I can preview NFC Championship. I'm on the sideline for Westwood 1. I was like, maybe next week. Maybe a Super Bowl. We'll see. But everyone wants to talk about Christian Parker. What James Palmer delivered, in my opinion, no one will have a better Christian Parker interview than what he did with us at 8 o'clock. So after the show. Check it out on the Odyssey app. Rewind.
Yeah, very good stuff from James Palmer. This is a clip from a podcast.
Bobby finally came through with an insider guest.
This is the interview. This is a podcast interview that Christian Parker did about 4 years ago, and it's basically lost on the internet. I genuinely think I might have the only copy of this interview that exists. So this is good because he's relaxed. He talks about a lot of stuff. We're going to play more of this on Monday, but I wanted to play a brief clip from this because it's going to tie into what we're talking about, which is an article at The Athletic from Ted Wynn. But Peyton, this is cut 23. This is Christian Parker specifically talking about the role of the nickel and trying to stop high IQ quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think the main thing you want to do is you want to look the same as often as possible. You know, you want to. Everybody talks about, the old thing was looking at the safeties. You want to read the weak safety. Is he lower than the other one? That means it's probably some type of cover 3 rotation. Are they deeper, cover 2? But now, because everybody's standing at too high shell, you look at the linebackers and the nickel. So now, like, my nickel, I can't be inside leverage one play, outside leverage another. Like, I want to be zeroed up, and then I want to step to my leverage post-snap. So we want to keep the same picture from a secondary standpoint the same as often.
And the nickel has been a big role on the Fangio defense. It's not just the Fangio defenses, but it's also been a big role specifically that Christian Parker has been working with, whether it be in Denver or in Philly. The fact that he turned Cooper DeJean, or didn't turn him into, but helped oversee him coming into his own. And Cooper DeJean gives him a ton of credit for helping him get to that point. The nickel is clearly a big focus for him. And Shoddy talked about during the season, communication all starts with the nickel in today's NFL. They do a lot of it. That's a big part of it. We've heard in just different points where the nickel has affected things with the Cowboys. And
Jordan Lewis
leaving, that was obviously a big part of it. And then you think back about how the Cowboys were addressing the nickel heading into this season, which was, maybe Bland plays it. We don't know. Bland may play the nickel, he may play outside. Just depends on who's good there. We don't. And then they're grabbing Reddy Stewart, and they're going, I guess Reddy Stewart's going to do it. Nah, we're going back to Deron Bland. We're doing that. They just very kind of flippant and old school with Matt Eberflus. Listen to Shoddy rave about the way the Chargers use Derwin James as a safety that can play nickel and do all these different things. So Ted Wynn had written this week, and the article was called, this is over at The Athletic, he said, the secret to a great NFL defense in this era, having a premium nickel, which is something the Cowboys have not really focused on heavily, but clearly sounds like something Christian Parker is interested in. And this is what he writes. He says, there's a key to taking an NFL defense to the next level in today's game, and it's getting a premium nickel corner. The best defenses in the league don't just have good players at nickel. They have difference makers playing in a spot that was once reserved for a third corner. Not good enough to play outside, maybe smaller. Says, look no further than this year's playoff teams to see examples. The Seahawks with Nick Emanwari, the Texans with Jalen Petrie, Rams with Quentin Lake, Chargers Derwin James, Eagles Cooper DeJean. DeJean has been the glue for an Eagles defense that had an exodus of talent from their Super Bowl winning unit. Baltimore Ravens nickel Kyle Hamilton is one of the best defenders in the league, and rookie Emanwari is following his footsteps playing the same system in Seattle. And he talks about that this emphasis on the nickel comes from two people, essentially, in today's NFL. The system that Mike McDonald is running, the Ravens system, and then he said the big one is Fangio. That Fangio's emphasis on how to use the nickel in run support and as, the way they use him in disguise and playing deep and being able to play the slot, doing all these different things, that has become huge for them. And they say that a core tenet of that system is being able to defend the run from light boxes and sub-personnel, 5 or more defensive backs. To do that, the nickel has to be a third linebacker at times. So you've got to have somebody physical enough to do it while also having those sort of coverage skills. That's why people are talking so much about Caleb Downs at Ohio State being a player that would make sense for the Cowboys. So this was he got a chance to talk, Ted did, to Jesse Minter, who just got hired in Baltimore, the Chargers defensive coordinator who was using Derwin James that way. And he asked me, he said, talk to me about the nickel skills, how it can kind of change things. And he said if they're a really good zone defender and can read the run and pass well and can play like passing lanes and things like that, then you're probably leaning on zone. He said maybe they're a good blitzer like Derwin or Kyle Hamilton, those type of guys when they're now in a super disruptive spot. And then maybe it's a guy that's better at playing man. We played a little bit more man at Michigan when Mike Sainer still was our nickel. I think it's not necessarily we have to have this type of guy, which we heard Christian Parker talk earlier about. I do not need body types or prototypes at corner, because I don't think it's necessarily we got to have this type of guy, but whoever the best guy is to play that spot will determine the initial direction that you go with that particular unit in your first year. So we're talking about Fangio-type system saying 3 technique was Matt Eberflus's most important position. Marinelli, most important position. Everything goes out from that. the nickel corner, which is thought of as like a third corner for a lot of people in today's NFL, Christian Parker's basically saying, or Jesse Minter saying similar scheme, that Christian Parker's going to walk in here and say, I need to know who the nickel is before I can figure out anything else that I do on my defense.
Wow.
And that's why I think it's really important to watch Caleb Downs as somebody that if he slides down to him, they may give him a shot.
Velo, Bobby giving you the most intel. He did the Christian Parker research project last week. I think you should pin that probably on your X page at Bobby Belt TX as our Cowboys insider. All right, we have to get to worst take of the week, and we have to pick these games. And RJ has to try to win you some NFL money. Who is going to the Super Bowl? Final hour. Shan and RJ after this.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Camp, Twitch and YouTube. My father-in-law talked to me about that at lunch yesterday, Bobby. You doing that on the Fan Camp?
He likes it, doesn't he?
He is not a fan.
I didn't see it. Do it again.
Not a fan.
Did he say he's never going to be able to take your job doing that?
Yeah.
Because that's his theory, remember?
Yeah.
He's always like, he's angling for your job. He wants that number one chair.
Yeah.
If only he knew how little I like prepping and stacking the show when you're out.
These Contrerases, they don't trust nobody. You know, my wife, you drive around up the street to get gas, you're going to have that in your car, it's going to get stolen. You're going to get jacked. I was like, have some faith a little bit.
Yeah.
And humanity.
Stolen. I did wake up panicked this
She's
morning.
from Oak Cliff, though.
I did wake up panicked this morning because we are in a new area, so I don't know yet what the crime rates are like for a parking garage where we're at. And I woke up and I was like, damn, I left that Comrex in the back seat all night. I was like, I sure hope the car didn't just, somebody went like, oh, what's that? And like tried to break into the car. So I was half panicked thinking I was going to wake up and see a broken window.
You know, I thought about that and I was like, if someone broke into the car and got the Comrex, what we would use to broadcast at home Monday and maybe Tuesday, I wouldn't take too much blame for that.
No.
I'd be like, yeah, I didn't get out of my car the first day and someone saw a suitcase. Yeah. Can you get on me for not taking it in the house? I didn't lose it. It was in my car. I got the broken window to show.
Would car insurance cover that?
It's a good question. I don't know.
I'm not getting charged for it.
But does car insurance cover break-ins in general? I don't even know.
I don't know. I've had my car broken into twice. I never filed a claim.
You guys have seen my yard. You know where I live.
I do know where you live.
Every time I come home and my in-laws are watching the kids, all the shades are down.
Really?
Every blind, every window. I said, why are the shades down? They're like, we don't want people to see in here.
Oh, see,
I said, we're in the country, and
those are the woods.
Those are the woods.
Those are the woods.
The woods are out there.
So the wood people.
It's pitch black. But that's just how they're programmed. Like, no, someone's looking in. Someone's watching. Someone's got a microscope. I guarantee you, someone over there's got a microscope. Meanwhile, my mom in Maryland, every door, every house unlocked.
Yeah.
Don't have a gun. When I got a gun or two, she was not happy about that. She's like, you just got to trust God. You just got to trust God.
She lives near Baltimore, right?
No, she's 2 hours away.
Close enough to read.
She's
the
not
headlines.
an idiot.
Close enough to read the headlines.
I am a shades open person. I love the shades open. My policy is, look
performative.
At me. Yeah. Look at me.
But no one's around me.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to brag. There is no
right. When Sarah gets home,
you can't. There's no one there. There's no neighbor.
Yeah. If Sarah gets home after dark and I have the lights on and I haven't shut the shades yet, she gets all mad. She goes, people are going to look. And I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
She was ready to start OnlyFans, and now she's worried about people looking.
Only feet.
Oh, only feet.
Only feet.
And then, but I am going to keep all the shades and blinds closed to try to maintain the heat inside.
I can see that.
I'm going to try that for this weekend.
Although the blinds open allows the sun to come in, right?
Yeah. No, I just mean at night.
All right, that's fair.
But then if I have them up and the power goes out, I'm screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Hopefully it's all overblown like Peyton is predicting.
Aren't there these like hacks you're supposed to be able to do, like putting tin foil on your windows or something, and that might keep it a little warmer in there?
Nope, never heard of it.
My wife had blankets last time.
God, we could fill a couple books with the things you haven't heard of, Peyton.
She had the whole house insulated. Yeah, Aiden would destroy you in a current events quiz.
Aiden blows my mind sometimes
History
with some of the stuff he knows, where I'm like, you'd know that?
No, I think Peyton's just so dumb with it that Aiden's common natural knowledge over impresses you because you're used to Peyton.
Man, he knows music and movie references from like way far back. Where I'm like, holy, yeah, he's
stroking his facial hair.
Peyton's a little ditzy. It's okay.
I had friends. I was going out to parties and stuff. I didn't stay home and watch Netflix and movies on the weekend. I was out and about. I wasn't a loser, guys. Come on, I didn't know these.
Boy, Peyton, there you go.
No, if Peyton wasn't, Peyton's ditziness is his greatest value.
It is.
If he wasn't ditzy, next.
Yeah, we bring back Jeffrey.
Yeah, it'd be Jacob Ray 6 months ago.
All right, so we're going to have worst take, and we need to make predictions as well. But Jesse Minter was hired as the new head coach in Baltimore. Are you looking at this as a Ravens draft pick where you're like, how special is that person? How good is that guy if this is their selection? Coming over from the Chargers, worked for the other Harbaugh in college and in L.A., now we'll be doing it in Baltimore.
I got nothing on this.
Nothing?
Nothing on this. I don't know anything about this guy.
I naturally assume that the Ravens are going to get it right with this.
Yeah, I mean, they generally do a good job. The last two coaches they've hired have won a Super Bowl. So they generally do a good job, but I don't know much about them, and it fits their track record, I guess. I mean, they had, relatively younger dude that Billick was known. People knew Billick from his time as an OC in Minnesota.
Yeah. But this is Pittsburgh and Baltimore. They're like, part of our requirement is youth, unless Pittsburgh hires McCarthy.
Yeah, so he's the one thing that, you pause sometimes and go like, okay, why do Broadus always does that with draft picks. Why do the Ravens like him? The Ravens liked him. Did I miss on that? So you kind of do that pause. I would say two things. One, I just saw what a nut Bisciotti is last week.
Don't insult that press conference.
I know, because he'll send his goons after me, it looks like. But there was that aspect of it. But the other thing is, he was with the Ravens for 4 years under Harbaugh as a defensive assistant. So I wonder if they're also just like, it's familiarity too. Like, he knows Baltimore. Like, some of it's a comfort pick here. But do you know who between coaching for Jim and John, he spent 1 year coaching as a defensive coordinator. Do you know for who?
No.
Clark Lee at Vanderbilt University in 2021.
I tell you this, I am this last week has given me a lot of good feels because for once the Cowboys didn't have the biggest train wreck of a press conference in an offseason. Buffalo did. Miami with Stephen Ross, not even know he had to go check his notes to see who the new head coach was.
Yeah, that looked like Hafley was on a green screen too. That was the weirdest setup.
Because Hafley and John Philippe Sullivan, or whatever his name is, John Eric, they look identical.
They do.
It's the same guy.
Yeah, they do. And we didn't have to get publicly rejected as many times as the Cleveland Browns.
Dude.
Maybe that's why they didn't publicly submit for Ben Johnson last year, because they didn't want to get rejected, or by Belichick. I don't know. Well, I think Belichick and Vrabel would have taken the interviews. The word was Ben Johnson would not have, but Cleveland's getting swatted.
Who do you think gets filled first and eagerly takes the job? An Eagles OC or a Browns head coach? Because nobody wants either job right now.
God,
I want to say, Jim Schwartz is just sitting there like, all right, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'm here, Cleveland. Ooh.
The Browns do feel a little bit like they're sitting at the bar at 1:30 and they're like, I know I only got 30 minutes left, and you're sitting there, just hold off for me. Let me see what else comes up.
Pittsburgh with McCarthy.
Yeah, very much.
Albert Breer says, and I've never remembered as many coordinators agreeing to stay, but they can also interview for head coach.
Right.
So Flores can still leave Minnesota, and now Mike McDaniel, Chargers OC, is interviewing for the Bills job today. So the Bills go ahead and hire him, and then Bobby, oh God, this is setting up a Josh Allen fight between me and you for years. The word from Diana Rossini, Buffalo's making sure their best player, team leader, and face of the franchise is part of the hiring process. Josh Allen will have significant say on the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
That's great. I don't fault an organization for checking in with their franchise player. It's just, you need to win at some point, dude, especially if you're going to be picking everything else around you, apparently.
Let's pick these actual games. Who is going to be with us at the Super Bowl in San Francisco? Of course, it's going to be the AFC Championship game first. 2 o'clock on CBS, followed by 5:30, Rams at Seahawks on Fox. Currently, the Patriots are a 4.5-point favorite. The over-under is 42.5. Seattle's a 2.5-point favorite. The over-under is a 46.5. I don't care about the spreads and all that right now. Who's winning and why? Is anyone giving Denver a shot, a chance?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I mean, it's puncher's chance or whatever. Sure, their defense is their calling card. And so that is still intact. They've upgraded at quarterback this week. Not a lot of teams can do that in the middle of the postseason, so that's a positive for them. No, but this will be New England. But I wouldn't
4.5. We're not running. Well, sorry, we have the degenerate coming up. Are you surprised it's only 4.5?
Yes, especially if
What do you think? 6.5?
Yeah, I would think so. But I mean, it also made I don't know. Is that just because they're like it's really hard to win in Denver? Is that the only thing? Is that the only aspect of it? But no, I would say I think New England wins this one. But it wouldn't be like UMCB or whatever, UMBC, whatever, when they beat Virginia a couple of years ago.
I think Denver's got a real shot. And I wasn't necessarily thinking of this until I saw the photo of Jarrett Stidham in short shorts. I mean, that guy is not going to be intimidated.
No?
You know what I mean? Holy cow.
Are we talking Diamond Calves or...
Oh, no.
Or TC?
We're talking... I'm not sure I know that.
Yes, you do.
Let's see. Who's the liquor guy with the knee on the table?
Yes. Yeah, the Captain Morgan guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, whoa.
God.
Dude is not going to be intimidated by with the Patriots. So yeah, I got that. I got that in my back pocket here with Stidham and Denver. I don't think it's all that crazy if they were to win. I still think New England wins. I do still think New England wins, but it would not surprise me if Denver scared them a little bit.
Pepe.
I mean, I'll be the odd one here. I'm going to pick Denver. I think they can keep it close. I think it's come down to the fourth quarter. You know, they still have RJ Harvey. They still got the running game. They don't need Jarrett Stidham to throw for 350 yards. I mean, the Patriots are playing on the road, which, I mean, does scare me a little bit because I think they're undefeated on the road this season. But, you know, the Broncos have home field. They have the defense. I'm going to pick the Broncos in a close one.
All right. I'll pick the Patriots, but I think it could be a little bit closer as well. And then the tough one. Who wins the NFC Championship?
So this one for me is, Seattle did beat Carolina, all right, playoff team, held them to 10 points. They really did great work on San Fran, 3 points and 6 points in the last 2 times they played them. But the last time the Rams played Seattle, the Rams had 581 yards.
Wow.
581 yards. Now, it was everybody, the Rams, as injured as they may be today, or...
I mean, there was 4 points of separation in their 2 matchups.
Yeah.
They beat Seattle the first game 21-29 at home, at Seattle 38-37.
And they were up, 30-16 in that game in Seattle. So they probably should have won that game too. I think the Rams win.
I think the Seahawks win this. You talk about how close it's been in 6 of their last 8 matchups. The Seahawks and Rams, the go-ahead game-winning score was with less than 2 minutes to play, and in 7 of the 8, it was 5 minutes to play. So, I mean, these games have been really, really close the last 4 years and are constantly being decided, late in the fourth quarter. Home advantage is what I'm giving Seattle here, and the fact that the Rams have just not looked totally like the Rams the last few weeks. So I'm going the Seahawks.
I'm going with the Seahawks as well. Being at home, number one factor in this. That defense continues to be elite, and I think Stafford, I think he struggles a little bit against this defense. NFC title game on the line and everything. I got Seattle here.
I am also going to pick the Seahawks. The Rams have broken my trust in these first 2 games.
They have
been a little bit too shaky. The last one was in the snow. I get that, but Seattle on one right now, so I'm going New England and the Hawks to join us in California. This guy's going to be here as well, and he's one of our frenemies from Filthy. The message he sent after the Cowboys hired their new DC: "You bastards, you killed Kenny." No, he said, "You bastards, you got a fantastic hire." John Kincaid on the Cowboys' new DC from the Fanatic and Filthy in the Red Zone after this.
After we get...
yours. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I have never been happier to be called a bastard.
Oh, no.
Than yesterday when I was trying to laugh and get intel on the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator. Choppy was doing the same thing with our frenemy from the Super Bowl and Philadelphia. John Concincaid from The Fanatic is joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
I hate it when anything good happens to you people and something really good happened to you yesterday. And so I wasn't in a pleasant mood when you guys reached out. I got to tell you, wasn't pleasant because I wanted to see Christian Parker get a shot because the man deserves it. He's freaking awesome. But I did not want to see it come in the division, and I most certainly didn't want to see it come with you people.
Yeah, rude.
Why is he so awesome?
I can tell you this. It's just one of those things, and I mean, when I know you can talk, the beat writers and the guys who deal with them on a daily basis, it's a completely different thing. But every single person, when you meet somebody or you hear of somebody, and every single person repeats the exact same things about them, there's a uniformity of praise. You believe it. Usually you can find somebody who says, yeah, I met Shan. He's great guy, great dude. But you're absolutely going to meet somebody who goes, what an a-hole. I bumped into him at the store. You know, you're going to get that balance. There's no balance with Christian Parker.
Wow.
I have a buddy of mine who coaches on the Ravens staff who for years has told me that this guy, he's the guy. He's one of the assistants in the NFL who is going to not only ascend to a defensive coordinator, but is absolutely going to be a head coach and is one of the young up-and-coming risers. Because he would always ask me, have you talked to Christian Parker? Do you know Christian Parker? He's going to be a guy. This man has an exceptional reputation with the players that he coached, with the media who covers him. And I sent you guys on X today, Andrew Pacheco's conversation with him. I can just tell you that Andrew and other media members that I know who cover this team on a nuts and bolts basis, they're around the team all the time. If there's an assistant coach that they rave about, of course they do. You know, they're going to talk about Jeff Stoutland, who everybody talks about, the offensive line coach. He's just amazing, and he's a legend. But Christian Parker's name comes up over and over again. You guys got a home run hire.
Oh, baby.
Again, I hate to say it.
Cigars on us, salt and vinegar chips on us this year, baby.
Yeah, well, you won't be seeing me because there's no way I'm getting up at 3 a.m. to do a radio show out in San Fran. And besides, I didn't want to have to download the Poop app, which you have to download in San Francisco to navigate the poop. And
hang on a second. Whoa. That's a real thing?
Yep.
Yes. Google it.
Wait, you have enough power there to tell your bosses I'm not going, or they didn't want to spend?
Yeah, we're not going. I'm not going to do 3 a.m. in the morning for one thing. I mean, I look good. And I can always use the recovery from cancer card and say, like, look.
Oh God, that's a good card.
But I can say, look,
wow.
I didn't want to download the San Francisco Poop app where you have to navigate. It tells you where you navigate poop on their streets and syringes. So you can.
It's true.
And it's a real thing.
Yeah, we stayed. Yeah, we saw last time. I'm so jealous of you. These guys want to go. They love. I'm so jealous. I would trade Christian Parker to have your Super Bowl status right now to stay home.
The app is.
Believe me, I will be in Landview, Pennsylvania, relaxing and enjoying myself because there's no way to get me there. Plus Kyle Shanahan and I not really warm and fuzzy from my time in Atlanta. Before I came home to Philadelphia, when Shanny was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, we really didn't mix. So not very friendly. He's. I'll just give you a personal quick story. Shanahan's a guy who, in your neighborhood, and I'll just tell you, without telling you where he lived, but in the neighborhood, he's the guy that would run to the pool as soon as the pool opens, take prime pool chairs, put his monogrammed towels down, and then with monogram towel pool clips, and then leave the pool for hours.
Oh, no, really?
In the world.
The hoarder?
The worst people in the world. And yes, that's what he would do. That's what he would do.
John Kincaid from the Fanatic in Philly here on The Fan. Do you think we should expect like a Vic Fangio type scheme from Parker, or no way to tell right now?
Well, I would say no way to tell right now, because one thing I would tell you is what I would believe, everything that I've read about Christian Parker, everything I've seen, is that Vic Fangio, and I've heard a lot of Vic Fangio talking, is that a good chef, alters recipes depending on what he's got. And so Vic Fangio has even said that he's had different iterations of his plan depending on the personnel that he's had. So he's got to get down to Dallas, your island of misfit toys that you've got on defense, and he's got to try to put that thing together. Now, look, it's going to take a little time. It's going to take a little time, but he's going to come up with a plan. I do believe, though, that you're going to see him understand the importance of, if you want that back end to be well, and what he did for Quinyon Mitchell and for Cooper DeJean, just go and do a little bit of research. Those two young men who are exceptional players, you've seen them just do great things in their first 2 years here. Now, they were great draft picks, and they're great talents, and they were high draft picks, but they both credit him for their quick development and their quick ascension. But I believe he knows the importance of the push up front in the middle. That is a big believer of what they're going to be able to accomplish on the back end of that defense. So he's going to bring you a core competency that honestly hasn't existed in Dallas probably since I had black hair. I mean, it just doesn't. It's been a long time. It really has.
John, you're taking the Dallas shots, and then we take our shots at Philly. And you've been in Philadelphia for a long time, covered the Buddy Ryan era tension and everything that exists there. We had somebody on the fan text mentioned this earlier, and I'm curious if you feel the same way. Is there any party that, Kellen Moore gets hired over there, now Christian Parker comes over, is there any party that's like, this feels a little dirty? Like, I don't like that this rivalry's at a point now where people just feel comfortable going coaching staff to coaching staff?
Yeah, I don't like that. By the way, I get a lot of grief here because God rest his soul, but Buddy Ryan was one of the greatest defensive minds in the history of the NFL. But the man was a complete buffoon as a head coach. And I am not one of the Philadelphia people, bobbleheads of my generation, who worship at the memory of Buddy Ryan. There are dopes in Philadelphia of my ilk, 50 and above, that talk about the Buddy Ryan era glowingly and have the nerve to rip Andy Reid. They're just dopes. They're mouth breathers. They have no concept of football. They somehow think Andy Reid underachieved, and they celebrate Buddy Ryan, who never won a freaking playoff game here. And they somehow think the man deserves a statue. It's absolutely ridiculous. But
that's Philly for
I don't like it. I don't like it that it's that friendly. But
what is the better job, Cowboys DC or Eagles OC? And I know what you're doing. You guys are spinning this now. Like the rest of the country and the reporters are reporting that no one wants to go there to deal with the misery I'm
not spinning that.
You understand people not wanting the job?
Well, I don't know. Well, first off, nobody's been offered the job, so nobody's turned down the job.
Oh God!
So that's one thing.
There we go.
Nobody's been offered the job. I believe that there's one guy who would have been offered the job if they had gotten down and dirty with it, and I think that would have been Dable. I think he could have been the guy because of Nick's relationship with him, because of Jalen's past relationship with him. But the relationship that existed between Dable being able to go to a place like in Nashville, if he doesn't get the Bills job, he's not going to take a job, so they can't offer him a job because they weren't going to offer him because he could get the Bills job, or he can go down and work with Robert Saleh, who he got comfortable with when he was in New York and they were rival coaches. He can go down there and run the show, live in state-free, tax-free Tennessee, which you blessed people in Texas understand. Unlike the People's Republic of Pennsylvania, where I live, where I'm being taxed on this phone call, and you guys have that freedom, which we don't. And there's a much plus. Cam Ward is a blank slate, whereas with Jalen Hurts,
listen to this.
You got to deal with that. So,
but John, you know the people in your city are spinning it up. You're just not tough enough to come here, and we don't want you if you're soft.
You can't stand eggs on your house.
No, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you that there's not a large portion of the fan base that's saying that. I absolutely.
They believe it too.
There's some on your family of stations that are pushing that narrative.
Oh, wow.
They have offered the job to nobody. The low-hanging fruit is always going to be there for people in our business. I just choose to speak to the higher end of the demographic.
Do you think it's a design? But is it?
That's how you exist in this business well into your fourth decade, because you actually think and you do things like that. I'm a believer that look, I think there are challenges to the Eagles OC job, and the challenge being is the fact is that you've got to deal with a meddlesome. Look, we've got a power struggle here in that Howie Roseman's the boss. The GM's the boss. Look, you guys can relate with Jerry. I mean, Jerry talks before your coach talks.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. And which strip club, by the way, sponsors that?
Come on.
That's Ford. That's Ford, sir.
Like, Howie runs the show here. And nobody is of any belief that Howie isn't the most powerful person. And so Nick Sirianni is going to have some level of control, but I promise you this, he's got a lot less control than any coach who's ever been to 2 Super Bowls in 4 seasons.
But where's Hurts on that list of problems? Where's Jalen on that list of problems? It's like no one wants to say it out loud.
He's a diva. Say it.
Well, no, but the problem is that he's not like the problem. He's not a problem if you go to go to NFL players. You can just go to the athletics list last year where they talked to NFL players. He was the number 1 voted player as far as leadership qualities. He is not in any way a problem.
AJ Brown was
Jalen Hurts is stubborn. Jalen Hurts is stubborn. Jalen Hurts is set in his ways. Jalen Hurts can recite every single T-shirt that you're going to see at Dick's Sporting Goods today. You know, when you walk in, every slogan, every cliche. He's like the perfect company man. He's a coach's son. You guys know that. He roots for the Houston Astros. You guys should hate him just for that.
He's a cheater.
And but Jalen Hurts is, believe me, there's nobody that will say he is a problem. But stubborn, yeah. Things he maybe at times catering too much to him. Sure, there's many that say that around the organization. But I want a bright, innovative young mind. That's what I want. I want one of the young minds. I do not want anyone from the Andy Reid dollar store. I don't want Matt Nagy. I mean, seriously, the guy's 47, and honestly, look, dude, I've had cancer 3 times. I am his elder, and I look so much better than him. God. He has led a hard life. He's led a hard life, making millions coaching in the NFL. I have no idea how. It's crazy. I don't want anybody off the Andy Reid tree. I want somebody new. I want somebody young. I want fresh ideas. I want something like that. And I'll give me somebody that is off the Shanahan tree or off the McVay tree. That's what I'm looking for. So no, I think the more attractive job is the Cowboys DC job.
Wow.
Because all the Cowboys need is somebody like a Christian Parker, who I think will deliver for you. And I think that if they get a guy that comes in there with a core competency that just gets you guys to be average with that offense, are you kidding me? Then the Cowboys make things dicey. Then the Cowboys become an actual problem. I'm bothered by this. This annoys the hell out of me. I got to tell you, it's very annoying to me that this is going to happen. Because he is going to do a great job, but everybody wishes this man well. I mean, there's nobody who doesn't wish him well, except we're going to wish him, pox on the 2 nights a year that they play. But he is so well thought of and so well respected. I hope he has many blessings in his career. Just a 2 losses minimum every single year.
Well, look, I say this with as much respect as possible. When I see that big flaming pile of crap in San Francisco on the ground, I will be thinking of you. You are phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, I mean it's terrible. I mean it's honestly, I don't want to see now.
It's
now,
The Walking Dead.
LA,
It's The Walking Dead out there.
Now next year in LA, I'll see you out there.
Oh,
you're gonna go to LA,
is that a different
but
time
not
change?
San
Is
Fran?
that a different time zone?
Now, wait a minute. Next year I'll go to LA. By the way, I got to tell you,
What a
too,
diva.
One of my good buddies. He is a longtime daytime star on The Young and the Restless. Josh Morrow,
Victor Newman,
huge Oklahoma fan,
local school,
and huge Dallas Cowboys fan. We go back. He's one of the few Dallas Cowboys fans I'm willing to keep in my phone and text with. I'm telling you, Josh is like one of the biggest stars in daytime television on CBS, and he is a huge Cowboys fan. I know he's checked your show out, so I'll go out next year because I'll go out and check out Genoa City. And I was out there this summer, by the way. So I want you to put June 29th on your calendars. June 29th. 11 a.m. Well, I don't know if it airs. It might air 10 a.m. out in your area. You will see John Concincaid on The Price is Right.
What?
Really?
Oh.
Did you win?
June 29th. I did, but I can't tell you anymore.
Wow,
that's cool.
I am on The Price is Right June 29th. I went out this summer to celebrate my third survival of cancer, and then I went over to The Young and the Restless afterwards. But I'll go out to L.A. next year. Les Snead, I knew Les Snead, the Rams GM, when he was an intern with the Falcons. Is when I first met Les. So I'll go out there. Sean McVay.
Oh, man. How many names can you drop?
Yeah.
You run out. You got any more names in your pocket to
You're
drop?
like a barbecue guy we know.
Hey, Sean McVay. I once worked under his father, and he was the quarterback at the same high school my daughter went to in Atlanta.
Oh, wow. John, I wish we had 4 more hours for your family tree.
Guys, get out of here.
You were phenomenal.
LA.
Thank you.
You guys enjoy San Francisco. Show me some pictures. Hey, send me some pictures of the poop in the street.
Get him out of here. John Concincaid, the fanatic in Philly. We need to decide. Worst take with the K&C Masterpiece next.
But first, affordability.
you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take. We usually do this at 9 o'clock. We wanted to include K&C because Kevin is so jacked up to nominate somebody.
Oh, yeah.
That
so
we're like, we got to delay it for crosstalk so that he can get it in there. So we've got some nominees. I know Choppy's got a couple. The runaway winner's probably going to be Sandler for defending the Mackenzie Gore thing like he did, or maybe Wolchuk for screwing up the way we book guests at this station. But
man.
Hagee, I'll let you start off on Worst Take.
So for Worst Take, I'm going to go with one, Bomani Jones.
He's still around?
Yeah, apparently. Still trying to hot take it. Talking about Matthew Stafford, he said he's the new Josh Allen and the least scrutinized #1 pick in the history of #1 overall picks, despite the fact that it felt like every single thing he did in Detroit was scrutinized. And when he moved to Los Angeles, everyone's like, well, he better win or else he's going to be a bust and blibbity blabbity. But he continued, if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl, shut this Hall of Fame thing up, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. So if Matthew Stafford does not become the 14th quarterback in the history of the NFL to win multiple Super Bowls, he is automatically not a Hall of Famer. Cool. Also, Matthew Stafford is 2 wins away from most likely having 2 Super Bowls and an MVP, which would make him one of 9 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl era to ever do that. So why don't you take that trash somewhere else?
Oh, wait. So are you sure you're interpreting it correctly that he's calling Stafford the most scrutinized #1 pick ever?
Least scrutinized.
The least scrutinized. Okay. The least scrutinized.
Josh Allen does get a pretty
Josh Allen's not a #1 pick.
No, he's not.
Josh Allen hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Well, he started by comparing them, besides they're both white, that they don't have playoff success. And I'm like, Matthew Stafford won a Super Bowl.
Matthew Stafford has a winning record in the playoffs, so does Josh Allen, even though he's lost a bunch.
That's the problem with this, is that once a narrative is established,
hard to break.
It does not go away, no matter what happens.
I agree.
And that's, Stafford's going to, he will live the Detroit narrative until his days are over. It's just the way it is. Like, it's very, very difficult to break.
But wouldn't you think, 0-3 in the playoffs with Detroit, then you move to the Rams 7-2. You're like, oh, okay. Well, Detroit still doesn't win in the playoffs, so.
All right, so that's Kevin's nominee.
Yeah, it's not a bad nominee. Boy, least scrutinized #1 pick. That seems like a jump.
Well, give me another name. I'm looking at them like Eric Fisher because not relevant.
Right.
Yeah, I do think
I do think the Stafford time in Detroit does get forgotten and overlooked.
We've all just kind of blown past that Jameis was the #1 pick. We're all just like, he's funny.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson.
Fact.
A dude who wasn't even committed to one sport and was getting hurt.
Miles.
Terrible #1 pick.
Miles, we only talk about his driving.
Yeah. Peyton Manning, the fact that he was never good enough to beat Brady consistently enough. For
that's
Peyton Manning beat Tom Brady more in the playoffs than the other way around. Peyton Manning has a winning record against Tom Brady in the playoffs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, how many rings he got? Huh?
Hey, also don't worry about what happened.
Guy over
don't
Jordan
worry
too.
what happened at that copier in Tennessee either.
Did Carson Palmer get the appropriate amount of destroying?
He's another one.
Should he have gotten destroyed?
I think people look at it as like you were in Cincy. You were trying to revive a.
Well, how is that any different than Stafford being in Detroit?
I don't think it is. That's why I don't think Stafford deserves
Jake Long, no one cared about. No one criticized him.
I completely forgot he's for first. I mean, every #1 pick goes to a crappy situation. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Sam Bradford. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. All right,
Myles
Chop.
Garrett.
Orlando Pace.
Chop, you had a couple of.
Said Myles Garrett, Corey.
Yeah, I got a couple here.
You got a couple of worst take nominees.
Let's go to Ole Miss. First of all, it's in Mississippi, and I've been pretty open. The people in Mississippi are barely people.
Is that your worst state?
It's pretty hard to beat.
Okay.
It's pretty hard to beat.
The sip.
But Michael Lasasso is the NCAA champion golfer. He is at Ole Miss. He wears short shorts.
SMU basketball player.
He wears short shorts. By the way, he doesn't skip leg day. I got to give him credit on that one. But he is leaving college and he is joining the Live Tour.
I knew that.
Yeah, and he's going to join Phil Mickelson's team. I think it's called the Aces. Well, Michael Lasasso.
Didn't Phil have a big gambling problem?
Phil's got a huge gambling problem.
He's named the Aces?
And the Aces.
That's why I probably went to Live.
So, look, he's going to get a bag of money. I get it. He is also, with this, forfeiting. He had qualified for the Masters this year.
Yeah.
And he is not going to play. He has taken the money, and he is going to go play and Live, and he will now run the risk of never playing in the Masters. And I'm thinking to myself, you better be getting an absolute monster bag of money. Monster bag. Because, by the way, as NCAA champion, where he is, he would get an exemption of like a year and a half on the PGA Tour to be able to qualify and make some money.
Yeah, I mean, the Masters is very narrow. There's a lot of people who are not allowed to play there.
Yeah,
I would tell you,
they didn't get any money.
If you told me right now, that you could give me $5 million in cash or put me in the Masters tournament this year, I'm taking the Masters tournament this year.
Okay.
I'm taking the Masters tournament. This guy's a moron.
You are a sellout for any amount of money.
But
and now you're flip-flopping that?
Because I can make so much off the Masters this year.
You're not going to win it.
So?
How much would you give up for front row season tickets to Unrivaled?
That'd be cool. It's Miami.
There's no value that you can be placed on that.
Yeah,
no, that is kind of what I think RJ thinks.
So that's worst take number one. Worst take number two.
Do you not read that?
James Harrison. Steelers. He was on the, this is the Debo and Joe pod, saying that Mike Tomlin is not a Hall of Famer, and he gave a very odd reason why.
Is Coach T a Hall of Fame coach, in your opinion?
No.
Okay, so now that's actually crazy. Okay. Yeah, so we're just
the thing I can't give him a Hall of Fame coach for Hall of Fame is because he hasn't made disciples. You're telling me you're a Hall of Fame coach, but no one has followed you. No one has been down the line with you. That can't be the thing. He's the only coach that has coached this long and does not have a tree, bro. Guys are emotionally attached to him.
I'm not gonna not give him the Hall of Fame nod because he's bad at hiring offensive coordinators. When I talk to
and you think that is a thing that he's bad at doing, or do you think that is a thing that he purposely does to keep position and power?
So saying he is not a Hall of Famer because he doesn't have a coaching tree.
That's a bad take.
Now, you want to say he's not a Hall of Famer because he only has one ring? I'm not going to argue with that. Coaches are judged off rings. But because he doesn't have disciples?
What happened between those two? Because he's been putting the hate on Tomlin.
Did Bill Cowher have a big coaching tree? I don't remember a bunch
big chin.
Yeah, he did have that. No doubt about it. All right, next nominee in worst take, the one that I think probably will win, and probably only the one we have time left for. We're nominating Terry Pagula and Brandon Beane for just how they have handled everything coming out of Buffalo this week.
I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice.
It's pretty bad. Everything Buffalo has done, from the report that Sean McDermott was like, hey, guys, I think we're kind of deficient on the roster in these places. And they're like, get the hell out of here. You are fired.
That's important that question wasn't even about Keon Coleman. It was about the broader issue of the wide receivers. And he was like, I'm going to go ahead and
he's like, I know who we're talking about here. I'm voting for Terry Pagula.
Bills are my pick.
Yeah, it's bad. That's bad. That's Bills.
Yeah, I'll agree with
you. You want to nominate Eric?
No, I have no thoughts on that.
Corey,
or have even seen it.
Go Birds. Okay, all right.
Oh,
that's my worst take.
Hey, you can get Eric on the phone.
Hey guys, we'll talk with Jared Sandler at 10:40. We also have Mike Bassick joining us at 12:40 today for Mike Likes It. So we got a little action going on.
Everyone, stay safe. Stay warm.
Do you think that's going to become a big deal?
Stay employed.
Stay happy.
The K&C Masterpiece is next.
The more time.
105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, my mic needs men's tea, Corey Majors.
That's funny. That's good.
The famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? And how is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Gentlemen, I will let you start.
Kevin, I'm starting to feel like this whole weather thing might not be as bad as everybody thinks it's going to be.
Okay.
You know, like we're getting some rain right now. It's going to be around 2 in the mornings when it starts freezing.
Oh, all right.
And I guess it really depends on the amount of precip tomorrow. That's going to be the biggest factor. So I'll keep that opinion. I'm not going to say that opinion on air about. Oh, I guess I just did.
And it probably also depends on what you have to do this weekend.
Well, I mean, obviously, like. There could be people in homes that they lose their power. That could be a problem.
That would suck.
You're right. Like,
freaking Encore, get it together if that happens.
I have already told everybody in the house, hey, we're chilling. All right, that's pretty much it. Don't have any plans to go do a lot of things.
Right.
It's a war zone weekend for Corey, and I am sad too, though. This is essentially the last weekend of football. I know there's a Super Bowl and that's a game. It's a big game. The big game, actually.
Yeah, get ready for those starting next week.
But, like, this is the last weekend where we have multiple games.
Yeah.
And it's like the end of football.
I hear you.
I think the Super Bowl is more of a spectacle. It's an event. It's entertainment. Like, there's going to be a game that happens.
Right.
But there's just so much more involved in it. And so I am a little sad that, like, last weekend was so awesome. The weekend before that was so awesome. We had 2 great, awesome weekends of sports. And now we got this ending, and so it's like an end of an era every year.
Okay.
It's a yearly era end.
No, I understand
but at least with the weather like this, we do get this weekend to be able to see, like, we're just watching some football, y'all. Enjoy it.
From the 817, I have a suite for Saturday's game, but I'm going to be scared to drive there. Yeah, I understand that, and even Jason Kidd, I'm assuming that game is what you're talking about, has said, hey, we're going to keep an eye out on it, but then pointed out that they have storms in the East Coast all the time, and they continue to play those games. So he thinks, or at least it seems as though he thinks, that they're going to still play the game.
Well, looking forward to those things. Lucy's upset that she doesn't get to go to dance on Saturday. She's very upset about this.
Right. So, possibility. If we get snow, maybe she could play in that. I know people are weary of actually getting snow, and instead of getting the stupid
Texas, we get
ice and wintry mix that we mainly seem to get. And it does kind of feel like it's shifted towards we're going to get more of that tomorrow.
Here's what I have done on occasion, though, with Lucy. What I'll do is I'll go to YouTube and pull up a dance class. And
smart.
Move the table in the living room, and then she just sits there and dances with the instructor and stuff like that. And they have stuff that's kind of suitable for her.
That's
and
delightful.
Every once in a while, she'll be like, "Do you want to dance?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I want to dance." I'll hop in there and dance with her and everything, and it's fun, man.
You said hop in there, not hip hop in there.
Hip hop,
right?
hey,
okay.
Hip hop anonymous.
Yes. Hip Hop Anonymous. Well, thank you very much for sharing that lovely parental story.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you guys want to, you know what? Let's go ahead and dive in since we
share your parental story.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a shout out Friday. We have been kind of lax on that for a while. So,
been very busy.
Today, that's
with
true.
With the Taco Buenos and stuff.
Very true. But today, we're going to try our best to really get back into that. And I'm going to go ahead and switch the first segment. Give me cut number 5. Will you? Because we already started talking about the Mavs. So let's do our Mavs and Stars super segment.
Now flag pops out. Nembhard's jumper. It's good. A tray for the rookie Ryan Nembhard. 10-0 run.
And you could also hear Sean Heath in the background right there. Take a look at this. The Dallas Mavericks are victorious once again, really took over in the fourth quarter to win the game. That is their fourth straight victory. And I know this is not the Golden State of old with all of the troubles that they've had, but the Mavericks are victorious, and that's 4 in a row. And take a look at how well they have played at home. For a team that is not very good, it's them being a catastrophe on the road, but being solid at home.
Okay. Yesterday, our friend Chris Arnold, he's a Tolo. He came in and he
is a Tolo.
He had some thoughts about this team, and you said not very good. They're still missing some things.
100%.
But he was very adamant of like, hey, they're not just getting blown out all the time.
You're right.
Like a number 1 overall pick team.
You're right.
You know, they are a competitive basketball team. Is that something a fan base can get behind? Knowing you're not there yet, and that you are building on this, and you're watching the growth. Like, you're seeing it. Cooper Flag is the legit thing.
Sure.
You're seeing other
By the way, I'm so sorry. Did you read the ESPN article with all of the executives and scouts from across the NBA talking about him? It starts out with a quote that's something like, somehow, and I don't understand how, he's even better than advertised.
Yeah.
And the whole entire thing is just filled with people across the league. You'll be like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and then last night, Dirk says, we're not worried about his three-point shooting, insinuating that he's back.
I feel like we've
back
discussed
in the fold.
that. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. No, I think you can get behind this team because you are seeing the younger players being the thing that's trying to drive this.
And that's the thing you've said about adamantly organic tanking.
Absolutely.
Now, here's the deal. What if the organic tanking turns into these young players put us in a position to not have the pick that we would have liked, but they were good?
Look, absolutely. Did I hope that there was going to be a scenario, and it could still play out, obviously, but did I hope there was going to be a scenario where you would be in a position to draft Peterson, DeBonsa, or Boozer? Probably in that order. Sure, I absolutely did. But if you tell me that just turned 19-year-old Cooper Flag is already better than any of us anticipated, great.
And Dwight Powell's going to go out and have double-doubles.
I don't care about that as much.
All right.
And I think you'll see
Mike at 1240.
Yeah. And I think you'll see the theme with this going forward. If you tell me that you're winning and losing based on the strength of Max Christie, who turns 23 next month, Brandon Williams, who just turned 26, Najee Marshall, who's 27, has turned into the float goat. I am okay with all of that.
I love Najee Marshall. I really like.
He might be on the show today.
Today?
Maybe.
That would be awesome. Since the moment that we were first able to acquire him, I was like, I think there's going to be things about this dude that we like. And then watching his play style, there are nights where I'm just like, he's my favorite.
Yeah.
And then other nights where I'm like, good job, Mavericks. But I love. This is a good group. It's a fun group.
And see, and I like that you said that as well, because I'm fine with however that plays out. If the Mavericks with this group, and because, by the way, let's go ahead and throw it out there, Tim McMahon was reporting that Kyrie and the Mavericks have picked up discussions about maybe postponing his return until next season. Okay, well, clearly I love that. But if this is the group that gets you to what, 44 and 38, and
dude, that would be, man, they could get there.
And
that's going to be some work.
Absolutely.
But if they were able to do that, that would be impressive.
And I just wanted to throw that out as, let's just assume Anthony Davis didn't come back, and if Kyrie Irving doesn't come back, you'd have a lot of work to do. But like in my mind, that would be the ceiling. Is you can get to 44 and 38, and that would, like you said, take a lot of work. But if you did, or even if you got to 500 with this group, sure, I would be bummed that you're probably not going to get one of those lottery picks, but I would also be like, holy crap, look at these guys that we have found that are going to be parts of the team. Because we all hoped Najee Marshall for years and years and years was going to be part of the team. Same with Christie. Now all of a sudden you're like, ooh, could Nembhard be in there? Could Brandon Williams be in there? And you started to shift, at least on some of them, be like, they're in. They're going to be a part of this team, as it's not one of the worst.
Lots of texts coming in. Can I get a shout out to my boss, Jason? Sorry, not sorry. I'm off today. Shout out to, hold on, I missed this one.
There are a lot
Shout
of
out to my GM, Justin. Got out of prison a year ago. He took a chance on me, and I'm one of his shift managers now.
Dude, that's badass.
Congratulations to you, man. Keep rocking that thing. Shout out to Blake from Fan After Dark for getting me on the phone and getting this text read.
Oh!
As I explained to him, I've tried to call in and texting, and I got nothing, and Blake was able to make it happen. Appreciate y'all.
Good job.
You know, when it comes to, I'll be honest, dude, I was a listener of Randy Galloway back in the day, and I remember calling in for the first time, and it made my freaking day.
Oh, yeah.
That I called in. I remember hearing one of my texts read on air. It made my day to hear it be read.
Yeah.
And so even to this day, I used to text into GBAG when I worked here. And when Dawson would be like, Corey from K&C says, I would be like, yes, I did it. It's so much fun interacting with them, with the Tolos that way. And also interacting with the Tolos on terrestrial radio and the app. Make sure to download the Odyssey app. That's a great way to do it.
Hell yeah.
The app and regular radios.
From the 858, what's y'all's take on AD's agent demanding a trade by the end of the week? Fake news. Now,
if you're going to make a demand, there needs to be a demand.
Okay. You know what? Actually, well played still, Mike Dunleavy. So that's not real. And here's the reason why it's real. And I'll give some credit to Mark Stein for being one of the national people to step out and be like, well, let's examine the nonsense of that. All right. And by the way, Yahoo and ESPN, I believe, have deleted various versions of that report. Here's why. What kind of sense does that make? The trade deadline's in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, wouldn't the demand be you need to trade him? It makes no sense in the universe that you'd be like, you have to trade him by next week.
I'm curious about
and
this.
I know why that is.
If they're, like, you've already, like, pointed out this, but let's make it make sense real quick. I want it done so I have control over the team that I get traded to.
Kind of. By control of the team he gets traded to. What do you think that means?
A team that's going to give him a contract down the road.
Aha! Agreed.
The way on the front of waiting until the end of trade deadline.
Yeah.
All sorts of teams could jump in the mix.
Sure.
And I want to go to a team that I can get this contract with. And I'm just trying to make that make sense.
Okay, well, I would sit there, and my counterpoint, and I know his agent is the agent, super powerful and all that, and I would sit there and I would be like, all right, go for it.
Yeah.
What's your leverage? What are you going to do, Anthony Davis? And I'm not
play?
Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do? Not play? Check. All right. And so you're like, and what are you going to do? Not play this year? Well, guess what? That's fine because of all of the reasons that we laid out like 6 to 7 minutes ago. And then what are you going to do? Are you not going to play again next year? How's that going to help you get your contract extension? Because make no mistake about it, didn't Rich Paul step out and he's like, oh, yeah, we want a 4-year, $275 million contract extension, which would be the dumbest contract extension in the history of sports, and Josh Hamilton's exists. So that would never, ever happen if you decided to not play or you acted hurt again next year. So my response would be you have no leverage in this situation. Now, if the Mavericks want to trade him before the trade deadline on February 5th, I want to say, then that could definitely happen, especially since he didn't get surgery. But I think you've seen people walk that report back because Mark Stein stepped out and he was like, no, I can find no credible information that agrees with this.
From the 972, shout out to this Whataburger breakfast I'm about to destroy. From the 817.
Oh, will you text back what you got?
I
just want to know.
817, can you shout out my boss Mike for being the GOAT? 469, shout out to my wife in Coppell, owning 2 businesses and still being a badass mom to our 3 kids. Shout out to Encore for having us work 16 hours a day the next 3 days.
Oh,
I think that's a positive. I think they're like, I'm getting paid. And then somebody said, shout out to Corey. Hearing Corey shouting out my son in all his judo tournaments, he's ready to wreck some more kids in a couple weeks.
Nice.
And then somebody said, I feel the same way, Corey. It's like we're really in studio with y'all and part of the show. And you know what? I know a lot of people out there, it's going to be cold. If you can just hang out by the warm glow of a radio, you know, that'll we'll do our best to keep you entertained.
It's like a fireside chat with Roosevelt or something. All right. Well, can I throw out a shout out to, I don't know if she actually wants her name revealed, so I'll keep it from that, but a doctor in Denton she found Brandon's wallet.
Dr. Denton.
Okay, sure. Dr. Denton. She found Brandon's wallet in the parking lot of a grocery store and priority mailed it back to our house because that's the address he had on his driver's license.
So now you know that he lost his wallet.
Yes.
Have you called him?
Oh, no, I saw him.
Did he know that it was missing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw him yesterday. And so I texted him a picture of a priority mail. I thought, because, he'll build computers and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I just was like, it's probably some piece for his computer. I'm not good with technology because I'm an old person. And I just sent him the picture in case he was expecting it. And he goes, oh, my gosh. And I was like, okay. And he goes, a good Samaritan exists in the world. And so my response was, wallet, ? Mm-hmm. And he goes, yes. And so he came back home, picked it up, grabbed the wallet. That is what was in there.
I'm out on Dr. Denton.
What?
Here's the thing, because Brandon, he probably went back and retraced his footsteps. And whenever he went back to that parking lot and he was looking around, no wallet. And he's like, crap. So that's extra panic. If everybody would just leave the stuff on the ground, I know people want to steal. Don't do that either. Just leave it on the ground so when I retrace my footsteps, I can find my stuff.
Alec, I'm going to ask for 45-second extension on this segment, please.
Oh, God.
Corey, you and Brandon deserve to be in Forgiveness Friday. Brandon was very grateful, especially since that lady wrote a note, too. But he also briefly brought up the idea of why wouldn't you turn it into the lost and found at the grocery store. I almost said, get the F out of here to him with Noah, who might be sick, sleeping in the other room, and Jess already asleep because I was enraged by that. And he goes, no, but I'm saying it's so great. But I was like, stop your sentence right there. Be glad that you got your wallet back. But yes, Corey, briefly he thought that same thing, and I am disappointed in both of you.
I think you should be
okay, Boach.
I think you should be appointed, not disappointed.
Okay, well, now you're disappointed that I'm not. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on, that is uncanny, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, props and picks for NFL Championship Weekend right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more...
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Purdy has time. A lot of it. There's just nobody open. Now underneath he goes, and that's intercepted! Ernest Jones has his 6th of the year.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I do, in fact, apologize that the Mavs and Stars Super segment did not actually include the Stars. They lost 1-0. Maybe we'll talk about that game later. They did play well in that game.
We have to.
No, not necessarily. Because right now, we're going to talk about NFL Championship Weekend. I have props for you, and I'm hoping you can provide predictions at some point. Let's start with this. I want you both to think very hard and not just say random numbers. I'm okay either way. Combined
12.
Total points, it's too low.
Right.
Combined total points in the 2 conference championship games.
All right. I'm going to say, so 20, 56 plus 112.
Okay. Alec? Combined total points in the conference championship game, and can you get there in as entertaining of a fashion as Corey Majors?
I don't think I can. The math is happening in my head because it sounds dumber when I say it out loud. I'm going to go with, because old Stiddy having to play, I'm going to say it's going to be a bit lower than you'd think. Give me 75.
Did you hear James Palmer this morning on Shan and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Aiden and all their shows? James Palmer was like, I think they're going to air it out. He was like, he said, he's playing with house money. All he's doing is saying, hey, look, I don't have my quarterback. I'm in this championship game. I'm still doing things. And they're the best defense around in the AFC. Hell, let's just go throw it. Let's go throw the ball. Let's Stiddy rock.
I am very much in favor of this. Alec knows earlier in the week, one of the plays that I recommended to everybody, and you can go get it on Underdog right now, is go higher than half a touchdown pass for Jarrett Stidham. I'm not saying he's going to score all of the touchdowns, but I'm rocking with more than half a touchdown pass. Now, the over-under, 88.5 combined on the 2 conference championship games. Do you believe either game will go to overtime? If you do, 4.5 times to your money.
No.
Sorry, I can't really win you any money the other way.
Then yes.
Then 4.5 times your money.
All right.
Will the broadcast show the Nick Foles tweet that pointed out sometimes the Patriots have trouble in big game situations against backup quarterbacks?
Oh, that's interesting. And I do see like a lot of the people up Northeast are like, media's telling me that we just can't beat Stidham.
Which is so dumb. You're still the favorite and one of the biggest road playoff favorites at this stage in the history of football.
Mm-hmm.
So the media is not against you.
But they do have to go play in Denver.
They do.
I don't know if you've ever heard, Kevin. This is a scientific thing that people haven't really learned enough about.
It's about being mile high. I'm
the
well
altitude
aware.
level is always a bit of a difficult thing to overcome.
Have more teams won at Mile High than are currently members of the Mile High Club. That's not on my betting sheet.
Dude, who actually is a member of the Mile High Club?
I guarantee
it's so difficult.
Somebody listening to our
Those
show right now.
Those bathrooms are so small. Like, it's not even... Now, if you have a PJ, I get it. You know,
it's a private jet, Alec.
You have one of those, I get that. You have all the space, all right, to Tolo go. But Tolo going in a economy bathroom on an airplane for American or Southwest, almost impossible.
Okay. So my question was, do you think they'll show the Nick Foles tweet?
Oh, probably not.
I'm
glad you brought it back to that,
yeah,
though. Thanks.
5.5 to 1 on your money if you think they will. Now, let's cross sports. Which will be higher? LeBron James points on Saturday against the Mavericks or Matthew Stafford completions? To put that in perspective, LeBron James is averaging 22.5 points this year and 25.5 points this month.
Okay, and what was Matt Stafford's number again?
His number of completions.
Number of completions.
So do you think he's going to complete more than, we'll say, 23 to 26 passes? Although, obviously, that number is in flux as well.
I'm going to say it's LeBron James. I'll go with LeBron's number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alec, which will be higher, LeBron's points versus the Mavs or Matthew Stafford completions?
I feel like the weirdness that is the Mavs season is going to include just completely shutting down the Lakers for no good reason. So I would say Matt Stafford's completions. I think they're going to have to throw the ball a little bit, and I think the Mavs are just pointless.
Oh.
From the 817, almost impossible means very possible if you're brave enough.
I have made a statement somewhat similar to that in the past on a public bus.
817, there's a company that you pay will take you up, and it has like roses and a champagne and a bed.
To have sex in their plane?
Oh yeah, they'll just they'll usher you around. Is that the word? No, not that kind of usher. They'll just fly you around while you make sweet love. I wonder I don't need the whole hour, you know?
Yeah. See, I don't want to walk onto the plane with them being like, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not.
Don't worry. We'll shut this curtain.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. These ranch-style doors that will just be closed for you. All right. Next, cross sport. Also, all right. I know.
Yeah, can you get a better group rate?
What are you doing, man? Orgy talk at 10:30 in the morning.
You don't have. You can put up dividers. I bet. You know, if that's what you want, or let it ride.
Oh my God. Which will be higher? Good Lord. Luka Doncic points on Saturday against the Mavericks, or Blake Corum's rushing yards on Sunday in the playoffs. He is averaging 32 yards per game. So he had 45 against Carolina, but only 19 against the Bears. So which will be higher, Blake Corum's rushing yards or Luka's points against the Mavs?
Man, that one right there is fun.
That's good.
I'm going to go with Luka's points.
Okay.
I think that I'm very fascinated to know, does it feel like Luka has been like, I'm going to just wreck shop against the Mavericks every chance I get, or has it just felt like he's been good, but our defense knows that he's what he is?
Yeah, look, he has been very good this season, and his team is fine.
They're 8th. I know, like, do they have talent on the roster? Is it just him? Like, I don't know, but it's fascinating.
They're at 6, but I understand your point.
Okay.
But I get you. All right. What will be Stephon Diggs' longest reception? Let's dive into specifically Bills and Patriots. Or excuse me, Bills and Broncos. Patriots and Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
If I was not on the radio, I would have said that differently. Patriots and Broncos. That's what I got for saying they were 6th. Patriots and Broncos. What will be Stephon Diggs' longest reception?
I'm going to say 20. I'm going to say 22 yards.
Ooh, okay. I like that. Alec?
18 yards.
Oh, over under 18 and a half.
Woo!
That is very nice. Very nice indeed. How many times will Drake May get sacked? He's been sacked 5 times in both of their playoff games thus far. Yet the over-under against Denver is only 3.5.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to take the over on that one.
I think so, too.
I'm going to go with 4.5.
Okay.
There can be 4.5 sacks.
I do not believe that.
For a player.
For a player. That is correct. They don't do that.
Benito has 4.5 sacks.
I could see that. Now, I'm guessing that you guys are not going to want to make this play, but I want you to think about it. Right here, right now, you could make a bet on old Stiddy to be Super Bowl MVP, 20-1 on your money. Super Bowl MVP. So you need 2 more wins.
Can we go back to the Drake May thing real quick? Because I have a question.
Sure.
Do you think that Vegas is looking at that? Obviously, they're trying to get some people to play on it too. But
absolutely,
do you think that they're looking at that and thinking, "Hey, with Stidham out there, maybe this won't be a super high-scoring game because and New England can run the ball more, and that'll protect Drake May more."
Possibly.
I wonder if that's 3.5 still low for what Denver's done this season.
Yeah.
So, but I just was kind of curious. I think maybe they're assuming that there's going to be more running in that game. All right, what was your other question? Take it back.
Stiddy, 20-1 Super Bowl MVP. That intrigue you?
Take it.
I think so too.
Put a crisp $10 bill on that.
See, and I think so too. I don't think that they're even going to win this weekend, but you're 2 wins away and usual Super Bowl MVP discussions away from cashing it 20-1.
Yeah.
I think those odds are worth taking. All right, Rams versus Seahawks. What will be Kenneth Walker's longest run of the day as we move over to the NFC Championship game? What will be Kenneth Walker's longest run of the game?
I think he could have a significant. I'm going to go with 19 yards.
Ooh.
Although he has a lot of 20-yard runs this year.
Alec Medford.
22 yards.
Oh, you guys should both take the over. It is 16 and a half. Although I do wonder if they're baiting us just like last week with Christian McCaffrey. And they were like, ha, good job. Now, Puka Nacua. 26 and a half is his over-under for his longest reception. Would you take the over or the under? 26 and a half yards as his longest reception.
How do you get half a yard?
Well, remember, they set it at half, so there won't be a whole bunch of ties.
All right, so look at this real quick. Since September 11th.
Never forget.
22, 39, 23, 16, 31, 20, 24, 25.
See, I think that's why this number of 26 and a half is perfect, because you have so many numbers straddling on either side of it.
I'll have to take the under.
Okay. Alec, I've got one more.
But he's going to have a 20-something yard catch.
Alec, 26 and a half as the long for Puka. Over or under?
I got to go under. I feel like it'll be really close, though. He'll break 20, but not quite.
Okay, now, final question for now.
Final question.
I would love that every time, especially in interviews. Over under number of receiving yards for Puka Nacua overall in this game.
Number of receiving yards.
So we already established you guys both think you're probably looking at a 20-plus reception.
115.
Okay. Woo! You're going to want to take the over. Alec? Over under number of receiving yards for Puka Nacua in this game.
I think they're still going to try some fun stuff out of the backfield with him, so I think it'll be a lower. Give me 74.
92 and a half. So you guys are kind of equally on other sides of where the over-under lies.
Kevin, Jeremy Fowler is saying the Titans have requested to interview Cowboys defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton for their defensive coordinator position. We kind of saw this coming yesterday when we saw Saleh get the job.
And it
made a lot of sense.
And that's not to say that he will definitely leave, but especially since he interviewed for the DC job and he didn't get it, it obviously makes sense to take an opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, and he was on Saleh's staff in New York, so that makes sense.
If you had to make a wild, as long as we're predicting things right now, a wild prediction, he take that job?
Yep.
Ooh,
I would. I mean, it would make sense to take the job because you're working for a guy you know the defense he wants, and you just had a new defensive coordinator come in here and take this from you.
Yeah,
not this from you, but now you don't know what Christian Parker wants
either. Yeah, that's fair. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk the Rangers trade with Texas Rangers broadcaster and knower of all things baseball, Jared Sandler, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, you'll take the strikeout there. A quick inning. That is 14 in a row retired by Mackenzie Gore.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we'll fire up some baseball nuggets by going to the D&M Leasing Hotline to talk with Texas Rangers broadcaster, knower of all things baseball. It is Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
First sports question. What do you think about Phillip Rivers being interviewed to be the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
I just saw that. Wouldn't that be something? I was just... Did he play the Bills this year at all? I didn't have time to look to see if they played against one another in his brief stint back as a quarterback.
I'm on it.
I don't believe so.
Jaguars,
Yeah.
Niners, Seahawks. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. It would have been kind of funny if he played them and he's just doing
impressive.
all this networking. Like, yeah, hey, like if you guys fired McDermott, I'd be interested. Just let me know. I'm gonna go play this game against you guys, but. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, but that seems to be the way of, coaching in a lot of these sports. It seems like, the traditional way of becoming a head coach has changed a lot over the last decade. And we've seen people go from broadcaster to major league manager. We've seen, same thing in the NBA with JJ Redick going from broadcaster to head coach. And we've obviously, seen the traditional path for the NFL head coach, but we've seen guys take some non-traditional routes. So it'd be interesting. I'm all for outside the box thinking. If he's the right guy, I don't know that he needs to go through the whole coordinator linear track. And I've said this to you guys and several others before. I understand why being a good coordinator makes someone a candidate for a head coach, but being a good coordinator doesn't mean you're going to be a good head coach. And being a bad coordinator doesn't mean you're going to be a bad head coach, because the skill sets don't have total overlap.
Do you think that head coach and stuff like that is the only major job our country has started to fill in unconventional ways?
I'm going to...
Hey,
so
the Rangers,
big bear trap.
The Rangers made a trade, and we can talk about all five of the prospects. I wanted to kind of zero in on two of them, if you don't mind, to get your thoughts about Abby Ortiz. And then I'm bummed. I understand you got to give something to get something about Alejandro Rosario, because just going back a couple of years before he got hurt, he looked like he would have been potentially a lock for this rotation in 26.
Yeah, Rosario's an interesting story. He was a big-time high school prospect, went to Miami, and the numbers just never really materialized. His fastball had good velo, but because of the shape and all the things we can assess and analyze these days, it didn't play very effectively. And then the Rangers got him in their system, and the Rangers, to their credit, and this is kind of a part of the Mackenzie Gore conversation too, but they've done a really good job with developing pitching here over the last 5 to 10 years at all levels, including at the big league level. And Alejandro Rosario, certainly a success story. The fact that he was in a position to be used to get a guy like Mackenzie Gore is a credit to the Rangers. There were thoughts and hopes that he would obviously be pitching for the Rangers. Tommy John got in the way of that, and he's not going to really be on a mound a whole lot this year. But yeah, he's definitely an interesting guy, someone who's had a lot of talent. I don't want to say he mirrors Mackenzie Gore, but two guys who had this big reputation for dominating, and it didn't totally take that natural progression. And then with Abby Ortiz. He's also a really, really neat story. He's had a lot of success at the minor league level, and we've talked before about Rangers prospects who, they have this, this reputation or this ranking or whatever, but the results just aren't there. Well, Abby Ortiz's results are there, but I think some of the questions are, hey, he's a 5'10" first baseman. He's a first baseman DH. He's played a little outfield. That's not, he's really not an outfielder. What's the upside? Last year in Round Rock, he hit really well. He showed he can hit AAA pitching. I think there are folks who believe that he can hit, but I think that first, you look at like the market for a guy like Vinny Pasquantino. He is an immobile first baseman who just had a 3,100 season, but he's not a guy who the market values a ton because a lot of the data out there suggests that those guys are a little more replaceable. And I think that, if Avi Ortiz was Vinny Pasquantino, that would be a huge thing for Avi Ortiz. I don't know that he gets to that level, and just because of some of the lack of versatility in that regard, I think, that makes a guy like him a little more expendable. I will say it seemed like the Nationals took the approach with the 5 guys they got, save for Gavin Fein, who maybe is a little more boom or bust, but higher floor, lower ceiling. And I think Avi Ortiz is kind of that type of guy.
Jared, when you were talking about development of pitching, we love Mike Maddox. We all love Mike Maddox. He was exceptional. Is there somebody else that's helping in the development of pitching because Maddox is no longer here?
Yeah, I think Jordan Teagues deserves a lot of credit. He's a guy who, we talk about paths to becoming, a coach or higher leverage position. He's someone who worked in the Rangers farm system. He joined the Rangers, I think, in 2019. And has been a pitching coach at minor league levels. He was a pitching coordinator. He's a guy who, really is advanced in the pitch shape and pitch sequencing. And he paired so well with Mike Maddox, who that wasn't really what Mike did as much. Mike was, game planning and just getting guys to believe in their stuff. But there so many guys in this organization, even before Jordan Teagues joined the Rangers big league staff, would talk about him. And so the fact that the Rangers felt good enough about Jordan Teagues to take over in that role, I think says a lot about, their confidence and belief in him, because you guys know, Chris Young was a pitcher, and, the pitching thing is super important to him, and he wasn't just going to hand the keys to the car to anyone. And so there's a whole group of people, right? Dave Bush, who's been on staff, he deserves credit. There are people up and down through the system. Todd Walther, who's been a part of the organization, overseeing pitching organization-wide, deserves credit. And there's so many people, but for Rangers fans, when they go to a Rangers game, they want to see a coach in uniform who deserves some credit for it. I think Jordan Teagues is the first guy you need to look to.
Hey, I know I'm going to ask this in a sarcastic fashion, and I apologize in advance for that, but Chris Young knows that we need offense to win games too, right?
You sound like Bobby Belt. Yes, no, he does. And, I talked to Bobby earlier on the station, and Bobby, he never, I'm sure he did. And Bobby said that, the Rangers, Chris Young has never really gone after hitting, and that's not true. Now,
and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this year.
You're not. I know you're not. So I think here's the challenge, and I want to say something about the financial part before we go into that.
Right.
Whether the Rangers win 70 games or 97 games, the financial the financial opportunity that they have compared to teams like the Guardians and the Brewers and whatnot is not prohibitive. There's, and I think Chris Young would be the first person to tell you they've got more than enough money to win a World Series, to win however many games is needed to, for this season to be considered a successful season, which for some of the organization, it's World Series or nothing. I know fans might have different scales on that, but it does maybe, act prohibitively. And all right, do you want to go and get Kyle Tucker? Do you want to go and trade for Luis Robert and, take chance there? And do you extend and all that stuff? I don't know. So you look at what they have. All right. Well, you got Josh Young at third. You got Corey Seager at short. Second base is open. First base, is Jake Berger potentially with a platoon. But in the outfield, you've got Evan Carter, you got Wyatt Langford, and now you got Brandon Nimmo. And you did make I think a big upgrade with Brandon Nimmo. Your catching spot is now in a much better position offensively with Higgy and Danny Jansen compared to Higgy and Heim. But there's not a lot of, unless you were to move Josh Young or move one of these guys, there's not a lot of room. And so, I think the big thing that they need is for these guys to be better. They need Josh Young to be better. And we talked to Josh about this on Monday. He knows that. They need Evan Carter to be better, and they need him to be healthy. You need Wyatt Langford to take a step forward. You need Jock Peterson to just be I said this morning, 75% of who he was in 2024. And you've got a guy who is now going to be a good contributor. Jake Berger to be better. Now, the reality is, and we talked about this, are all of those guys going to be better? Or is the answer to all of those wishes going to come true? No, but you don't need them all to come true. If half of those things happen, this lineup is going to be, at worst, a league average lineup, and a league average lineup with arguably the best rotation is a group that can win games and play in the playoffs. And gosh, get in the playoffs with Evaldi, DeGrom, Mackenzie Gore, Jack Leiter, whatever it looks like. That's a pretty salty group there.
Hey, so when I'm looking, thank you first of all for a very well thought out explanation. I appreciate it.
Kevin, can I just add one quick thing?
Yeah.
I understand. I'm not trying to homer this up here. The Rangers have underachieved offensively the last 2 years. There's no doubting that. I just think, realistically speaking, they weren't, maybe my mind was so set on they weren't going to be players for some of these, big dollar free agents.
Yeah, I hear you.
They've got guys who people thought made up a top 5 lineup in baseball last year. People thought the Rangers had one of the most lethal lineups in baseball prior to last season starting. And so they've still got a lot of those guys, and they just need those guys to be the guys who they thought they were going to be. And then you've actually got a pretty good lineup. It's not like, one of these lineups when you look at their zero track record, no skins on the wall. This isn't like the 2021 Rangers, right? It's a different look. We just need these guys to, do what is expected of them.
Okay, so if I can play devil's advocate to that then.
Sure.
Do you understand the concerns, or do you maybe share any of these concerns?
Understand them.
Okay, because what I worry about is you saw the best from Josh Young, and it was short-lived, and he's not going to get back to that. Jock Peterson is aged out of being anything like he could be in 2024. The Mets were not sad to get rid of Brandon Nimmo either, just like the Rangers weren't sad to get to Marcus Semien. Do you think those are all fair concerns?
So, I think with Jock Peterson, there's no, if he was 38, that'd be one thing. And again, I don't need Jock Peterson to have a 900 OPS.
I hear you.
That's great. But if he has just a 775 OPS, more than 100 points below what he did in 2024, then again, that's a lot better than he was last year, right? With Brandon Nimmo, I think there's some other factors that played a role maybe.
Yes.
There have been reports about just clubhouse and tug of war stuff and other extracurricular things. You can go to the New York Post. I'm sure they're all over that.
Well, much like the person we shipped out in exchange for him.
Absolutely. Now, I think one thing the Mets felt like they wanted was an upgrade defensively at second, right? They felt like they needed that. They needed to improve in that regard, and they didn't seem to care as much because they have – when you get Juan Soto, your lineup looks a lot differently. And maybe it makes guys more expendable in their mind. I don't know. But the Rangers needed Brandon Nimmo's skill set. I think that was just a good fit. Now, Brandon Nimmo, is he what's 2025 or 2026 going to look like? I think that's a fair question to ask. Absolutely. And with Josh Young, I get it too. I get all the concerns. I think I don't know, the same things for those people who are concerned. I had someone say, why haven't they traded this guy or that guy? Well, let me, ask who you're wanting to get traded. And I'm sure that, I don't want to say all, because some front offices do dumb things, but 27 of the other 29 teams see similar things. And so the value might not be there. You might not be getting back what you would want. And maybe it's better to just bet or take a chance that guy can maybe take a step forward, right? Or return to even a 50th percentile outcome. I know you guys got to go.
Yeah, we got to go.
I get it. I get the concerns and the frustrations, no doubt about it.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, buddy.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Forgiveness Friday.
1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday, and I'm going to start out with an anticipatory Forgiveness Friday. I need the Rangers to ask for some forgiveness because tonight MLB is releasing their top 100 prospects, and I do believe the Rangers will have one player on the list.
Because they traded all the other ones away? Or would those guys have been on that list?
And the sad part is, if that trade wouldn't have happened, maybe they might have had two. But they still might have only had one because they only have one player in all of the individually positioned categories, and that's, of course, Sebastian Walcott. Let me just give you a comparison. They have none of the top 10 outfielders. The Dodgers have 3. So this is probably not fair, but I want the Dodgers to ask for forgiveness for being too good. They develop players and spend money. That's not fair.
Yeah, and they're a fascinating thing. Kevin, I'm trying to think here. You have a lot of veteran players on this team. Our farm system is missing.
Mediocre at best.
Is there a way to fill that back up?
Yeah.
And also be a competitive team at the same time? Or do you have to say, we have reached the limit with this thing, and it's time to trade off every asset we have in veterans, and now look at the future of this franchise?
So I think one of the issues is we have not chosen that path, right? And I understand. You're 2 years removed from winning the World Series. And Chris Young views it as, like Jared said, you have Jacob deGrom, you have Nathan Eovaldi, you just made the move for Mackenzie Gore, and obviously you saw a huge improvement from Jack Leiter last year. You have to be thinking to yourself, because that's part of the way the Rangers even won the World Series, is if we could just get into the effing playoffs.
Well, that too, but one thing that you know is always valuable around trade deadline time is pitching.
Yes.
So that's another thing.
So
if you have it to trade, you have it there available.
I think the issue is going to be...
Are we good enough at trade deadline?
Well, yeah.
Let's go for it.
I don't think we're going to be bad enough, right? Because of the expansion, the wild card, and everything is, I don't think you're going to be bad enough to be out of the mix. And with this move for Mackenzie Gore, although obviously, Mackenzie Gore is under contract for 2 more years. He's part of arbitration, so that'll be very reasonable. But you made this move because you're thinking, man, he's a good pitcher who could really help us right now to make that next run for it. But then if you think about it on the other side, your trade value is kind of limited outside of that. You just traded for Brandon Nimmo. You didn't trade a lot for him, and the demand's not high for him. Jock Peterson, I imagine the demand is nothing for him right now. Look, Josh Young is going to be back on this team. I still think questions were at least asked, or flyers were at least sent out. Hey, do you want Josh Young? And I don't think he's still on the team because we got too many good offers.
Wow.
That's just my opinion.
Okay, all right.
I think they tried to trade Josh Young just like they traded Marcus Semien. I think it's a different scenario than Corey Seager, when I also think they would have traded him, but I think that's different in terms of they needed to be like, whoa, what are you offering me?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take a look. I think they did try to at least have conversations about moving on from Josh Young, and people weren't interested. What in the world do you think you would get for Evan Carter right now? So there are so many issues on this team with players that you would be more willing to get rid of. So my hope is, one way or another, by the time we get to the trade deadline, that the Rangers will be firmly in competition for something, or they'll be so far out of it that unfortunately you'll have to be like, sell it.
Yeah.
Sell it all. Let's rebuild it.
Look, man, and that's down the road.
Sure.
Season hasn't even started yet, Kevin. You're already trying to trade everything away.
No? What was the first part I said? The first part I said was, I hope we're in competition for something.
It's not what I heard. I heard the last part.
I know that you did.
All right, well.
So there's that. And plus, stupid Dodgers. All right. Now, we didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday, but Giannis's teammates need to ask for forgiveness.
Why? What did they do?
That team is not good. Not good at all. And Giannis said after their loss on Wednesday night, we're not playing hard. We're not doing the right thing. We're not winning. We're not playing together. Our chemistry's not there. Guys are being selfish, trying to look for their own shots instead of looking for the right shot for the team. Guys trying to do it on their own. At times, I feel like when we're down 10, 15, 20, we try to make it up in one play, and that's not going to work. And so that has started the narrative of, are we sure that Giannis is not trying to get himself traded?
Oh, dude, he's been trying to get himself traded.
And so that's go back to his, I don't know if you'd label it passive-aggressive when he was like, well, I would never ask for a trade.
So
maybe Giannis needs to ask for
that being
forgiveness.
said, like he now he's saying I'm going to call out my teammates, which all that incentivizes the front office to do is go get you new teammates or change the coach.
And he's like, that's not what I was saying.
Yeah, so he does definitely, but he's not going to do it because he's smart. He doesn't want Milwaukee fans to hate him.
Yeah,
which I don't know. Does it really matter if Milwaukee fans hate you? Like, how many of them are there?
I would be sad about that because I just think about the Nuggets
in the grand scheme of things. How many of them actually are there?
Man, okay, so I feel like Corey is lumping the Milwaukee Bucks in with the Los Angeles Chargers, and that's just unfortunate. Now, I do have a serious Forgiveness Friday, and this one it's crazy.
Guys, we potentially will have Brandon Williams at around noon today.
Oh, we love Brandon Williams. So, I know you don't know who this is unless you know everything in the world. Maybe you do. Reese Donatelli.
Okay. He was a Ninja Turtle.
No, it's a girl.
All right.
Reese Donatelli is 4 years old. But that is well played. So, she likes to make football predictions. And
what in the world is this?
I know. And her dad on social media would post them. Be like, hey, here's what my 3-year-old thinks. Here's what my 4-year-old thinks. He's done this for a little bit. And her picks were hitting with surprising accuracy. But this playoffs, they have not been hitting. And her dad has spoken out. There was an article about this in the Los Angeles Times saying that the family is receiving death threats because the 4-year-old did not predict the football game right, with multiple people saying you owe us thousands of dollars.
No, you made the bet, not her. And did she ever claim, and I don't know this because I don't follow, but did she claim I am an analyst?
No.
Or did she hey, her dad, I love this. Her dad said she's picking teams based on the color of her dress, or that she's the Packers because she likes cheese.
Yes. Even Cardi B, during an Instagram Live, said that little white girl said we were going to win. F that B. And then
come on.
She immediately was like, oh, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah.
Because I think and I know hers was kind of in a more, a joking way, but I think even immediately then she's like, no, that's not what I meant. But there are other people.
About her to a concert.
Yeah, there are other people, that's fair, maybe a different concert.
On stage.
There are other people who legitimately, even if they're just keyboard warriors, to be like, hey, I'm going to kill you and your family. That's what a crazy person does.
That's crazy stuff right there, dude.
Yes.
That's crazy stuff. Come on. And if you lose a bet, you made the bet.
Yes.
Take responsibility.
Yeah. And be like a normal person and be like, I made the right bet. The players just didn't play right. All right? And don't take it out on the players. Just internalize. Mm-hmm. That's how I get over it every time I don't win a play on Underdog. Mm-hmm. I'm like, no, I made the right plays. They just didn't do it right.
They just weren't paying attention to what I needed them to.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I know a lot of people worry about this with sports gambling. I enjoy sports gambling because it's fun, but I also don't think, hey, I got to make my rent money or whatever. I'll never understand that, and then you lashing out at the other people, and I'm like, that's not their fault.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Oh, that's ridiculous.
It really is. All right. Did you see that the first person was sentenced to prison for the NBA betting scandal? You remember we've had conversations.
I thought this was a Joe Thomas situation where you're like, the first person has been sentenced to prison.
No.
And I was like, whoa.
No, the first person in the sweeping conspiracy charges that Terry Rozier was brought in on this, Jonte Porter was brought in this, Timothy McCormick, a self-proclaimed gambling addict, he received 2 years in prison for his role in the NBA gambling scandal.
Really?
Yeah. And I think it was his attorney who said, look, I don't believe the conduct Mr. McCormick engaged in defines him. He has an addiction. And I get that. I do. But I also can see how the legal system would be like, we hear you, but you still broke the laws, and so you have to pay to a certain degree. He could have been sentenced for up to 4 years in prison, and instead he got 2 years in prison. So you do like to see that, like, hopefully they're taking these things seriously, where people are actively cheating the game or breaking laws.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And then I threw this one out earlier with Shan and RJ for my worst take is Bomani Jones said Matthew Stafford is the new Josh Allen, which is weird because Matthew Stafford has won a Super Bowl. And then added he's the least scrutinized number 1 pick in the history of no number 1 overall picks, which is clearly discernibly provably false. And then added, if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl, shut this Hall of Fame thing up. Let's say the Rams lose this weekend 65-0 and Matthew Stafford retires. Is he a Hall of Famer? I think he's already a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to win the MVP this year, I
believe. We pointed out all the things, like the credentials that he did need, and he did it.
Right. Winning that MVP would certainly help. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus Michael Irvin sets the record straight. Next on The Fan. Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, around 12:40, 12:45, we're going to have Mike Bassick on, hopefully to just talk about baseball and none of his other nonsense. And we've got...
I don't know if you know or not, but that's right around Mike Likes It.
I know.
Let's take a load off
and
Friday.
I am concerned about that. But also at noon o'clock or thereabouts, we're going to have Brandon Williams on the show. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, probably my favorite sound all week. Michael Irvin has had enough with your jokes on social media. We'll hear from the playmaker himself here in a matter of minutes. But first, we go to the National Day Calendar, as we always do. Do it right on the wake up. Told you guys plenty of times. I wake up at 5 in the morning so I can go get a workout in before the show.
Right.
I shut the alarms off. That's the first thing I do so I don't get annoyed by a second alarm going off. Then I pull up the National Day Calendar because it's must-see. It's the most must-see thing in my life right now. And we see today is National Measure Your Feet Day.
Why? I already know what my foot measurement is.
Do they still have the little metal things at the shoe stores?
Yes. Yeah, I saw they're underneath the little sitting areas at like Academy.
I didn't know if we'd developed better technology.
And here's one. They have like a foot pad. You just put your foot on it. It already has the thing out. Like it has multiple sized feet.
That makes sense.
You can kind of figure out where your foot is.
Huh. I think I know where mine is. It is National Activity Professionals Day.
What does, like a softball coach
Yeah, so it is observed on the fourth Friday in January and takes place on January 23rd today. This year, it's a special day to recognize and honor all the activity professionals who care and provide active experiences for the residents in nursing homes.
Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
It's actually wholesome. I like that. Today is National Handwriting Day. So a day of non-observance for Fred Davis and Will Chambers. And probably myself most times.
Do you have bad handwriting or you don't write things down?
No, I still have like the journalism classes in me of like, just get the information down as quick as you can, and it doesn't matter as long as you can tell what it is.
Shorthand it, yeah.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
I gotcha.
I am that way. Tim Collins has bullied me for the way I write certain numbers in the past. Not the best at it. When I actually try, I have good handwriting. It's just I don't try most of the time.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt here. This isn't breaking news.
Oh, and it's not about handwriting?
One of our Tolos has posted on Facebook that his dog is going to be in the puppy bowl.
Cool.
And I'm like, how do you get your dog in the puppy bowl? This is amazing.
I know. I thought all the dogs in the puppy bowl were like dogs up for adoption.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah.
That's news to me. That's cool.
Hey, you can ask CA all about it because his dog was in the puppy bowl a couple years ago.
Your face, Kevin.
I don't know why I didn't ask him to begin with.
You should always ask Chris Arnold.
Yeah.
No matter what.
He's been involved in like every single thing
to ever exist. So yeah, those are the big holidays today outside of National Pie Day.
Gross.
I mean, you're going to have a lot of free time this weekend, I think,
I hate that he hates pie.
I think pie is lovely.
It doesn't make any sense that he hates pie. There's no reason.
It's weird.
No legitimate
the texture's weird outside of the one euphemistic pie, but the texture's weird.
Well, I guess this part will make you happy. All these national holidays suck, so I have my own question of the day.
Dunk on the holiday calendar.
Yeah, so usually it doesn't let me down, but I was thinking with the circumstances that surround our weather forecast for the upcoming, 72 hours.
Right.
You're probably, if you don't have to work, if you are an essential worker, shout out to you, because I'm not going to do any of that driving stuff this weekend. But you're probably going to have a lot of free time on your hands.
Yes.
And so I default to some of my comfort TV shows and movies. So what are the go-to comfort TV shows and movies that you go to when you're stuck in the house? 877-881-1053.
Mine is definitely The Simpsons, specifically seasons 2 through 8. That I'll be there for, and I know for my wife, she can watch The Office or Golden Girls at any time.
That was a big player in Pluribus.
Yes, it was.
Which I didn't understand. I'm going to be honest. I remember watching Golden Girls like when my grandma would watch them.
That show's dirty.
I don't think I remember anything from that show, though. Like, it just doesn't,
Yeah, okay. I don't. I remember
I would be more apt
bit.
to check out Silver Spoons or Different Strokes.
Sure.
Again, which brings up your family name,
Not my family.
The Drummonds.
That's her old family name. We got rid of that.
Oh, wow.
I'm just kidding.
The old family's gone.
I'm just kidding.
Dang. A lot of people saying Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers is really good. Blood in, Blood out.
Sangre por sangre. If you've never heard that story, when I used to work at the Blockbuster, I actually was the manager of the Blockbuster, and then I got fired. At Forest and Audelia, we get asked about that movie all the time. I begged corporate and the other stores in the general DFW to give me more copies of that, because every single effing day they'd be like, why do you only have one copy of that? And I was like, I don't know. I have tried to get more.
For me, it's any of the Bourdain shows. I will flip those on. I like his writing style. He's sarcastic. He's crass. He's got all these different, approaches to it, and he reads it like he's reading what he wrote.
Okay.
He does read it like he's just reading something that he wrote and going through it. But also, if if you can't travel, this is a way to kind of get your mind in one of those modes of like, oh, this is what it's like to be out there in the world just a little bit. So
do you think that fills that void more or makes you more want to travel?
A little bit of both. It does fill it sometimes, but then I'm like, when I've gone on vacations to places that I know that I saw, there will be something I want to check out that he did. So that's and I got a book too. So like those things help.
And I know you will love this from the 501, wherever that is. They said Brockmire.
Dude.
Corey and I both watched the first episode of Brockmire yesterday.
Great decision on our part.
Don't get Lucied.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you didn't use that term.
I could see that.
Again.
I could see that.
Ever, please.
It's a prominent player in the show, but yeah, now that I think about it, I could see why you would not care for that. Well, never mind.
Yeah. Thanks for making that easy transition for me, Kevin. As always, from the 972, my show is Everyone Loves Raymond. That's a good.
I've never seen that show.
Dude.
Wow, that actually shocks me because there's plenty of things you have seen that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
I watched this a lot.
Maybe it's because I was too busy tracking down these nonsense movies.
Probably. Alec, I watched that show a little, just enough, kind of like I did with Seinfeld, just enough to go, I know a couple episodes. But there was one episode where Robert would put his spoon on his chin before he would eat.
Yeah.
And whenever I did that to Adrian when we got married with the cake. I put it on her chin and then gave her the cake. Jeez. And her mom was like, I can't believe you did that. And Adrian was laughing really hard because we had just seen that episode.
Yeah.
So I still love that to this day.
Nice.
Hey.
Let's see. From the 321, Smiling Friends. I've heard a lot about that show.
Is that an animated show?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think it pushes the boundaries on certain contexts and stuff. It's probably not super family friendly.
Okay.
From the 430 Scrubs. That's an all-timer.
New Scrubs is coming out in like a month.
Yeah, is it going to be as good, you think?
Well, it can't be as bad as that last season of Scrubs. Teaching hospital, get serious.
Huh. Let's see, from the 469, The Office, Parks and Rec. Those are going to be some popular players for people.
Can I ask a question about that if anyone feels the need to clarify? Do you limit both of those? Like, do you say, I'm going to watch The Office anytime, whenever, as long as it's seasons 2 through 7? Or do you, like, say the same thing about Parks and Rec? You're like, as long as it's not season 1, then I will watch.
Interesting. I don't know.
I'm curious about that.
See, I went through a phase probably in high school where I just felt like anything that was popular I had to hate. And, being a student of the one famous Nate Wood, he is a massive Office fan, so it felt like he had at least... You set the over-under for his hour-and-a-half class for 6.5 Office references and jokes. So, and everybody in the class thought it was the most hilarious thing. I'm like, I've never seen the show, and I never will because of this. So I've never seen it.
Okay.
And it will probably continue to be that
because
same
of your
fact.
hatred for Nate Wood.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Because, working with Kevin, the one-liners and the jokes, it gets to a point, Majors.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It gets to a point.
Yes, you.
Oh.
From the 214. It sounds more than accurate to me. From the 214, the Lord of the Rings trilogy every time.
Man, I wish that could be it. My wife hates those movies so much. She hates them.
I've never made it through one.
She made it through the first one and was like, this is the worst.
I fall asleep every single time I've put them on. And I'm sure they're great movies. I just happen to fall asleep every time.
I like them a lot.
I think they're pretty cool. I'm not like a massive fan of them, but I have watched all of them because my dad, growing up, was a massive fan. Like, he's not a big reader, but that was one of the few books that he actually read was The Hobbit.
Yeah, no, I didn't read the books.
Yeah, so like that's how you know if he actually likes something, he'll read the book.
See, and I think that's a different thing. I think the Hobbit movies suck, but I think Lord of the Rings is awesome. Yeah, because they were like, hey, let's turn one Hobbit book into 3 movies, and you're like, what? Instead of let's make 3 movies out of 3 books, and I don't care for the Hobbit movies because they had like that one dinner party scene in the first one that's stupid and it's like 6 hours long.
But wasn't it like 2 pages in the book?
Yeah, because they were like, well, crap, dude, we only got 1 book, and I think it's smaller than every singular book of the other movies we've made.
It's valid. I'm not going to lie. You kind of changed my mind on some stuff about that. And I kind of hate it because that was a big chunk of my childhood. Thanks for ruining that,
I love the Lord of the Rings, though.
Sure. I bet you do.
Sorry.
Appreciate the interaction there. 877-881-1053, your go-to comfort movies and TV shows as we're going to be iced in this weekend here in the Metroplex. And
do you have any thoughts like Corey that maybe like you'll see the weather tomorrow and Sunday and you'll be like, all right, it's cold. It's kind of whatever.
I got to make sure. I got to check the rain level tomorrow because if it rains as much as I think it might.
Thunder, sleet.
Yeah.
Thunder, sleet.
I'm gonna play it by ear, honestly. I don't have any like flashy opinions about it. I just know that it's gonna be cold, and I hate the cold, so I will be inside.
Yeah, the lows for the next 3 days are like 18, 12, and 9 or something.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty. The rain tomorrow, 96% now. So that went up after what I saw this morning. So
I will be next to my fake fireplace all weekend.
Ooh, I love my real fireplace.
Oh, look at you.
We have a real fireplace that we use for decoration and storing Noah's things. It doesn't get used for its actual purpose anymore.
Well, this is entertaining, and this might be something you want to watch over the weekend. The White House with Michael Irvin on Netflix.
Oh.
He's got plenty of things to say. And here, he was talking about, the whole belt-to-ass celebration he was doing throughout the end of the college football season for his Miami Hurricanes. And there was a lot of people on social media that said maybe he's still dabbling in some stuff that he used to dabble in.
Oh.
And he wanted to address that head-on his show on Netflix.
That's the part that tripped me out, too. Right?
Thank you.
I'm right there in front of the camera for 5 hours. So after the game, I do a little belt thing, and everybody sends me all the stuff. Man, Mike, right now, he coked out right now. He all on coke. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. Wait. First of all, y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. Y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. And I hadn't partaken in 20 years. But if you got some 5-hour stuff, let me know. That's just what I'm saying, man. Like, stop it. Like, stop saying this stuff. You know what I mean? You've been looking at me for the last 5 hours. There's no way I can do something on this sideline.
He said if you got some 5-hour stuff, though.
I actually did not know that cocaine didn't last for 5 hours, so I appreciate that information.
It just sounded like a long amount of time. I wouldn't know, but I'm like, you know what? That's fair. But he was like, if you do got some 5-hour stuff, it's been like 20 years, but go ahead and...
How long does it last? And
I don't know.
How much do you need to get it to last 5 hours?
Go to the fan text. You'll get...
that's why I asked.
Nobody has ever tried it on the fan text.
Now, who's being naive? We're the K&C Masterpiece.
You're telling me that nobody's ever texted in on coke.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I'll take the over on that. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we got another new NFL coach next right here on The Fan.
Windshield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now...
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Going end zone. Puka Nacua, and just like that, Los Angeles is on the board. Nacua with his third catch of the drive. It's a 14-yard touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with this. The Eagles are interviewing Bobby Slowick for their offensive coordinator position. So if you want to keep tabs on other teams, obviously we've been talking all about the Cowboys coaching moves and grooves over the last few weeks. So there's an update for you on the Philly front. All right, let's go from that to Jesse Minter as the new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. Now, it felt like we were about to discuss this 2 days ago, and then, or was it yesterday? And then the news broke about the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, because they're like, oh, Minter pulled out of one of these races. Is he about to be a head coach? And it was like, oh, the Cowboys got their new DC, and we got distracted. But he is going to be the new Ravens head coach. And so what I find really interesting, and Corey, I know you have a different angle on this that's really interesting, is the Chargers got rid of a whole chunk of their staff because they were like, you're garbage. But then this part's like, you're so good, you get to be a head coach.
Yeah, and the other part of it is it weird, Alec, that Jim Harbaugh's defensive coordinator replaced his brother?
I didn't even think about that part.
That is weird.
Yeah. That's very odd. It's like we like the idea that runs through the lineage of this family so much, but we don't want to associate your name to the team anymore. It's so weird.
I feel like the Ravens have such great marketing opportunities here now. Minter is coming.
I love that one.
It'll be a Minter winter. You know, like there's just so many different. Look, I started with the best one, Kevin. Okay. All right, I should have gone in reverse order here. I get it, but I think there's just lots of good marketing options with his name.
Okay, I love the first one. Gray Udinsky is having another interview with the Browns on Friday. If you're him, do you ask the Browns, is it true that Mike McDaniel turned down your head coaching job to be a coordinator? Is that a fair question to ask in your interview?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, why'd that happen? And they're like, we don't know.
Yeah.
Look at this place.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Why would he ever turn this down? We got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah. That one area where nobody lives.
The lake that caught on fire.
A lot of housings.
Yeah. In case you missed it earlier, the Bills, who are a very serious football franchise, are interviewing Phillip Rivers to be their new head coach. So there's that.
They are a very serious football franchise.
Are they?
With a very serious fan base. Kevin, if you watched Holiday Touchdown...
Stop talking about that movie!
I'm just saying. They are serious, but having Phillip... I don't know. Can Phillip Rivers go from coaching high school... You know what? He can prove anything. Didn't he just go into the NFL and start throwing touchdowns again?
Not really. I mean, he threw passes. All right. So... Next up, Sam Darnold. He remains limited with an oblique. This was the thing last week. Didn't really seem like it hurt them at all. So just something to keep an eye out on just in case. Now, let's talk about Davante Adams. Did you know that Davante Adams, this is his 5th appearance in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, the 3-time All-Pro is 0-4 in such games, all of them previously coming with the Green Bay Packers. Do you have any personal level of interest
for him
in rooting? Yeah, rooting for him.
Yeah, I was actually just talking about this with Aiden, who's a huge Packers fan.
He is.
And Davante Adams' fantasy football helped with this. Like, he was one of those dudes that they were just like, feed him the ball over and over and over and over, do everything you can to get him the ball, and Aaron Rodgers knew how to. And it was aesthetically pleasing to watch. It really was with those two and the way that they did that. So that's I am kind of pulling for him. I know people they hated the way he forced his way out of the Raiders to go to the Jets with Aaron Rodgers and then left the Jets to go to the Rams. But some people hated the way that was. I understand it, but I am still rooting for the dude. That'd be nice to see a guy that I thought has been one of the best receivers for quite some time now get that opportunity to actually go to the Super Bowl.
Cowboys fans and Corey Majors, is there any part of you that would rather have Carson Schlesinger over Tyler Booker?
Oh, seeing how bad our defense was last year, it would be a great fix. I do love Tyler Booker, though. So I'll say no.
You started to think about the offensive line without him.
Oh, yeah. Think about that for a minute. Yeah. Oof.
Exactly.
But no, I like the player, but I do like having Tyler Booker.
So the reason why I threw that out there is because NFL did their redraft, and they have Tyler Booker going 13 to the Dolphins, and we take Schlesinger instead, the presumptive defensive rookie of the year. Maybe somebody will talk to at the Super Bowl. Now, I have a couple of mini NFL overreaction or reality questions for you. Overreaction or reality? Rams Seahawks is the main event of NFL Championship weekend.
Because no Bo Nix?
Yes. And because their other two games were crazy.
Yeah, no, you got a good point there. Yeah, it's kind of, in my mind, it's a coin flip more than what Vegas thinks about it.
I can see that.
But yeah, no, it's definitely the one that you're going to be like, this could be a 6-3 game, or it could be a wild scoring game. You have no clue what you're going to get out of this one. So I'm in on this idea.
Overreaction or reality? Rams Seahawks is the main event of NFL Championship weekend.
Reality for things that both of you said, the history between the two already in recent memory, but I do think it's the most unpredictable of the two because I could totally see Corey's idea where it is. Maybe we're lucky that 14 points get scored. Or we are watching both teams score, 35-27 is your final score. It could be something crazy.
Okay, I'm going to quick hit these next two. Overreaction or reality, regardless of who wins this weekend, the Super Bowl matchup is going to feel underwhelming.
Because the playoffs have been so fun?
Maybe.
Or because the quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think it's probably that.
I mean, if it's Drake May and Matt Stafford, I think that's a pretty exciting one.
1-2 for MVP.
The old man versus the kid. Yeah. Like that's kind of an exciting thing. So no, I think it's an overreaction.
All right, Alec, what say you?
Overreaction because I think people are going to be pleased by the level of football that is being played no matter what the faces of the franchise are, and there's going to be, more than likely not, there's going to be some good defense played in this Super Bowl too, which I think is pretty cool. It's going to be interesting.
Now, earlier in the week, some people were throwing out, hey, maybe Lamar Jackson could end up with the Raiders if they decided to do a different thing and blah, blah, blah. Overreaction or reality? You would rather have Fernando Mendoza as your NFL starting quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Overreaction.
Even though he makes like $40 million less?
Fernando Mendoza is yet to play an NFL snap. I'll take the experience right now.
And by the way, he did officially declare for the NFL draft this morning.
Oh, he's not going to go work on Wall Street for an internship?
Not as of yet.
Okay.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You would rather have Fernando Mendoza as your NFL starting quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Overreaction, screw the money. Give me a 2-time MVP as my quarterback any day.
All right. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk to one of the intricate pieces from the Mavericks' 4-game winning streak. It's Brandon Williams live with us next right here on The Fan.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, hoping to talk with Dallas Mavericks guard Brandon Williams in just a minute. In the meantime, I want to fire up the Campus Connection.
That means college football.
That is correct. Now, as we mentioned in the last segment, Fernando Mendoza, the presumptive number one pick, has officially entered the NFL draft. But for Kirk Cignetti, did you see that after the game, they're like, oh, yeah, how are you going to celebrate? And he was like, I think I'm going to have a beer. And so Upland Brewing has come through. They said they have been thankful to him for shout-outs throughout the season and in the postgame, and they announced that they're going to give him a lifetime supply of Upland beer for Coach Cignetti as a thank you for the postgame comments.
I've never heard of them. They're in Indiana.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that does make sense. They do have a number of places, breweries around the Indiana area. So that's pretty cool, man. Lifetime supply of beer, right? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. If you had to estimate,
to a man who probably has plenty of money to do whatever he wants.
That's true. How many cans of beer would a lifetime supply be?
All right, let's see. 30 a day.
What the hell?
No.
That does not feel sustainable.
All right, so let's say I have 2 a day.
And I want people to wildly speculate and throw in numbers as well.
2 a day, and then that's not counting weekends, all right?
Okay.
So maybe it's 6 to 10 on the weekend.
Serious question.
Yeah.
Is 2 a day fine to just like live your life and you're good and you don't have a problem or anything?
Sure.
I'm really asking.
Yeah, if you want to have 2 a day, that's fine.
Okay.
Although Dr. Oz is really trying to lock that down. He's trying to bring prohibition back. And he's
don't think
guys, don't drink any wine with your breakfast. Don't tell me what to do. This is America.
Hold on, man. So you've decided no wine at breakfast equals prohibition?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I want to have wine at breakfast,
how's he going to know? How's he going to know?
This is how it starts, Kevin. You start by telling people not to do it, then you enforce it, all right?
Okay. So I'm the person at the beginning who said nothing when it didn't affect me.
Exactly.
And then they're going to come for my guns.
And then you're going to be like, hey, these freedoms that we've been giving up along the way. So what's 2 times 365?
730.
So 1,300 beers a year.
Okay, so we just up that.
Yeah.
All right.
I just added a few extras here and there.
And you think you're going to live, 40 more years?
Not out drinking like that.
But I just asked you that.
So we'll go 800 beers a year for the next 40 more years.
All right. So 32,000. Oh, wait, you said 40? I thought for some reason you said 400 years. All right, so we're going, 32,000 beers?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Where are you going to store that?
Well, you don't have to. They hold it. You just go pick it up from them whenever you take your little card in. It's the golden ticket card.
Okay.
You walk in and you go, I would like my beers now.
Okay, follow-up question. I want you to just consider and text in. We probably won't discuss it on air until we get lots of answers or after the interview. How many would you take if they said you get them all right now?
I would take all of them.
Okay, because you have to figure out storage issues and everything.
For sure, yeah.
All right. Now.
And they're not lasting.
In other... You're just going to invite people over you don't even like. All right, college football. Okay. They had kind of set the deadline as today to determine what were going to be the next steps with the college football playoff. Now, when last we left, the Big Ten was willing to do a 16-team playoff for like a year, maybe 2, if the SEC agreed that the eventual plan would be a 24-team playoff. The SEC would not agree with that, as their preferred is to stay the same, or probably more likely go to a 16-team playoff. And the Big Ten's like, no, I don't want that. They want the playoff to be even bigger. And so what happened? Nothing. And so the decision was made today that it's going to stay the same. So I guess that is a thing that
happened. For now, or are they going to rediscuss?
Oh, they're going to rediscuss. So The thought is it will now be still a 12-team playoff for another year or two, with negotiations picking up. And if you're wondering why I only said the Big Ten and the SEC, they get to decide this.
Okay.
That is just the nature of the power balance in college football right now. Is those two are the only entities that matter to decide this.
When will NIL become the entity? Like just the big NIL?
I mean, don't you think that's just going to make it an even bigger gap,
or
right?
what about Tostitos and sugar? You know, like those
because they have the bowls.
Yeah, those should definitely have more say in what. I like 12. This was good. This was a good playoff this year. I also wonder, is there a bigger payout in these playoffs for these schools?
Yes.
Than there are other bowl games. And if the answer is yes, then that's why they want this. It makes sense.
No, absolutely. And then I understand the logic of wanting more because you have the potential for more money, like you just said, and the potential for better TV ratings. Speaking of, Corey Majors, you said going into Monday night's game, you were uber excited. Most excited you've been from a college football championship in some time. Mm-hmm. The people have spoken, and they agree. 30.1 million people watched the Miami-Indiana championship game. That is the highest for the final since 2015, when almost 34 million people watched Ohio State and Oregon. This is 36% higher than Ohio State and Notre Dame last year.
Really? Interesting. Very interesting.
Okay, you were excited. What do you attribute the potential bump to?
Indiana, for one.
I could.
They became a story of, and it was Cinderella-ish. They started this 2 years ago.
Sure,
but it was Cinderella-ish in that it's Indiana, dude. Like,
yes,
they
were the losingest team in the history of college football.
Yeah, nobody even knew of Upland Brewing until then.
Maybe so.
Miami, I think, is always intriguing for a variety of reasons when it comes to college football too. But I think the build up to it, you had so many good games building up to it, and people they crave this football. But I do think the Indiana story was the biggest sell. Like, even my mom, she was like, "Oh my gosh, did you know all this stuff about Indiana?" And I was like, "Yes, because
your job
is my job." But
yeah,
but yeah, like it's a good story. It's fun. They were playing riveting football too.
Yeah,
and I think that's what I'll attribute it to is their story, and it was good, fun football throughout the playoffs this year. And other schools were involved rather than the same old.
Yeah,
it was other schools, so there are other you already have fan bases that are there to be mad that their school's not there.
Sure.
Now you have fan bases that are excited that their school finally got there.
Yeah.
And now you have new connections with other people that probably weren't even thinking about being involved with college football before.
I think that's that is a very fair point and a good way to put it. Now, where does Indiana rank among the more recent champions and their greatness? Now, I feel like everybody just kind of pencils in the 2019 LSU team. Well, CBS has done that as well. They have gone through their rankings of the last 25 national champions. LSU 2019, number one. That team, from Chase to Burrow to Jefferson to Clyde Edwards-Helaire to Derek Stingley, they had NFL talent everywhere.
Yeah.
Plus, they went undefeated.
Yeah.
And so it felt like some of those Miami teams were like, good Lord, do they have a pro at every single position? Alabama, 2020. They are number 2 on the list. They had a bunch of Heisman top 5 finishers, including Devontae Smith. I believe they had 3 of the top 5 Heisman finishers, which is ridiculous. And they also went undefeated.
And they're like offensive lines and all that stuff.
Yeah, if you played high school football, it's the way I'm not as familiar with their program now, but that's the way everyone used to feel about Allen. They're like, oh, great. They have a college player at like pretty much every position.
Yeah, and every player that played high school football wanted to land at Alabama.
Sure.
They wanted an opportunity like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Indiana, number 3 on the list.
It makes sense. They went undefeated.
They did.
They were a complete group.
And They beat the crap out of the first two teams they played. Now, we talked about the national championship game plenty this week, but the two games before that, they just took Alabama and Oregon to the absolute woodshed. And the next top team that they played was Ohio State. They beat them. A lot of people thought that was the best team, but they beat 6 top 10 teams this season.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, 3 of those were in the lead up to winning the title, but yeah. And then the top 5, the rest of the top 5 is...
They would have beat A&M.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to argue that A&M would have beaten Indiana. Florida State from 2013, and then the 2001 Miami team round out the top 5. So really impressive stuff from Indiana right there, third best team in the last 25 years. Right now, let's turn our attention to the D&M Leasing Hotline, and let's talk with, once again, the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. It is Brandon Williams. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing well. And the last time we talked to you, we did point out that Arizona was undefeated and still number 1. Now, as we talk to you again, the Arizona Wildcats are still number 1 and undefeated in college basketball. I know you have a very high-pressure regular job, but do you get a chance to watch Arizona basketball along the way?
I definitely have. I watched a couple games in. I saw Cole Pete. He's been hooping pretty well for Tommy Lloyd, and I'm pretty close with the assistant trainer, Justin Koski. So I've been tapped in a little bit, just seeing what's going on over there, and they're playing really good basketball. So it's been a pleasure to watch.
Are you going to be sad in the Final Four of the championship when Cameron Boozer and Duke take them down?
Oh, man.
I'm actually going to be there, and I'm going to storm the court after we win.
All right. Well, we might talk again. I was trying to see if I can be there. Then again, I was there for last year's Final Four when we blew it to Houston. So, I can't really say anything.
Right.
Brandon, he said a very high-powered regular job. Do you look at this as a regular job?
I mean, it has its days for sure, with traveling and all that, but at the end of the day, it's a kid's game. Basketball, it's fun. This is something that I always dreamed of as a kid, so I wouldn't trade this in for the world, honestly.
I think that's one of the reasons we love watching you play so much is because
yes.
you can see that on your face. You can see that you look like you really enjoy this game a lot. And I saw Mark Followell pointed out since Christmas, you've had some spectacular numbers. Can you kind of attribute that to anything right now?
I'll credit that to just my teammates. They're trusting in me and vice versa, especially Najee and Max and really everybody, Cooper, as well as the coaching staff as well. But I think more than anything, it's the stuff that we do behind the scenes and the stuff that the fans and everybody that you guys really don't see. The team that I have around me, we go back at night to get shots up, and going back at night, damn near half the team is there getting shots up. So it's just that trust factor that we have within each other, and it shows on the court.
When you go back to do that, is it usually like an assigned time, or are you like, I'm not leaving until I accomplish this specific goal for getting your shots up?
It's a little bit of both. You got to be kind of smart with this long season that we have. So it's kind of gauging, depending on what days we have. If we have the night off or the day off, then you may go a little harder. Or if we had a game that day or a game earlier and you come back, it might be a little lighter. So it's kind of just gauging how you are. But at the end of the day, you still want to feel good for sure.
Do you think there's any chance that y'all's absolute beatdown of the Knicks sparked them to destroy the Nets in turn after that?
Yeah, I did see that score. They were probably a little determined for sure.
Absolutely. Now, you guys have, it feels like a consistent thing. The team has shown flashes of playing better all throughout the season, and it kind of feels like it's all crystallizing in this moment. What have you seen in these last 4 games, aside from some huge offensive outputs, that you feel like is maybe this is the best we've kind of looked all year?
Honestly, I think it's just, like I said, the trust factor that we have within each other. Just getting in the paint, spraying it out. We're knocking shots down. I feel like we had these type of shots all year, just a matter of making or missing. This is a really big make or miss type of league. So now we're making the shots. The trust factor is high. The vibes are high. And ultimately, it's just going to we're just trying to carry it over, honestly.
When you talk about that trust factor, how much does it mean to you in the make or miss league when you just don't have your shot on a particular night, but your teammates keep pushing the ball to you and they're like, hey, keep shooting?
It's big. It's huge. It says a lot, even if you're not actually saying it. It's just letting you know, like, keep going. We got trust in you. For example, Max Christie. I mean, we told him he was at 4 or 5 threes a game at one point, and we told him you're shooting 45% from three. We need to get that to around 8 to 10 attempts. So as you see these last couple games, he's really been taking a pretty big jump. And as a point guard, it's really my job to find him.
Can you, look, man, we've had those. We play pickup games occasionally. It's on a different level, right? But when you pass it off to somebody like Max, and you know that he's in a groove, that feeling. Do you start visualizing the shot beforehand? Do you have a feeling for what that shot's going to be?
For sure. I mean, in practice, we always kind of go through scenarios, and we talk all the time. So where he likes the ball, where I'll be driving it, where I'll be seeing, places where he could be at. It's a good dialogue that we have back and forth, and it's only going to help not only myself, but it's going to help all of us as well.
Can you describe that feeling of an assist? It's not a dunk, it's not a made three, but an assist has a pretty different feeling too.
For sure. I mean, it just makes you feel involved. It makes you feel really good about yourself. Like, I really got my teammate. I just created, and I play make to help cause. Even if it's not the assist, if it's a hockey assist or anything of that sort, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Just if you can feel a part of the play in any type of way, and you don't have to touch the ball. If you're setting the screen or anything like that, I mean, it's a win-win.
Do you want us to try to put in a word to the commissioner to expand out NBA assists to include?
Yeah, I was actually talking to one of the trainers about that the other day, about the hockey assists. We need to get that down packed in some way.
Yeah, look,
I've been telling you that for a while because there would be PJ and he's in the middle, and maybe he didn't get that, but he was the one that kind of set things up. I love that idea.
I support it. Help get everybody better contracts. I'm with you on that. Can you tell us, or do you feel comfortable sharing about your vision board that I saw a little video of?
Yeah,
we do our research.
Cool. Right. Yeah, the vision board is cool. I grew up in a daycare type of setting, so we had that kind of similar thing back then when I was little. So kind of brought back memories. But on that board, I had the Dallas skyline. It just looked really beautiful for sure, and I see it every day coming into work as well. I had my initials BW at the bottom. And then one of the kids helped me out, or he was trying to help me out in picking a car. I think we were still trying to figure that one out, but he gave me some good little tips and all that stuff out the magazine we were looking at for sure.
Do you feel like Dallas has an underrated skyline?
I really do, honestly. You gotta relax. Yeah, I do. It's lame. Yeah, I think it's pretty well. I mean, you got to pick the right time to come at it to find it, but when you find that right time, it's definitely beautiful. It's definitely perfect.
Is everything okay right now?
Somebody cut you off?
Yeah. I'm all good.
Okay, because unfortunately, we talked to a Cowboys player a couple years ago, and they got pulled over while we were doing an interview with them in the car, and we just want to make sure to avoid that bad luck again.
We're here to help.
Yeah. No, we're all good.
All right, and I know Coach said, hey, there's storms on the East Coast all of the time, and y'all are going to be prepared, but any concern at all about tomorrow's game and the playability with the potentially bad weather coming through?
Yeah, honestly, I'm from LA, so I'm not really used to all this, this snow and all this stuff. But what I've been told, it shouldn't be too bad. Obviously, hoping the game will continue as is, and hopefully everybody gets in safely, as well as the Lakers and the people who are coming to the game as well. And yeah, hopefully we can actually play the game and put on a show for the fans.
Yeah, be careful with those porch steps.
Yeah, and it's not like you guys have to fly out after the game and play another game in Milwaukee the next day.
Oh, yeah, it's nothing like that, right?
That's right. Man, thank you very much for the time. Congrats on the winning streak, although I know you guys continue to want more. Your play has been outstanding. The city is rooting for you, and we love talking with you.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
There you go. Brandon Williams right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's the thing that I think I keep thinking about more is you play the Lakers on Saturday, and then you have another game against Milwaukee in Milwaukee 20 hours after that. And like Saturday night,
that's ridiculous.
Feels like when the weather is going to be getting.
Yeah, how's that airplane? What are we doing here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I always love talking with Brandon Williams, the Dallas Mavericks.
He's awesome.
4 wins in a row. Coming up next, our NFL draft focus continues with a breakdown of running back and a pick that could divide the fan base, Jeremiah Love. That Mike Bassick next on The Fan.
And Notre Dame on the early march here. Well, here is what a cut by Love. Not one, but two cuts that opens him up down the sideline and streaking for the end zone. Touchdown, Notre Dame. What a run by Love.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In about 15 minutes or so, we will talk with our very own Mike Bassick. But right now, we will continue our NFL draft focus with a breakdown of running back Jeremiah Love. I'm really interested to see how this breakdown goes. I'm also interested to see how the fan base reacts to even discussing a running back.
Do we, will we always be able to claim Mike Bassick as our very own?
Yes.
No matter what, huh?
Correct.
All right.
We didn't fire him.
You did.
Allegedly.
You had him pushed out. That's what Mike tells people.
That's different than being fired.
Oh, okay. That's different than being fired. Okay. No, I love Mike. Can't wait to catch up with him. He texts us pretty much every day.
That is true.
Jeremiah Love, 6 foot, 214-ish pounds, out of Notre Dame. First thing that I think jumps off the page about this guy is lateral quickness, speed, and shiftiness. Like, those are the first three things when you watch him play. When you watch him stand there in the backfield, you're like, oh, you might have a dude that can run over some people. You're not getting that with Jeremiah Love. He may have some physical plays on film, but he is not looking for physical play.
Like that?
Well, I'll tell you why not here in a little bit.
Okay.
Not every play is a highlight, but it might be. And that's the exciting thing about him is not everyone, you might get a bunch of 2-yard runs. Then you're going to get that 65-yarder where you're just like, good gosh, how did he find the seam? Between tackles, he finds a little lane and he will follow that lane to the end of it. And once he finds a hole like daylight, it's gone. And nobody's catching him. Every play is capable of being bumped outside for him. If he feels like, I got to get to the edge, he can get to the edge very quickly. Hurdle, cut, turn on the burners. Like, that's what he does. He's not the most powerful runner, but he is very creative because, like I said, he can jump over people. He can do all these other things, and he sees it. Like, we've been talking about processors with these first 4 guys that we've been talking about because that's why they are at the top of this thing, because they see the game differently, and then they can come up with something creative to make the play happen. If you check down to him, he can make it into a big play.
Okay.
Now, when we're talking about this, a lot of times we do talk about this as in how does it fit with the Cowboys. And Dak has a lot of checkdowns that go for impact happened right as the tight end got the football. And now Jake Ferguson has to fight 17 people to get to whatever yard line he's trying to get to. If Dak Prescott can make the throw to Jeremiah Love, he can turn a 3rd and 8 into a first down. And I have some confidence in that. Really good balance. The thing I like about his balance, Alec, is the balance where he doesn't lose speed. So he makes a turn. He gets he just stays in speed while being there. I have concerns. Oh, hold on. I'll get to the concerns in a minute. Also, he can line up pretty much anywhere on the field. You want to put him outside. You want to bring him inside. I was thinking like Etienne, because Etienne can do so many things, but I think Etienne's more physical of a runner than him.
Okay.
And I think he's a better receiver. But the fact that you can't teach speed is a real thing, and this dude is a certified burner.
Yeah.
So I will take speed on my team anytime.
True 4.4 speed with this guy, and it shows on tape. And
even can I pause you? I'm really sorry, but you've already started off with something that is too captivating. So that's your own fault.
Oh.
When you say, no, it's a compliment. When you say true 4.4 speed, can you give me a quick breakdown? Because we hear that. Why do people say that?
Because 4.4, I feel like a lot of people can run a 4.4 when their clothing weighs less than a pound and it is skin tight, and they know that a career-defining moment is right in front of them. So he can run that all he wants. When you watch him on film, you say, yeah, that's a very fast person.
Gotcha.
That is a guy that, like Corey said, even after contact, he is still moving at the same pace that he was the second he accepted the handoff or made the catch. He moves really at one speed, one-dimensionally, which is a very good thing. You hear one-dimensional and one speed, and you think, oh, he's only good at one thing. No, that's a great thing. He moves at the same pace no matter what. But he's extremely creative, as Corey said. One thing that I feel like people really aren't going to talk about just because you kind of expect it, but he has outstanding ball security. He's very good at covering up the football.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because my notes I'm surprised he doesn't have more fumbles with the way that he carries it, because it does feel like he has it exposed at times.
Yes, he does.
Especially with the way you just described that he runs. Not the way he carries it, but the way he moves. That does. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, because he will move with more power than his frame suggests at times. Like Corey says, not necessarily hunting the power run, but he will create a power run, and sometimes it does put him in those positions where you're like, how did he hold on to the football? That is a weakness. He may get a little brave sometimes, and he'll send himself airborne to try to get a couple extra yards, and it is terrifying. Again, there is nothing in the box score that says that it is an issue, but going into the NFL, I'm like, hey, let's not try to jump over people every single game. That would be fine.
You said he's not trying to hunt. It always goes back to that day we were talking to Tony Pollard in Oxnard, and I was asking him about contact, and he was like, I'm trying to not get hit. Yeah. And that's the way I feel about him on those moments where he's just like, dude, I can run past you. I don't need you to hit me.
And something that we talked about with Keldrick Falk, Kevin, that you were like, how do we balance the idea of what he could be versus production? You don't have to worry about production with Jeremiah Love. 2 consecutive seasons above 1,100 yards.
Heisman finalist, extremely efficient. And I know you like math, Kevin. A touchdown every 8.5 touches over his final 2 seasons in college. Holy moly.
So he has the big play ability. There's not many weaknesses that I can even point out. Pass protection technique needs a little bit more work. But Corey, you mentioned you can line him up everywhere. I'd like to see him advance his route tree a little bit because I think he is that good catching the football and running. So maybe some more concepts getting added, which, hey, Brian Schottenheimer's pretty good at that. So is Clayton Adams. And sometimes he trusts his blocks and his offensive linemen a little bit too much. And what I mean by that is he is so good with his feet that he might miss a cutback opportunity because he's kind of got that Le'Veon Bell, Le'Veon Bell instinct where he's like, I'm going to follow this guard 7 yards downfield because I trust that he's going to get that second level block. And it does work a lot of times, but sometimes he may miss that bounce it to the outside opportunity where he can get a 60-yard runoff, which he's really good at because he's like, no, I'm really going to follow this concept, which I love that commitment to the idea of the play the way it was designed, but sometimes trust your gut.
Well, and you're right, sometimes trust your gut, but the way that Schottenheimer designs these running lanes, the way that he's designed the running game, it is trust the plan, trust the play. I've put these guys in position to create the space for you. Javonte Williams benefited from it this year. And so that home run hit that we didn't get to see from Javonte at times because he just got caught, at the very end or whatever, this dude can make that play into that. Now, here's some of the notes that I have on my concerns, right? As you said, pass protection, I have some concerns there.
How important is that?
Well, Jaden Blue didn't see the field because of that.
And I felt like Javonte did because he was good at that.
Because he was, yes. So, that's a big factor. And for the Cowboys, they look at it as an extra offensive lineman in the backfield. They're very adamant about you got to protect Dak Prescott also. And so if you can't do that, that's going to be a problem. I say great to pair with Javonte Williams. Different styles, different running styles. But that's when my question starts to happen. Do you already have a guy like him? And I think they're uniquely different, but a guy who's not the best in pass protection, he's very fast, can turn plays into big plays, but might not be a grinding running back. This is Jaden Blue. Do you already have a dude that can have those kinds of playmaking abilities, and now you have two of those in your backfield? Now, Javonte is probably going to be back, so this guy is going to be, fighting for that. You also have Phil Maffa, question mark there.
Can I ask a quick question about that then? If you are bringing back Javonte, or I guess by the time the draft got around, is Jeremiah Love an absolute non-starter for you if you've already brought Javonte Williams back?
Probably.
Okay.
And then because now I'm not just saying Jaden Blue, it's your time. He still needs to earn it, and I think he's going to have to earn that respect from the coaching staff too. But I mean, Malik Davis could be an option to come back to this team. Phil Maffa is an option, but Jaden Blue has similar traits as far as speed goes and electric ability. So I'm looking at that right there. He's what you want Kevontae Turpin to be in a way. Because you want Kevontae Turpin to be able to be a receiver out of all these spots and run the ball and do all these different things. But he's like an even better game breaker than Kevontae Turpin. So, but my question is, do I have the assets to say I'm going to add a running back when I already have something kind of like this and I need defense? And somebody said, so Corey, you're saying we should draft a running back in the first round with all these holes in the defense? No, I'm not. I don't have the assets. Go find me more assets and I can do something about it. Somebody said he's DeMarco Murray. DeMarco Murray became more physical. The reason he was what he was that year that he had the great season and led in rushing was because he became a more physical back at that point. In college, I think DeMarco Murray was a little more physical than Jeremiah Love, too.
Now, putting aside the specific needs of this team for just 1 second, Jeremiah Love, yes, worthy of a top 12 pick.
Yes, absolutely he is.
Alec?
Yes, and I do want to stop down on something real quick. The reason I don't think he's a non-starter, even with Javonte back, I'm not advocating for this per se. I'm just trying to make it make sense from a Cowboys perspective. What did Jerry say a lot towards the end of the season whenever we talked about, they won 3 straight games coming out of the bye and blah, blah, blah. It looked like things were going to be great, and then they weren't. He always said, that Detroit loss surprised me. What is the NFL? It's a copycat league.
Yeah.
Do you think Jerry might fall in love with the idea of Sonic and Knuckles in Dallas?
Having a Gibbs and Montgomery situation, maybe so.
Where you have your power back, and in this case, I feel like the roles would be reversed, where the David Montgomery in this situation, being Javonte Williams, would get the lion's share of the carries, but you do have that change of pace back that pretty much on any other team is starting at running back and getting 20 carries a game. I think they might like that idea to where they say if he's available with that second pick that you have in the first round, they would say, well, why not? But I do think he is talent-wise a top 12 pick for sure.
And then one other note, Kevin, on him is he could be the first Notre Dame running back selected in the first round since 1993.
Wow.
Jerome Bettis.
Wow. That is...
You want the next Jerome Bettis or not?
Sure. Not a pick 12.
But yeah,
look, dude, I'm no different than most anybody.
Supremely exciting player, and there's a reason that we've talked about these guys. They all have similar traits: processing, athletic ability. All those things go hand in hand with each other whenever you're talking about some of the best players in the game.
Is it safe to assume then, of the 4 we have talked about so far, Jeremiah Love would slot last on your list?
I might put him third.
Oh, ahead of?
Ahead of Keldrick.
Okay.
I might put him third, just if I'm stacking a board.
Okay.
If I'm going for my best player available, position of need, I would probably put him last. But if I'm saying as far as that, and I think it was Dane Brugler, he said, hey, I'm starting to think the top 5 players in this draft either played in the state of Indiana or in the state of Ohio. And I was like, oh, man, you start looking at all the guys, like Jeremiah Love's one of them. You start talking about Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles. Yeah. So, yeah, could be it.
Interesting. Now, speaking of Caleb Downs, at some point, are you going to do a follow-up report about how you love Caleb Downs and now you really need to get him on this team?
It's less about how I love Caleb Downs.
What?
More about what I think fits Christian Parker's defense. We'll do that at 1.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you Mike Bassick. Mike, how the hell's it going?
Man, it's doing good. Hey, Corey.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good, man.
It's good. Have you winterized your home?
What does that mean?
Mike, I don't know if you know, but we're supposed to have bad weather here in DFW this weekend.
Yeah, it's raining.
No, it's supposed to turn into ice, Mike.
When?
Saturday, I believe. Saturday, it's supposed to, like, all this, it's going to get even colder tomorrow. Are you prepared to stay in your home?
Yeah. You know how much I hate driving. How's it going way up there? Is it worse up north there?
Up north. You know what, Mike? At the Dallas Card Show last week, I told somebody, I think you might have a smaller driving radius preferred than any adult I know. I know you have to drive a lot for work and your kids' baseball, but I think you dislike driving more than just about any adult I know.
I do dislike driving if there's traffic and it's a long distance.
Okay. All right. That makes...
Nobody wants to sit in traffic for a long time.
That's fair, and that makes sense.
I can't figure it out. I don't have a job right now. How are all these cars on the road? Get a job, people. And it seems like they all do have a job because at 8 a.m. they're all on the road going to a job, except they never go to their job. They just keep driving.
It does feel like rush hour has disappeared and now just is every hour. Every hour is rush hour because you're like, hey, I'm going to drive home at 2 o'clock on Friday. Nope, rush hour.
Everybody's out there on the highway right now.
I think there might be 1 billion people who live east of downtown Dallas because when I have to drive to Bishop Lynch, it's like the whole world is going east. And then when I'm coming back, they're all going back to downtown Dallas.
Mike, would you rather talk about the Rangers' moves or would you rather take a load off?
Shut up.
I'll tell you what.
No.
I've been listening to y'all's show a lot.
Uh-huh.
And Kevin, I think you need to take a load off.
Son.
It's so good to take a load off. It's Friday. It's raining. And it's going to be icy at some point.
Yeah. When was the last time Alec or Corey helped you take a load off, Kevin?
February 28th, 2025.
Mike, that was
me. That was me. I'm saying when today. Are you saying that's the last time you've taken a load off?
Yep, Mike. I think it is.
Oh man, you gotta relax, man.
You've met me. I'm a very tense person.
Yeah, I know.
He loves it.
I know.
He enjoys it.
I heard the good news is you're cussing like way less after I left.
I think about a lot when I said the F word, and you immediately were like, "Whoa, this is gonna be a fun show."
Yeah, it was.
Hey, what do you think about the Rangers' move for Mackenzie Gore? Obviously a costly move, but how do you feel about it?
So I was listening to you guys yesterday, and Corey kind of hit it on the nose on this, and I think unlike every former player, especially baseball player, is prospects, that's all they are is potential.
Yeah.
Like how many times have we gone, I think he's going to do this, or I think he's going to do that, and he's going to be this, and then they get to the major leagues, and 2 years in, you're like, well, is he a major leaguer?
Yeah.
And then it's like, wait, 2 years ago, he was maybe going to be like this or that, and now we're not even sure if he should be in the major leagues ever again. And I'm not saying that these five guys, aren't good players or aren't going to be major leaguers, but the likelihood is 3 of these guys never even sniff 1 day in the major leagues.
Right.
And then 2 of those guys are like, yeah, they contribute, they play some, they pitch a little, So I always like when you're trading quantity, and I would say, my opinion, there's only one quality there, and that's Gavin Feen, and then he's 4 years away from even knowing if he's a major leaguer or not. So I just look at, you traded quantity to get a real major league starting left-handed pitcher who has the ability to get better. He's already an average starting pitcher in the major leagues. He has the ability. You saw, I mean, if you didn't watch, I get it, it's Nationals baseball. But he, in the first half of the season last year, he pitched as one of arguably the top 5 left-handed starting pitchers in baseball for a half of a season.
Okay, Mike, I decided to do a deep dive and watch some more of him last night because, like you said, yes, I was not locked in on Washington Nationals baseball. It really feels like it was this run in mid-July, where 3 of his 4 starts were just awful. He gave up at least 6 runs in 3 of those 4 starts, gave up 22 earned runs total. And if you take those out, which I get, that's not how it works, but in the other 27 starts, he had a whip of 1.24 and an ERA of 3.14. So I know people look at his stats on the surface of a +4 ERA. Those 3 stats made his ERA a whole run higher than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that from what I understand, asking more about Mackenzie Gore and liking his stuff and liking his ability, he does, from what I understand, lack in maturity. He is 26 going on 27, but let's remember he went quickly from the Padres. I don't have his stats in front of me. Barely pitched in the major leagues with the Padres, or maybe even didn't. And then immediately got traded for Juan Soto to the Nationals. And then his best guy to have leadership for just a little bit of his time was Patrick Corbin. So he was just there with a bunch of young kids on a rebuilding team. Patrick Corbin wasn't there last year for him to deal with those 3 starts. If you talk to people, they'll tell you Jack Leiter, a lot of his improvement, not only his ability, but improvement was through Nathan Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom helping. That you have great leadership from your 2 guys on your staff. I do think that's going to help Gore out. I think that there's a possibility that Gore felt sorry for himself, and he didn't have anybody to go to. Yeah, he had a pitching coach, he had coaches, but he didn't have anybody to go, hey, I've been through this. This is how you handle it to get out of this situation. This is, if you handle it this way, which, maybe I have in the past or something like this, it won't go the way that you're hoping it will go. So I do think having Eovaldi and deGrom there for mental help, having them also there to kind of help you through, getting through a game, as in like, hey, if you do this at this situation and do this in that situation, it could really help. That's what Jack Leiter got from Eovaldi and deGrom to really help him progress.
Well, as long as he doesn't have 2 yards per carry for the rest of his career, you guys are going to be fine with this Gore, I guess.
That's Frank Gore.
Hey, Mike, can you line up the rotation?
Frank Gore's old enough for this to be his son.
That's true. Can you line up the rotation? What are we looking at? Where would you expect this thing to look?
I will say deGrom first and Eovaldi second, but I mean, Eovaldi we know is going to miss some starts. I mean, if you just look at his career from 23 to 25, you're going to have times where he's going to have to miss consecutive starts. And then I will go with Mackenzie Gore, number 3, and Jack Leiter, number 4. But all those guys can be interchangeable as the season progresses. You just don't know, like, what's left in the tank of Nathan Eovaldi after his unbelievable, season of approximately 20 starts. Jacob deGrom stayed completely healthy last year and, is a great starter, but he is of the age that you're just not 100% sure that he's just going to come back and just keep doing that. And then Leiter, you're hoping there's more progress.
Yeah, for sure.
And then with Mackenzie Gore, you're really hoping there's progress, because if he comes and he's the exact same pitcher as last year, like overall those are his stats, hey, you got a number 3, number 4 left-handed starting pitcher.
Right.
But I think the hope is what they did is they traded for a guy that they think can be like a really good number 2 starting pitcher in a really good rotation.
All right, then, so that's 4. Is Latz in consideration for a 5th, or Rocker? Like, what do you feel there?
Yes, but I think both those guys make 20 starts. So, like, does it in a way, like, because remember, you're gonna have to pick up 5 to 7 starts probably for Eovaldi. You're gonna have injuries. You're gonna need 10 starting pitchers. There's gonna be guys like Caleb Bosley who have to start 3 or 4 games for you in a season. So I think there's going to be a lot there. So who comes out of spring training? Maybe both of them if they're both healthy, because somebody else might be, just dealing with a little bit of, soreness, and they're going to need to start on the injured list. But I will say that Rocker, remember, I mean, you did take him 3rd overall. You have invested quite a bit in him. I think the investment there, as long as he's healthy and looking pretty decent in spring training, Rocker will be your 5th. Latz will be in your bullpen. But Latz is probably going to get, my guesstimation is he's going to get 20 starts this year, but he'll probably also get like 20 or so relief appearances.
And then, like, I was asking Kevin this the other day, do you feel like you saw something from Cole Winn that makes you think, I could use this guy?
Well, I think I heard you guys talk about this a week or so ago. I think he has the ability to be the closer, but I want him to earn it.
Okay.
And he was good last year.
Yeah.
And I think that he's a 7th or 8th inning guy. I think you have a whole bunch of 7th or 8th inning guys.
Yeah.
But
wasn't that the case last year too?
Yeah. It's been the case for a decade.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. We go back to everybody. The Rangers haven't had a closer since Joe Nathan that you can count on and be like, yeah, that's our closer going into
even the World Series. Even the World Series, we were like, don't throw one of them out there.
Yeah. I think they had 4 closers in the 23 year. That's just the philosophy of when you're, I know that there's no salary cap, but when you're drawing up your budget for the Texas Rangers from kind of John Daniels to now Chris Young, they go, we don't spend money on our bullpen. We find, 7 to 10 guys that we think can help out. We piece it together. We think some guys are going to outperform. We probably know that a couple guys are going to underperform what we are hoping they're going to do. And then if we're good enough in July to compete for a playoff spot, we trade for 2 relief pieces that really help us get through the second half of the season.
Mike, here's a text from the 806. I know you know what the fan text is. I laughed. I learned something. I took a load off. The entire Mike Bassick experience in 10 minutes. It was much needed.
Wow. That makes me feel good. Those Tolos out there, they listen.
You left a lasting impression on them. Thanks, Mike.
Kevin?
Yeah, man.
You gonna be okay?
I will be okay.
Are you going to call him after our show?
No. I just talked to Mike yesterday.
Okay.
Do you think we're going to talk about snow this weekend?
Ice.
Okay. Who do you think?
There's not gonna be any snow.
Who do you think is going to be in the Super Bowl?
Cowboys.
Love you, Mike.
You know what? Hold on, just real quick. Real quick, Mike. We had this discussion before the show, and we were talking about...
Do you think Jerry Jones has finally changed his stripes?
Now, don't answer that question yet, because he hired a young, kind of no-name to the general public defensive coordinator. And I looked at Corey and I said, all right, the 2 logical answers are, this and the Micah Parsons trade, maybe they haven't changed it up. Or you would go, yeah, Cowboys will be in the Super Bowl next year, guaranteed.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Right now, remember, guys, right now is the bad time to be a Cowboy fan. Come, after the draft, it's going to get really bad for free agency. That's when it gets bad, too. The season's bad for Cowboy fans, and then free agency's bad for Cowboy fans. And then the draft, everybody gets fired up, and then you get to July, and we're going to do it, and we're going to win it all. And so, just in July and August, we're going to win it all, and we're not going to lose. And then we unfortunately have to play the games like Jerry says.
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much.
Pick 12 and 20, though? Are you kidding me?
It's a fun
we get
time.
2 first-rounders. That's why you guys are talking about the draft twice as much.
That's true. That because it felt like you usually didn't care about our draft prospect talk.
I heard that segment yesterday. You're right.
Did you think that was a fair thing to say?
Yeah, because just like I said, when it comes to trading 5 prospects, I'm like, yeah, I do really like Sebastian Walcott. I think he can be something special. I wouldn't be happy if they traded him, but trade 5 minor leaguers, most likely 3 of them aren't going to ever play in the major leagues. So, and then the one you traded is 4 years away from knowing if he can actually play in the major leagues.
Right.
We'll always have Cooper Flag.
So,
hell yeah.
So you know what? Hell yeah. You know what? The great thing is you don't have to dribble in basketball anymore. So that's pretty cool.
We should bring you on for another basketball segment. I know you have way more thoughts about that. Mike, thank you very much. Stay safe or go play in the snow.
I'm going to go make meatballs.
Look at that.
Awesome. Thanks for that
you like
update.
Meatballs?
Yeah, I do.
I saw somebody say that Aaron Nola, he's pitching for Team Italy, and they were like, that's great because he loves to serve up meatballs.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and lasagna.
All right, Mike, we got to go. You know we have to go.
Where?
Coming up next here
you guys should have had me on earlier. I was in the car at 12:30 when you guys were teasing me.
God, I've missed you, Mike.
Hey, there's always next year.
Oh, yeah.
That's the spirit, because it's January. I get it.
All right, guys, it's raining outside.
See ya.
Bye, Mike.
That's all right. Bye.
Coming up next on the K&C Masterpiece, if you have a great player, use that great player. And the C Block next on the Fan.
go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like have you seen The Ugly Stepsister on Hulu, and can you confirm to Corey that they did not chop that lady's nose off? There is something later in the movie that I'm not going to get into. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I hope you liked having Mike Bassick on. It's the last time that ever happened.
What?
I'm just joking. But from the 806, you could feel Kevin's PTSD through the radio.
And I just talked to Mike yesterday.
Yeah, but it's different when he's on air.
Man, it really is. Dude, that's a great point. Because, like, when we were having our conversation, he didn't go where? Well, we're like, we have to go. What do you mean?
What are we talking about? I'm here right now. What's going on? All right. So yesterday, Kevin, in the aftermath of everything that happened with Christian Parker being signed.
Yep.
That helps us, Alec, a little bit more because now we can kind of start keying in on some things that we might like about the players that would fit something he would like. Now, obviously, brought to our attention yesterday. What do we know?
Yeah.
And what do we truly know?
He's like a prospect.
Maybe he was working with Vic Fangio's defense, and he has all sorts of other ideas of what he wants to do with this thing.
Fair.
So we can't just assume that it's going to look like that. However, our friend Ted Wynn over at The Athletic made a post yesterday, and he said, Christian Parker liked this post recently. And then I said, well, I got to click in on this story. Now, this story... And Alec, you kind of alluded to this a little bit with Caleb Downs when we were discussing him and where you like to see him on the field because you brought up Kyle Hamilton. Now, obviously, body types are completely different, but playing style, he's your best player. If he's on the Cowboys defense, he's your best player. I love Quinnen Williams. I think Caleb Downs immediately becomes one of your top 3 players.
I like it.
And so I clicked in on the story, and the story is about nickel defenses. Now, the nickel defense, the nickel cornerback is becoming a new thing.
Yes.
But is it really?
A new version of it, right?
I think we saw this version. With Dan Quinn, but we had the poor man's version of it.
Oh, Curse?
Yes. Jaron Curse was a nickel cornerback-ish guy. You could line up your 2 deep safeties and bring Jaron Curse down to the line. He could help you in run defense. He could cover tight ends. He could also do other things on the field as well. But he was one of those guys that was in the mix. Here's the line that really stands out for me. It's when you look at what offenses are doing now, offenses are becoming more about playing the middle of the field. And the idea here is the best thing to do in these Mike McDonald, Vic Fangio defenses is make sure that your best player is around the ball.
Okay.
Derwin James was moved by Jesse Minter to the slot corner position. Derwin James, the best player on the field, right? Minter says a lot of times because he's playing safety, he would get pulled away from a play that's happening on the field, and he wanted him around the ball more. So what is the ball in the running back's hand? Yes, I need you closer to the running back. Not on a play action deep play downfield that was actually a run. So these are kind of the mindsets of what he's thinking here. One of the things that I started looking at is here are the Ted Wynn's nickel ranking.
All right.
Kyle Hamilton 1.
That makes sense.
Cooper DeJean 2.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? Christian Parker coached Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
Derwin James 3. Amanawari and the Seahawks at 4. Jalen Petrie in Houston, who I just love Jalen Petrie. I think that dude can play. And then Quentin Lake with the Rams. That's the group that he's kind of looking at going, hey, these are our nickel cornerbacks that are kind of safeties. Like these dudes can play the safety position. The nickel has evolved and great players make great plays. So essentially the defense is similar to what the Cowboys did a couple years ago. Yeah. And it makes if you have a Cam Chancellor, a Derwin James, a Charles Woodson, because he made this kind of similar thing too. You set up 4-man fronts that look like 3-4s. Remember how often Dan Quinn would say, well, our base is a 4-3, but we're really a 3-4. And you're like, I explain that. And they're like, oh, it kind of starts to, you can't tell what's really happening at the front part of this thing. And Kevin, take this back even further because somebody pointed this out. You're right. Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson was the creation of all this. That's why we brought up Darren Woodson's name when we were talking about Downs.
If you notice in those comps, we all kind of didn't want to say it, but also kind of did want to say it.
Yeah, because of the versatility. The versatility is so important there. And when you're saying, hey, we want to be able to stop the run and coverage doesn't take a hit when you have athletic tight ends on the field, this works. It works if you have that physical type of person that can take this on. The key, as Mentor says, and we talked about him earlier and the potential that's going on there, make sure you have your best player in the areas where the ball will be, where the action is going to take place, and that appears to be right now the way offenses are doing things in the middle of the field. Offenses are going to do this heavy look right now. You saw what McVay's doing, 3 tight ends looking heavy, but this and that helps combat the amount of secondary players that are going to be on the field. But defensive coordinators, they're not going to say, let's go put a 250-pound linebacker out there.
Sure.
They're going to say, we're sticking with the guy that we think can play this kind of thing because they're going to get exposed in the passing game if they have a linebacker that can't cover out there. So here's my feeling is you kind of have to find this unicorn linebacker.
Okay.
Or you kind of have to find a rare thing in the NFL, and that is the list that we pointed out, the Cooper DeJean types, the guys that can play at the line of scrimmage, but also allow you to have a secondary that is corners on the sides and 2 deep safeties, and that allows you to play with this nickel up front. But the nickel's not going to be a Rondé Barber, tiny guy. Jordan Lewis was an example. He could play nickel cornerback for you, but he was willing to get his nose in there and tackle and make those plays up front. So the what I'm looking at right now is, what is Christian Parker going to want? And if he's going to want to run a similar type of defense to what he's been running with Vic Fangio, I think having a guy that can be a field general for you, as we discussed yesterday with Caleb Downs, but also can be an effective playmaker for the next 10 years, is definitely going to be something that he's looking for and asking for in the draft, which brings me back to Caleb Downs.
Okay.
Which brings me to this morning. I came in and I said, Kevin, I think we might have to trade up for Caleb.
Hell yeah.
Because I can't guarantee that Sonny Styles is going to be, there or even that great. But I know that what this defense will hinge on is having a dude like him. And again, there are rare versions of these guys. Ted Wynn talks about this too in his story. Like, you have 32 dudes that can play a certain safety spot, but playing at this certain level is hard to find.
Yeah.
Watching Downs on film makes me believe that he's that guy. So, Kevin, I'm not saying trade the world for him, but at the moment, he's the best one to play in that spot for me unless they say, no, we have somebody else.
Yeah, and I said hell yeah, even knowing that realistically you have so many holes on this team. I just don't know if we'll think you can do it because it's probably going to cost you, I would assume, next year's 3rd round pick, unless you get creative with what you're doing with pick number 20 as well. So everybody who doesn't want to do that because they're like, we have so many holes to fill, I get that as well.
Man, from the 817, would you trade 12 and 20 for 5 and Burns from New York and then draft Downs?
You know what? I was actually...
I'm sorry, what? I'm getting 5 and Burns from New York for 12 and 20. Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
I don't think they would do that.
Have to look at his contract.
I feel like they would say, we'll give you 5, and then we'll also. But I don't think they would do that, especially they don't want him to be a Cowboy.
Okay, so I was going to ask a weird other question. Would you trade picks 12 and 20 to get in a position to take Caleb if you knew he was going to have a Darren Woodson career? You'd do that, right? No? Really?
Well, again, I'm really hoping to get 2 7-year starters out of this draft with those first 2 picks. At least 7, like guys I'm signing to second contracts that actually legitimately are making Pro Bowls.
I'm getting you a Hall
One's
of Famer.
At least an All-Pro. If I'm getting Downs, I'm getting an All-Pro, I think. Maybe a Hall of Famer. That's a lot to put on the kid so early.
No, I know. This is just a magic scenario in which I could guarantee
I can't do it right now, especially not knowing what they are or can get in free agency.
Okay.
When we start diving, because we're going to dip into free agency a little bit too on this journey that we're going on. Once I know a little more about that, I'll have a better understanding of what we can do, because maybe that is the case. Maybe I just do need the one player because I can fill veterans everywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, that's a great thing to be able to go do. So I would try that out. And then, Kevin, that happened.
Yeah.
I did see this headline. Paul Skeens thinks Livy Dunn gets tired of going on vacation with him because he's always training in the morning wherever they are.
Oh.
And that's my question to you guys is, what is the thing that you do on vacation that you don't think is normal? Because I wake up early. Once my eyes open, I am up. And no matter how late I stayed up the night before, I am not sleeping like past 8 o'clock. And I know that you're like, that's not early. No, I'm probably getting up at 6.
Right.
Like, that's probably it. But 8 o'clock is no matter what, my body won't let me sleep past that. And so once that happens, I'm up making breakfast, getting coffee ready. I'm getting the day rolling. And I'm honestly kind of tired of waiting around on you to wake up so we can get our vacation started right now.
Okay.
Kids, not my wife, obviously. She's lovely. It's the kids. So, yeah, I get up early, and I think that's not normal on vacation because I think a lot of people are like, it's time to sleep in. It's vacation time.
See, okay, so my version of this, which probably won't surprise you whatsoever, is I usually try to schedule vacations around places I want to see and things I want to do. I don't go on vacation to go relax. That's why I don't get the beach vacation and stuff past one day. Like, I get it. We went to the beach for a day, and then what?
I'm going to do all those things all day, yeah.
Yeah, see,
that's me.
That's not for me. And
then don't be so sarcastic about what I love, Kevin.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And so that has been a learning curve for Jess, is like, we'll go places, and I'm like, are we going to be back here? Then, let's go do the things. I want to go do the things and see everything.
Is there a way that she can do her relax and you can go enjoy life?
Yes, we have figured that out. They make fun of me at the house for what they call scheduled relaxing time, which I disagree with. But what I have done on our vacations together now, I've built in a buffer Jess day where we could go do something. We could just sit in the hotel because she also loves hotels and robes and stuff. And so I built in a buffer Jess day she really does, to these vacations where maybe we'll go do something, but she likes the freedom of knowing that perhaps we could just do nothing but float and drift and smile for the day.
That's why, this weekend, Adrian loves this. She sent me a video of a guy that said, if you have a wife who on the weekends or during the week needs to take a nap and just lay and exist that way, feng shui is what that is. There's a type of feng shui, and what it's called is that or the purpose of it is she's recharging the battery for the family. This is actually, she is the driving force for the family, and she needs this rest. And I was just sitting there watching this video, and I thought, this is accurately dead on for you. Did he make this video? How much did you pay this guy to make this video? Because you're trying to push that your 2-hour naps on the Saturday and Sunday are essential to our family. And she was like, I didn't do anything. I just found this on TikTok.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So she's like that too.
All right. I like that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can do some more college football stuff. We can throw in some star stuff, but also Masterpiece of the Week. A lot coming at you next right here on The Fan.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back, steps up, delivers downfield, intercepted! Jamari Sharp makes the pick that will clinch Indiana's first national championship.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3. The Fan wanted to run out a quick rest of Campus Connection, maybe some stars, then Masterpiece of the Week. Holy moly, it's a lot. All right, for Campus Connection, have you seen the betting odds for the national champion and the Heisman Trophy?
No, I haven't.
Well, they look exactly the same as this year when Texas underwhelmed, and so did Arch Manning. But for next year, Texas is once again the national champion favorite ahead of Ohio State, with Indiana and Notre Dame tied for third. And those numbers are really close, so you might see some spots where Indiana is a little bit higher. Heisman Trophy leading the way once again, Arch Manning, with C.J. Carr from Notre Dame second, and then the returning Dante Moore from Oregon at third, and wide receiver extraordinaire Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State.
Is Dante Moore going to get his play, or is he going to get replaced?
Yeah,
where's he playing?
I mean, I would assume that when he said he's going back to school, that he'd cut a deal with Oregon, that he was going to start. And the Dylan Raiola thing is weird. I will most certainly admit that.
Kevin, there was this time I saw Florida. They had two quarterbacks.
They did.
They ran both of them out there pretty consistently. Not enough, both of them on the field at the same time for my liking.
Okay, so you wanted TiVo and okay, I got you.
Remember Colby's idea on the box where you have four quarterbacks in the backfield and you're just like, I don't know which one. They can do everything. So.
So many illegal procedure penalties.
But that being said, I am very curious on how what's going to go down there.
Okay, we'll look into if that is a possibility. Now, Mr. Medford, would you please give me cut number 6, because we're going to play you every single goal from last night's Stars game.
Fired over to Sievers. He keeps it alive. Werenski in. He scores. Zach Werenski with the wrist shot. He gets it through, and the Jackets have a 1-0 lead.
That was it. That was the only goal.
What the hell?
That was it.
I said we're going to play every single goal from the game. That was a Blue Jackets goal. We play all the rest of the goals, including all the Stars goals.
Yeah, win something like this.
Yeah, dude.
That's about it.
We didn't do well last night.
And you know what's really frustrating about that is I think we did play well yesterday. But no, not the scoring, definitely not. But like, it's one of those games where you would say the Stars look like the better team. Hey, great. What's that going to get you?
Yeah.
Nothing. So natural stat trick had scoring chances 33-12 for Dallas.
Really?
They had high danger shot attempts.
That's not great.
13-3 for Dallas, and you scored nothing.
Yeah,
and
that's
you
bad.
lost the game.
You should have scored more.
Agreed.
And the fact that you only gave up one is a positive sign, but
True.
Your offense is lacking something.
You hit the post twice. And I thought this is a great way that our buddy Robert Tiffin
He's
put
awesome.
this, is when you had a breakaway, every puck found the human in front of the net rather than the net itself. And that is a fair way to break it down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that means the Stars lose again. And you're right. You did only give up one goal. I thought you looked like the better team. I know Rantanen wasn't out there, and so you might have had concerns, or the Stars might have concerns in general about being able to finish, especially when he's not in the lineup. But the Stars lose again. And we've talked about how much they have just been in an absolute spiral, right? Since about Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
They have just been playing terrible. And because of that, I saw the power rankings from CBS Sports, and I was still shocked by where the Dallas Stars are. So right now, The Dallas Stars have the 6th most points in all of hockey. Where do you think they are in the power rankings?
8th.
Lower.
9th.
You take a couple of jumps.
11th.
Keep going.
What are you doing right now?
They're not my power rankings.
15.
Ooh, just in front of that. So they're 3-11. They've won 3 of their last 14 games. I know hockey obviously counts that differently, but they've won 3 of their last 14 games. Because of that, the Stars are 14th. Up until like 5 days ago, they had the 2nd most points in the NHL. Now they're 6th by like 2 points, and they came in at 14th. And here's a little blurb. Matt Duchene had his season derailed by injury, and he hasn't been the same since returning. And they focus in on that. Dallas has relied on elite forward depth in recent years, but it hasn't had that this season. And before that, the week before that, they had the Stars at 9. So they had already dropped the Stars kind of equivalent to how they were playing versus what their overall record was. And now they dropped from 9th to 14th. And quite frankly, if you watch the Stars play right now, I don't think that's terribly far off.
From the 806, and I can only assume this is Mike Bassick, you can't win if you don't score any goals, is what I've heard.
That's true. Unless you tie 0-0 and win in a shootout, and hockey purists don't actually count those as goals.
But I understand that, but it did go past the line.
Yeah.
And maybe touched the net.
Yeah. And then, by the way, since we mentioned this, Eric and Austin, serious question. Did you watch the last half of Texas games? Arch in Week 12 was very different than Arch in Week 1 versus 5. Kind of. But also, I still think you see good Arch, bad Arch. Like, even look at the A&M game.
He needs to put a season together.
He puts halves together that are captivating.
Yeah.
They're usually part of the other half of a game where you're like,
Which, coming from what he actually was in high school and now playing at the college level, as a fan,
absolutely.
You would like to see him put a season together where he's consistent.
Absolutely. I would just feel like everyone would be able to agree it was a largely underwhelming season from Arch Manning.
I wasn't even whelmed.
With the potential for much, much more. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Chiafalo has entered the studio because I can assume he knows it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
What do you think? Eric's probably here for that, right?
Did you not know what time it was and you accidentally got in here early, or
I knew exactly what time it was, and I got in here right on time.
See, Alec, I
just want to laugh.
Are you more excited that he loves Masterpiece of the Week, or he's the most jacked up person in the world for crosstalk? He's like, crosstalk starts now, MFers. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm here to monitor you guys and make sure you actually get out on time.
He said we want some overtime here today.
Hey, for the record,
we're not going to.
I asked Gavin Dawson years ago if he cared that our crosstalks on Friday are like 3 minutes. And I was like, hey, look, man, y'all got 5 hours. And he goes, nope, don't care at all.
Don't care. He didn't even have to ask us our opinion on that. He knew. He spoke for the team.
Chiafalo knows what time it is. I will inform the rest of the listening audience. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. It's a good day to be Kevin Hageland because he only has 2 entries here.
Hell yeah.
What'd you do?
Like my regular life.
It's a record low.
Yeah. Then it might be a record high for Corey. He's got probably in the neighborhood of 10.
My regular life.
There you go.
Yeah, so we're going to start off with Corey.
Entries.
A little bit scandalous here.
That's all she's asking.
I just wanted to show her my ankles.
1920s audiences would be, oh, heavens.
How dare you?
I wear ankle socks, Eric, and like that. I'm not really big on having a lot of socks. All right, and so I'd have ankle socks, and I can wear those anytime. And so I did want to show my ankles off.
I tried to tell him the error of his ways, because for some of the ladies, socks are like how maybe we feel about underwear for ladies, and they're like, ooh, look at those socks. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they can be a bit of an eye catcher.
It's an aphrodisiac, if you will.
Yeah, it's like oysters.
Do they want to make sweet love while I'm in the socks still, though?
That I can't say.
Yeah.
Huh.
But it is a great way to project out. looking at the ankles. We know that.
Yeah.
Athleticism and things like that.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, coaches have said that.
Plus, if they show the ankles, you know they're putting out.
Yeah. It's well documented.
I am.
See?
I don't even know how to transition from that. So, Corey, you said this.
Well, some of those are attractive, but they all have underarm hair. And like, do I want to be involved with that?
No.
That was about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Margaret Qualley was she was the one that was dancing, and Brad Pitt was like, "Get in the car," and they showed up in Jonestown. And, or whatever it was.
Yeah, well, guess what? They all drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that
except for
wasn't
Jim
good.
Jones, who shot himself in the head.
Oh my gosh.
Because he was a coward.
Well,
or because he saw a chick with armpit hair.
Maybe.
That's not going to be the thing that makes me do that, but maybe. Not, maybe not. Probably not, yeah.
Well, I feel like the underarm hair might actually fit into this category, Corey.
The ability to do man things. Man things are important.
What do you like? Can you give us some examples of
Chopping
man
wood.
things?
Big time.
Mechanic stuff. Sorry, female mechanics. Y'all are awesome too.
Sexist!
Y'all are awesome too. Lifting, opening pickle jars.
Yes.
Man thing.
Yes.
Is it weird that
cooking the
doesn't feel
meats.
offensive, but the mechanic thing feels offensive? I guess these should all theoretically be offensive.
Yeah. Just doing whatever John Wayne would do, is kind of a...
Man, just... Yeah.
All right.
Change up some of the language, but it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Change up the language, you'll be okay.
Who are the most manliest men of in history? Clint Eastwood, John Wayne,
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Only people in Westerns.
Chuck Norris got bit by a vampire. Vampire turned it back into a human.
I'll never forget reading that story.
No to everything you just said. You just named 3 actors. Get the hell out of here. Actors are the
Chuck
toughest
Norris, you think
people?
he's acting? You think Chuck Norris is acting? That roundhouse is
Great
real.
point.
Who was the veteran? Who was the veteran that went and saved the people in the mountain area?
Rambo?
No, the guy that was Rambo was based on.
Oh, yeah. Hey, so the guy, one of the people that Rambo is based on, did you know he helped break down the situation at Ruby Ridge? Because that guy, he was like, I'm not talking to anybody. And then that dude showed up and he's like, hold on, he's here? All right. I'm done talking to y'all. The federal agents, I'll talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I didn't even know Rambo was based on anything.
Yes, no, it's based on a real person. Or a kind of a conglomeration.
Like an idea, yeah.
That was such a weird pause.
Chuck
It
Norris
just
is a
pivoted
good
to me.
one.
I was going to tell the story about how we convinced my friend that Rambo was a true story, and she thought it for she still does. So
See, I love the front end of this clip almost as much as the end of it, because you can hear Corey come to terms with this revelation that he made.
with everyone, if you were all right, I'm a real witch. All right.
Well, I'm just going to get that out there. It's time to be honest. Been keeping secrets from you all these years.
Felt kind of like that Harry Potter moment. You're a what? Ooh, that might, man. So far, I wrote down Corey Man Things and Corey Witch. So those are my 2 leading candidates thus far.
All right, Kevin, we'll get you involved in the mix here. This
You don't
one
have to.
This one's really more incriminating of me than anything.
I'm not trying to date you, Alec.
No.
Don't give me that look. That's a good point.
What kind of look was it?
I don't even remember. That was
he gives me a lot of judgmental looks.
Right.
Like when I was single, and he gave me that look, and I was like, well, I'm not trying to date you.
It was about the socks. That's what it was about.
So much of it revolves around
because
that.
I mentioned, because you were like, the ladies like the nicer socks, and I was like, I spend money on Adidas socks, and I looked at you and you're like, don't look at me like that. I'm not trying to date you.
Yeah.
Ooh, the brawny paper towel guy is manly. I would agree with that.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. But Bounty is the thicker, quicker picker upper.
Theodore Roosevelt's a good answer. So is Bruce Lee.
Yes, Bruce Lee, bro.
Didn't Theodore Roosevelt have asthma?
You don't think a tough person can have asthma?
I have asthma.
Are you tough?
I overcame it.
I haven't.
You don't have your puffer in your pocket?
I don't carry that around anymore.
You know, I had a friend who had asthma, but he went to the...
This is my girl.
Nope.
Okay.
Wrong. I guarantee that's wrong. But he went to the drugstore in this town called Derry, and the guy told him he didn't really have asthma. it was just a placebo. Or maybe the daughter told him. And eventually he overcame that and killed a demon clown.
It's a true story.
Yeah.
Let's make a movie on that.
I've seen, there is, it's called It.
There's many.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's too much going on
based
here.
on true
There's a
stories.
TV show. Hey, Dawson, if you're worried, this isn't crosstalk. We're still in the other segment.
We showed up early this morning to crosstalk also.
He just had a look in his face like the crap. I just want to make sure he knew. You're plenty early. Don't worry, you're not late. You're not late.
Yeah, we will wrap it up quick, I promise. This one I'm kind of scared to play, but Kevin told me to mark it.
I'll eat the chocolate part, save the blonde part, and then eat that one by itself. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the
Eric, now you had your say. Eric, what is he talking about?
I know.
Is this a Limp Bizkit situation?
That makes more sense than anything at this point. Chocolate and blondes.
Yeah. Feels like you're going in the wrong order in that scenario.
Or non-blondes.
For the woman, I would assume.
Yeah, I'd feel for her there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd feel for Corey in this situation.
I hear some dude grunting and unzipping stuff. I'm like, good God, what's going on out there? Yeah, that was downstairs I was in the shower, and there was a guy that was grunting and doing all that. So I was like, why? And then he left his underwear on the counter. I was like, I got to put my stuff on the counter, dude. Don't leave your underwear on there.
How big is his underwear? How small is that counter?
Small counter.
Okay.
Oh.
Tiny. So far, my 3 finalists are Corey Man Things, Corey Witch, and Corey Grunting.
All I'm saying is GBAG is ready for crosstalk. They are ready to do this thing right now.
I'm sure the one thing GBAG thinks is, I wish we had more airtime.
Randy White, definite good manly man right there.
Pretty much all of GBAG's going to be in here. We're still in this other segment.
All right, one more, and we'll get out of here. One more.
Corey,
I have to play this.
Look at the size of this banana, dude. It was a giant banana. Adrian somehow ordered like 24 bananas. She hit double bananas too many times on the order, and then all these bananas showed up, and they were gigantic bananas. They were huge.
Dude, banana's the best bang for your buck.
Okay,
That's
but
true.
first of all, he already thought she ordered too many. Now there are big bananas, and you're like, we could have ordered even fewer.
Right. So we didn't even need that many.
Catch banana.
I'm going to go, oh my gosh. I'm going to go with the armpit hair situation because I stand by that. Well, some of those are attractive, but they all have underarm hair. And like, do I want to be involved with that? Oh.
No, you don't. Happy liberation. I'll see you later. I'm going to vote for Corey's revelation about witches. I think that's my vote for today.
With everyone, if you were, all right, I'm a real witch, all right?
All right.
It is the stumble to get to the, hold on, let me start the story all over again and start with I'm a real witch.
I wanted to conceal this, but I'm just going to let it out. I'm going with the grunts and the zippers and the showers.
I hear some dude grunting and unzipping stuff. I'm like, good God, what's going on out there?
We are going to have a winner. It's going to be this.
With everyone, if you were, all right, I'm a real witch. All right? That's a good one.
Good vote. There you go. Masterpiece of the week. Coming up next.
Starbuck.
Could be 60 seconds, could be 3 minutes. We will chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ. Are we in studio? Do we even have a show? We know who's...
entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're always having fun. Maybe
thankful
too much
for Alec
fun.
for not turning everybody's mic.
That is for damn sure. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here as Crosstalks, part of D&M Leasing's Crosstalk, of course. How are you doing today?
Amazing, Higgy. How are you?
Hell yeah. I am doing very well. I'm glad that it looks like, hopefully for a lot of people, they will be able to drive home and avoid when the weather starts tonight, although I know in our economy, a lot of people have different times that they go to their jobs, and so I hope everybody stays safe out there this weekend. Also this weekend, AFC, NFC championship games. I want to see if I can get your predictions. And are you worried at all that we are going to have an underwhelming Super Bowl matchup?
I return your question with a question. Were you surprised that the Patriots were road 4.5-point favorites?
No, just because I got to see the evolution of the swing without Knicks, because the go-ahead line, I think it was going to be Broncos by 1-ish.
Okay.
And then when I saw the swing with Knicks, it was about 6 points, and now it's come back just a little bit, and I was like, I get that. What I'm excited about is you can still make this play on underdog. Half a touchdown pass for Jarrett Stidham.
Nice.
I think that's
a surefire.
a good play this weekend.
Might throw it to a backup offensive lineman just for the fun of it. Sean Payton's going to dial it up, man.
You good with the thick six on
Always.
those touchdowns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Love
All
y'all's
right.
breakdown of that.
I much prefer the play on Prize Picks, though, but I will say the thick six is the way to go.
Give me Patriots. Give me Seahawks.
And that's, I know it's the later game, but do you view, because of the injury, or maybe you already thought it this way, Rams-Seahawks as the main event?
Dude, that's the Super Bowl.
And it would have been that way, yeah, I think anyway, like even if you had Bo Nix. Like I think those are the two. They've played classics both times they've played, specifically the second matchup.
Yes.
So Chapter 3 of this is going to be absolutely epic. I do think they're the two best teams left standing. I agree.
It's incredible. I don't know exactly how much conviction I can say this with, but I think Sean Payton's going to figure something out for Stidham. I like their running game. I like their defense, so I'm taking Denver at home.
Do you think there's any chance they'll just be like, go do it, Stidham. Start throwing the ball around.
James Palmer was saying that this morning with the morning guys, and he's a Denver guy. He was like, Sean Payton's going to let this guy rip because now Sean Payton's playing with house money.
Yeah, I saw that on like NFL Twitter yesterday where a lot of people are predicting that Sean Payton is going to show up and be like, if you think we're going to play conservatives because we have a backup quarterback, you got another thing coming. So that sounds fun. I guess I'm just kind of fading New England. And maybe that's envy and jealousy that they're back here already post Brady.
Seems unfair.
It is.
It's me too.
What a
I'm the same
blessed
place.
life those fans are living. I can't stand it.
And then I can't find myself believing in Darnold still. So I'm going to believe in Stafford.
Power ranking my friends. I'm pulling for John Snyder. I'm pulling for Sean Payton. I'm pulling for Elliott Wolf, and I'm pulling for Les Snead. If I had to power rank them that way, I would say give me Seahawks and Broncos in this thing. I've got a dog in the fight of all these teams.
Broadus, I love the story from Schneider where he said, I was essentially praying that the Ravens would lose the AFC title game in 2023 so I can get quicker access to interview and hopefully hire McDonald, which has clearly gone exceedingly well. Are you guys worried at all about an underwhelming Super Bowl matchup coming out of this?
Look, I don't watch anyway, so it really doesn't matter, Heggie.
Fair. I don't think Zach believes you about that.
No, I don't. I really don't. I really don't.
Come in the next day and talk about it.
I
Next
fake
gen stats.
You fake it? What am I looking at right now?
Next gen stats.
Pretends he watched it.
Yeah, you're gonna ask me.
I'll tell you that pressure rate was pretty. That right guard was stinking.
The underwhelm would be Seattle, Denver. You think?
Yes, just because it feels like people a lot of times focus on the quarterbacks. I would like it so Sam Darnold can give a big giant middle finger to people like Corey.
But what about Stidham? You want DiNucci to be the quarterback.
My ultimate dream is that DiNucci makes his way to finish out the Super Bowl for the Broncos and then holds up an upside down Super Bowl hat so I can just watch Mike implode on social media. I just think that would be delightful.
So we need Stidham to maybe just suck and get benched, and then is it Sam Ellinger?
Yes.
Also suck and get benched. Not hurt, just suck and get benched.
I mean, my gosh, so Jared Stidham, Sam Darnold Super Bowl is not a great sell.
Yeah,
for the casual out there.
Good defenses though.
But gosh, the defense
back in the day. Yeah. Back in the day, used to play with like Lynn Dawson and Bob Greasy, so don't feel bad about that. Those are Hall of Fame quarterbacks, believe it or not.
Yep.
Somewhere Lynn Dawson's just
having a smoke.
He's definitely smoking.
Yeah, dirt down.
He's having a smoke and a Fanta.
Him and
Fresca, whatever.
And a crepe.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We will have Leah Asimakopoulos talking stars with us at 3, John Owning at 4.
Oh, can I tell you, your tease was amazing.
Yeah.
Right on.
And you're like, we're going to have John Owning because the morning show is not. I loved that tease.
The Nosebleed Boys put me up to that. So they get all the credit for it. Sandler, 420.
I got to be in the room when Sean heard that tease. It was very
Did
amusing.
He throw his pen at Roy?
Roll home with the GBAG Nation.
I'll get them back. Watch.
We're the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Stay safe, Kevin.
Everybody.
Take us with you wherever you go.
the Dallas Metro's newest resort community. Open house Saturday and Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. Pools, sports courts, fitness centers, and more. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you experiencing hair loss? Here's a fantastic offer from Next Level Med Solutions for fan listeners. Next Level Med Solutions has the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to promote hair regrowth. No needles, no chemicals, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes each month. And right now, when you schedule 6 treatments, Next Level will give you 3 additional treatments absolutely free. Just mention the fan when you call 469-991-9292 to book your consultation. Don't wait. 469-991-9292. NextLevelMedSolutions.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Think Verizon the best 5G network is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see and never AT&T and T-Mobile? Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1H 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventative care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, and natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, cash, FSA, and insurance. Visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for a Friday staple with the Chief. Leah Simakopoulos is coming up at 3 o'clock. We're going to talk stars with Leah in about 15 minutes. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
L to the YouTubers, I guess, and the Twitchers. Just constantly having fan cam issues.
Having some issues.
Just like every single day we have the same issue. Every single day. And that starts to suck.
Yeah. You know, I'll say it again. It's time to snuggle up to that Odyssey app. A little bit more consistent for you. I think you're going to like that. You know, and if I had my druthers, that's how you'd listen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same here. Same here, 100%. You also have, let's see, our buddy Woody in the 214. Biggest L for this past week was having an asthma attack last Saturday morning. Didn't break his nose, but he got 9 stitches in his lip.
Ooh.
His victory is that the stitches are already out, and it was minimal scarring. He's still going strong off the benzos and the opiates.
There we go.
And he encourages us to stay warm this weekend. Yeah, I would say another L to anybody who just hasn't planned ahead. And they're like trying to get, I mean, all I see is just empty grocery stores now.
They showed
it's
a Trader
photos.
Joe's in Washington, D.C. that it's like it had nothing, it has nothing left. They took everything out of it.
Yeah, it's happening at most places right now. Like Delkus was saying, like,
did you guys fill up with gas?
Get it before Friday.
Yeah, I've got pretty much a full tank.
Yeah, I've probably got a halfie going.
You just worry about the gas stations kind of shutting down, stuff like that.
Oh. Well, I mean, you're not going to really go anywhere, right?
Well, you might need to.
Gosh,
right?
I don't know, man. I mean, they might.
You never know.
The refineries might shut down because of the cold and all that stuff. We can't get it, can't get them filled back up.
See, Wolchuk's responding to people on the text. Wolchuk, who's got some cool business ideas?
Yeah, well, 214 said biggest dub. Their daughter is opening her restaurant called Bus Dinner in Houston. So congratulations to them.
B-U-S?
B-U-S, like bus, the
Is
school
this
bus.
diner?
On a bus?
Bus
Diner?
diner? They spelled it with 2 N's.
Okay.
So it's dinner.
Is it in like an old school bus or
That's
something?
what I'm saying.
Maybe.
That sounds pretty cool.
Maybe. We didn't get more information.
Get an old
Follow up
train
to
car or
214.
something like
But
that.
Hey, good luck, because it's tough opening up a restaurant.
There's this golf course in Bend, and you go over this bridge. You know how they have a golf courses, and the entire bridge is like 2 train cars.
Yeah.
So you get in there in your golf cart, and you like drive through it. It's pretty cool.
That is cool. I like that.
I don't know what made me think of that, but
no, it's a unique setup. Yeah, we have the HEB as a blood sport, says the 214. Well, HEB's catching a big victory this week. Not only because I'm sure they've just been booming in sales here around the state, but also ranked the #1 grocery retailer in the United States for the 5th time in 9 years.
There they go.
According to Dunnhumby.
Still never been in one.
What?
I can't believe that, bro. Coming up on Wednesday, February 4th, it's opening in Forney, and it's probably 8 minutes from the house. So I'm going to become an HEB guy.
There we go. Perfect.
Hey, the Opa's Chicken Poblano.
Yes.
And Monterey Jack Cheese Smoked Sausage is an all-timer, bro.
Mouthful of
chicken thighs. Yeah, you will. You'll want a mouthful of it because the flavor is so unbelievable.
Chicken thighs.
I caught a big dub when you recommended that to me last week, and then I caught another dub when my kids decided they didn't like them.
Oh, more for you.
Oh, really? Yeah. They're like, I don't know. There's something weird about this. I'm like, okay, bring it on over.
Even better.
Yeah.
They don't slack on the cheese cheese that's in there. You know, like sometimes you get these cheese sausages, and
Cheese
then you're
imbalance?
like, you want more.
Yeah.
You need more cheese in there. Every bite, you can see that melty cheese inside of it. So shout out to Opa's and the HEB chicken thigh sausage. That is just truly an all-timer. You also have, let's see, culinary-wise, did you guys see what Bluebell's doing? I don't know if you guys mess around with this. A huge dub for Jared Sandler because he was always the guy that would have like the random like pints of ice cream that were supposed to be like keto or protein or something ice creams. Yeah. Okay. Well, Bluebell's doing it now. Okay. Bluebell has announced that they are going to have the pint size new high protein pints. You're going to have chocolate, coffee, salted caramel, strawberry, and vanilla options. And they're all like 310, 320 calories and 33 to 35 grams of protein per pint. And no added sugars, low fat, gluten free. I'm gonna give these a shot.
Fire those bad boys into the sun.
Protein ice cream. Listen, if Bluebell's doing it, bro, and you can hit all your macros, Broadus. I know you're a macro hitter.
It's for the wife. And
gluten free.
I'm definitely willing to investigate.
I have to eat a lot of gluten free, Brian, and I don't appreciate you slandering. All right, I have. It's not perfect, but you know what? I'm trying to be supportive. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate
how much worse do you think this is going to taste than the real thing? 20% worse.
Honestly,
10%?
man, it might just be. I've had to eat it a lot, so I've got. There are a lot of gluten free products. You really can't tell a difference. The pasta is the one that is difficult. There are so many terrible gluten free pastas, and the bread. Like the bread is usually half the size of your typical glutenized bread. But the thing that stinks is everything is double the price. For what? Why?
Yeah. I mean, we're taking away ingredients.
And it's usually smaller portions of everything. So I'm paying double because my poor wife has celiac disease and can't eat gluten, and she's getting less of what she usually would get anywhere else. It's terrible.
Sounds like a bad deal.
I'm not happy about it, guys.
Do you sneak around and get real food?
Hell yeah.
Of course he does.
But she's caught me.
Sometimes I wonder if I have celiac disease, but I would never want that diagnosis.
No,
like
it's terrible.
if you think you might be gluten intolerant, just let it go.
It's all my father-in-law's fault.
Ignorance is bliss.
Oh, you have
Thanks a lot.
You have this really bad disease, and you go, "Oh, damn! I thought I had celiac."
I'm just hoping my kids don't get it.
Yeah, keep the brownies and cookies coming.
Gavin, you have about 4 months. God,
I can still eat pizza, right?
Do I have celiac? Oh, please don't tell me that.
14 inches, the biggest they go, too, on that, and it's like $20.
Yeah, it's just overpriced.
It's ridiculous.
It is. 817 Big Dub, got my snowboards out ready for this weekend. Fingers crossed for some snow. Yeah, hopefully we do get at least some level of like actual powder out here, and it's not just the ice on the ground.
Tell you what, man, we need to have a kitchen mitten tournament somewhere.
I'm in on that, bro.
We get the ice.
I'm down for that. 214 Big Dub, my sales team might finish the week number 1 in the company. Congratulations. That's a might, so he's holding out hope.
What's his group? What do they do?
We'll find out. 214, let us know. What's your group?
What's your group do?
254, biggest L is I've been on night shift all week. Haven't been able to Tolo like I want. Biggest Dub, I got the day off today for the ice. All right, very good.
If you're at nighttime, listen to Fred and Blake.
817 just ran into Josh Hamilton in South Lake saying he looks good. So that's fantastic news. Always looking for a Josh Hamilton update this time of year. Yeah, standing next to him at the urinal or whatever. People are calling out Walchuk's. That Houston dinner doesn't seem like it was actually a thing that we might have been ignorance is bliss on that one. What was that place called again?
Bus
Dinner.
Bus Dinner. Bus Diner.
Bus. Is it like spelled it bus dinner? B-U-S.
Oh, yeah. No, put it together. You're trying to say a word. We got.
I think we got ball sacked on that. Bus dinner.
Let's look. Let's take out Urban Dictionary here.
My daughter's opening a great restaurant called Bus Dinner.
There's
really proud of her.
I don't know. There's a lot.
I didn't think. What is it? Is something bad? Did we say something bad?
Bangkok, Cape Town, London. I don't think we did get ball sacked here.
Bus dinner.
Oh.
B-U-S-T.
Wow.
Yikes.
Snuck one past the goalie, bro.
That's us all. Oh, goodness gracious.
That's
We've been
awesome.
ball sacked.
Congratulations to that family.
Well done. I hope Houston's having a great time tonight.
That is so awesome.
I am really glad that Wolchuk read that.
Once you said it that way, I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
What's on that menu?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Chief. I did have a big L and dub this morning. I woke up a little bit early, so I decided to cook Abby like a hot lunch, put it in the thermos. right? I'm like, I'm so proud, like, perfect. She's going to be so happy with this chicken teriyaki with the broccoli and the carrots.
Nice, dude.
Seasoned it perfectly.
Yeah.
I got the grill fired up this morning. I was just dominating. And then she comes out of her room to get ready for me to drop her off at school, and she's like, where's my breakfast? I forgot to make her the breakfast.
Oh.
So I think she hates me.
The patented
That's
Dawson
weird. That's
pancakes were not on the
They were
menu
not
this
there.
morning.
I don't know what happened. Like, preparing one meal, it mentally blocked the breakfast. I thought the job was done. I was putting my feet up, sipping coffee. Like, yeah, pretty much got this dad thing knocked out of the park.
He's in the
Crushed
barn,
it.
girl.
Good morning, boys.
All right, Leah Simakopoulos talking stars with us coming up next here. It's the GBAG Nation, the fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Indiana winning the national championship on Monday night was the most watched college football game in 11 years. The Hoosiers and the Hurricanes averaged 30 million viewers. College football is all about tradition, and it's cool to see people get wrapped up in this underdog story with Indiana's title run. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Now, it's your time to make more money and be your own boss. Come to the Franchise Show January 31st and February 1st at Dallas Market Hall to meet with the best money-making franchises. Learn how you can open a successful business. This life-changing event is your only chance to see all the hottest money-making opportunities in one place. Find the perfect business for you at the Franchise Show, presented by the Entrepreneur's Source. January 31st and February 1st, Dallas Market Hall. Get tickets at DallasFranchiseShow.com. Texas, we did it. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world for the 3rd year in a row. Out here, you don't wait to dominate. You move first. That's why we're rolling out our best offers before anyone thinks we will. All new Chevys priced below market value. We're paying top dollar for trades. Trade up before the best are sold. This is Texas. This is classic. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Football playoffs are here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite player or perhaps your least favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. You probably know what statistics are. Get them right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download Download the app today and use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, GBAG Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now to chat with our hockey expert, our Dallas Stars beat writer, Leah Asimakopoulos from the Dallas Morning News once again. And a good afternoon, Leah. Thanks for joining us. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. Thank you. We could use some more goals. Are they going to get this turned around?
They need to find a way, because you're right. It's been 0 or 1 goals in like 4 of the last 5, except for that one game Tuesday. So, yeah, they've got some work to do.
Does this go into the category of, hey, this happens, they had the losing streak late last year and then turned around and had a good postseason for the most part? Or does this go into there's systemic or fundamental issues in play that are having this team trending the wrong way?
Yeah, I'm still not overly concerned in the grand scheme of the season. I think it was Razor who actually tweeted today about how if you look at a lot of the top teams in the league, they're all kind of going through it. Even Colorado has been so far ahead of everyone, I think has lost like 5 of their last 8. So we're just getting to that point of the season where, it's past the halfway point, but still far from the finish line. Yes, the Olympic break's coming up. A lot of teams are dragging, dealing with injuries. They're playing like 3 games in 4 nights a lot. It's just a compressed schedule with the Olympics, so it's going to happen. It obviously hasn't been encouraging to lose 11 of the last 14, but there's been some signs. Like there's been some good moments this week, especially. So I think it's just part of the flow of a season, and the real question is what they can do when they come back from the Olympics.
How has the mood been within the locker room when it comes to the message from Glenn Gulletson and then also just to the players? I mean, you start worrying about it. Is anybody pressing in a moment like this? I got to go to the Tampa Bay game. First period was awesome, and then it was like nothing was generated after that.
Right. Yeah, I think I definitely could sense frustration after that game. I think that was kind of the one where, they felt like they had a good strong start, and then it just completely got away from them. And that feels like that's been the story of a lot of this season. They just haven't really been able to put a full 60 minutes together in a lot of their games. And this is a team that's, in the running to compete for a Stanley Cup in pretty much the last 3 or so years, and 4 of the last 5 years or so. And I think for them, it's definitely frustrating. And they've got the talent and the pieces to be one of the top teams in the league, but I think, that's one thing about Glenn is he definitely doesn't, he's one of those coaches where you can tell that tries not to get too high or too low. I think, Pete DeBoer had a lot more of that kind of raw emotion about him, and Glenn's tried to be a little more steady about it. And I think you could see that from, maybe the last time he was here to now, just having more experience and understanding the flow of a season. And, they know that just a couple weeks, couple months, a month's-long streak isn't going to, make or break a season. So I think the win on Tuesday, though, definitely helped the mood in the room.
It was, I think, last week. I know you were writing about it, and it was like, okay, Rasmus Andersson, maybe he's available. Stars fans maybe got a little bit excited. What are you hearing when it comes to possibly the trade deadline? Is this only going to happen post-Olympic break, and are there any other names that are still possibly on the table?
That's what it seems like. It's probably going to happen post-Olympic break, and I think that the Olympics add a really complicated wrinkle to all of this because a good portion of the league is going to be playing for the next couple of weeks, and you don't know who gets hurt leading up to that. You don't know who gets hurt in Milan, and let's say one of their top players gets hurt and they went and traded for a defenseman, and they need another forward, and they don't have the money to do it because they went and traded before the Olympic break. So I think that's why a lot of teams are trying to wait. Calgary was obviously ready to pull the trigger on Rasmus Andersson, and Vegas just had a great offer that I don't think the Stars were going to match for a rental without a guaranteed extension. So once you see the deal that they get, I don't totally blame the Stars and Jim Nill for not doing that. Vegas, I guess, just had the assets and was willing to do it. So in terms of names, it's tough. I mean, they need a top four defenseman, preferably a right shot, and that is always the toughest position to fill, it seems, and the options just aren't great. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do, honestly. I've heard it seems like Blake Coleman, who's a Plano guy, also from Calgary, is a name that's been linked to the Stars a lot in terms of adding more forward depth. They clearly need that as well. So I'm kind of looking at it as whoever they can bring, it'll help them one way or another, whether it's a defenseman or a forward. And if they can find a way to bring in both, that would be great.
Hey, Leah, I just have to go on record. I'm against the hockey game outdoors in Florida. I just wanted to say that. I mean, is that something? I mean, it just seems really strange. I'm sorry, I'm changing the subject on you a little bit, but the league what are they trying to prove here? Yeah, we can play hockey, and I mean now maybe the weather will be super cold with all this stuff going on right now, but I just wonder why Florida and why this? Is it all the snowbirds down there? What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think they really just want to bring hockey to non-traditional markets, and I mean, both Tampa and the Panthers have obviously had a lot of success, and they like to reward the teams that do. It's a little weird. Obviously, they could have found a way to do it in some sort of indoor-outdoor thing. I know a lot of times in the warmer climates, like here when they're doing it at AT&T Stadium, they're going to build inside and then open the roof, even if it's a little warmer here. So that makes it tough with where they're doing it in Tampa. It's just outdoors, but the technology's been good, I guess. And yeah, I doubt it's going to be 80 degrees and sunny. It'll probably be a little chillier just based on the weather that we're all seeing now. But I think it's cool, but it's a little weird. And people probably thought it was weird to do outdoor hockey in Dallas too, and it turned out to be a great thing. So
no, I was there for that. It was that was great. It was absolutely a blast. I just think the Florida thing, I was just kind of like, I wonder if the hockey purist people are like, even though all these Stanley Cups seem to be now being won in Florida, right? So maybe I should shut my mouth, right?
Yeah, I think that there's still a lot of people skeptical of it, but I mean, and it gets into all these debates of the tax-free states and all the best players wanting to go to Florida and Texas and play there, and then they're winning Stanley Cups or making it to the conference finals all these years. So I don't know. It's a fun debate for people to have, but I think it's cool. I mean, I like to see not just the same old teams winning over and over again, but I'm sure the people up in Toronto who can't seem to win in the playoffs are happy about it.
It's Leah Simakopoulos, Morning News. You're talking Stars with us, the fan.
Leah, the Jason Robertson trade rumors won't go away. I have no reason to believe that the Stars would actually trade him, but hypothetically, like, what type of haul could you get for him?
I mean, probably a great one. I also feel like I would be shocked if the Stars traded him right now. And I think if they do, it's because they get an unbelievable offer. And, maybe it's someone like a Panarin or something like that, like someone who could actually, replace him in terms of that production. But you're not going to trade Jason Robertson, who's one of the league's top goal scorers over the last couple of years, for, a couple pieces here and there. Like, I think Jim Nill even talked about this in the offseason, saying, if I'm going to trade a Jason Robertson, I'm going to get a Jason Robertson. Like, it has to be for something like that. And I think in that situation, you can maybe understand it. But it doesn't make sense to me to do it right now. I mean, they have team control. They make a qualifying offer. They can bring him back on a one-year deal. You can hash all of this out this time next year. Obviously, maybe he won't be playing as well as he is right now, but that's, you can't plan for all that. And as long as you have control, why would you want to just give him up? And I've seen all these other teams saying, he's going to come to Pittsburgh, he's going to go here. And it's like, I don't know. And then him signing with a new agent, some people are interpreting that as the negotiations weren't going well. But then you look at the new agent that he signs with, and that's the agent that negotiated Mikko Rantanen's deal, Wyatt Johnson's deal, Thomas Harley's deal. Like, you have to think he probably did that for a reason, because maybe he wants to stay and have similar success in his negotiations with Jim Nill. So I think that the rumors are always going to swirl, but I would maybe look to the summer at the earliest.
So what's the latest in the Stars-Mavs legal hearing and how that's all unfolding?
Yeah, so there's starting to be some movement. They've had kind of a series of hearings. They had kind of just a check-in hearing on Thursday. There's another one on Monday, weather permitting, and they're moving forward, I mean, right now it seems like they're still moving forward to a trial in May. Neither side is really backing down at this point, and it seems like the courts are going to have to be the ones to settle this because the city's refusing to intervene, and neither team wants to, bury the hatchet here. And I think that it's going to be interesting, and we're seeing both teams, talking about leaving American Airlines Center and trying to figure that out in the coming months as well. And it seems like whatever happens here is going to completely determine those moves. So, the next 5 months or so, I think, are going to be pretty telling in terms of what Victory Park and American Airlines Center looks like past 2031.
Leah Simakopoulos, Dallas Morning News, thank you so much for your insight on this hockey team. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Salute. There she goes with us here on most days in the GBAG Nation, or most hockey seasons, most months. She joins us often. We just go ahead and dump all that, Lucius. We got the Stars hosting the Blues tonight, 7 o'clock. And from what we can tell, the weather shouldn't be too bad when that thing is letting out, and they're going to be in St. Louis on Tuesday. They might want to get out of town quickly. I just get out of town tonight because I don't know if you can fly.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe they do fly out right after the game.
Okay, elsewhere in the world of sports, the Bills' search for a new head coach has kicked into high gear over the past couple of days, and today we get news that the old man Rivers, is going to interview for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job. He's never coached at the collegiate or professional level, but he sort of got back in the public consciousness of football when he played for the Colts, and then there was quite a bit of reporting around how he was coaching in high school. They were running the Colts offense. So, he is the coach at St. Michael Catholic High School in Fairhope, Alabama. Retired after one season with the Colts in 2020. Rejoined the team in December when Daniel Jones tore his right Achilles. I don't know. That seems pretty risky. If I got Josh Allen, I think I want a guy that's been coaching in pro football. I don't know. Like, how much could Phil Rivers convince you that he's ready to coach NFL guys? I suppose if you're a quarterback, he spent 20 years in the NFL or so, 18 years. I mean, he was there for a long time. I'm sure he wouldn't screw it up too bad, but I'd be looking for somebody with a little bit more bona fides.
Yeah, I mean, it would be weird. Now, you have the perspective of Daniel Jeremiah, who is certainly a guy in football that we appreciate. His two thoughts on Rivers as head coach: he says he was basically the offensive coordinator for at least a decade of his career. Okay, so he's alleging that. And number two, he has a presence and is a natural leader. Okay, so that's from Daniel Jeremiah, who calls games for the Chargers, as we know, joined us on the pregame show this year. See what type of staff he could put around him. I don't know. I mean, were they a juggernaut in high school when he was coaching? Were they just friggin' undefeated? Were they putting up all the points? Like, what's the deal here? Can we go through his high school schedule and just see how his team was? What type of points were they putting up?
Yeah.
I mean, what coaches outsmarted him? Let's find some other coaches in that high school league that might have been pretty dang good. Maybe give them an interview.
Yeah, right. Seems kind of far fetched, especially since he's got his family in Alabama. We're all moving to Buffalo.
Yeah.
He clearly seems like the guy that's like as much of a family man as he is, like in terms of the amount of kids he's got. The competitive spirit, I think, is more than the fatherly spirit there.
I think you can scratch that itch in high school, though, and you're coaching your kids. It's like, sorry, kids, I'm leaving to Buffalo for 9 months out of the year. It was fun, but I really couldn't stand you that much.
Hey, you'll come up every couple of weeks, have some chicken wings with me, man.
You guys aren't good enough for me to keep coaching you? That seems like a weird dad move. Like this is
but Jason Witten just kind of did it.
You're right. Yeah.
I mean, not to the now he's not going to Buffalo.
He's going to go coach tight ends.
Yeah, and his son might end up going to Oklahoma with him. He's one of the best linebackers
one more year
in the state. Yeah, this will be his senior year. Then he could maybe go follow dad over to Norman. I think if you look at the crystal ball predictions, that is where he's probably going to end up going. We'll see how that plays out. But
he's like the top-rated linebacker.
Yeah,
in the
he's
nation,
outstanding as a linebacker. Yeah, but either way, I mean, then you're still with your kiddo. I mean, if you got an opportunity to be a head coach in the league and that's what you want to do, I can understand Phillip Rivers pursuing that, especially since they're the only team that's going to interview him.
Do you guys have any issue with selling jersey space? The NCAA has announced.
Yeah, this was just a matter of time.
Bring on the dough. NBA teams make a solid 8 figures a year selling parts of their team uniforms to advertisers. We've seen it on the Mavs uniforms for a long time now, though. So I think we're very used to it, especially if you watch international sports. It's very common. Of course, NASCAR does it a lot. But American sports have held out, for the tradition, I guess, of the uniform. But I'm surprised we have. You know, we got the most business-minded people in the world, don't we? We're leaving eight figs on the table.
NBA's done it, right?
Yeah. But yeah, the NCAA unearthing another revenue stream. D1 leaders approving patches for uniforms in a move that could generate millions to fund athletic departments that are looking for new ways to pay players. This is beginning August 1st. Division I teams can place up to 2 patches of no more than 4 square inches on uniforms for regular season games. Those are in addition to the logos already allowed for the uniform manufacturers. Rules committees for the postseason will decide how to handle March Madness, the College World Series, and other playoff tournaments. I'm looking at you for this one, Krusty. Baby boomers have fought this at every turn. Are you okay with it?
When they started putting patches on the Yankees uniforms, I knew I was losing.
It was done.
I was done. So I'm not fighting it anymore. Nope.
College football playoff has also been looking into how to allow patches for that sport's postseason as well.
They need more patches on those shirts. They need the year, and they've got everything on that thing, right?
The bowl,
the year, they got everything. Yeah.
All righty, it's the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to hit you with a C note here. Cowboys news of the evening coming up next. Get you the latest Cowboys news as we head into this Big Freeze Friday weekend. It's the GBAG Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we get there, though, because if you feel down in the dumps, you just can't get locked in, you can't get focused, you don't have that drive, you're not as sharp as you used to be. You might be thinking, well, I've just had it, not what I used to be. But you don't have to accept that. You can go to menstclinic.com. We have 5 DFW locations, cash and insurance options, and nothing to be ashamed of. By the time we get in our late 20s, early 30s, you can be suffering from low testosterone. It happens to 1 in 5 men. So you're going to sit there and just deal with it and try to battle through, or are you going to do something about it? Pick up that phone, call my friends at Men's T Clinic. They'll get you in real quick, 5-minute appointment. They'll take a little bit of blood, tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then get it absolutely coursing through your veins. It is going to feel amazing. So let's stop the cycle of just dealing with it, or maybe you're going online and trying to go it alone. You're trying to find how to optimize your hormones and get peptides on board. Man, that's a dangerous game that you are playing, sir. Okay, you need to check in with my medical expert friends at Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you dialed, monitor everything that needs to be monitored so you can be safely optimized the entire way through the process. And, they don't stop with low testosterone therapies at Men's T Clinic. They have it all from hair replacement and natural regenerative therapies for joint pains, bedroom wellness. They got it all. And they are Texas founded and locally owned. And you're going to love them just as much as we have since day one. Back in 2014, Men's T Clinic has been dominating this testosterone replacement therapy game, and they're ready for you. Give them a call. 972-GO-MEN'S-T, menstclinic.com. Salute.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
Buford, what are these IRS notices?
Karen, don't worry about those. Just put them on my dresser.
You hid this from me? They're saying we owe the IRS what?
Honey, I can handle this.
Buford, I'm going to...
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at irsprob.com. We help good people with IRS problems. If you're receiving IRS notices like Buford, you need to give me a call right now.
Wait, who are you?
A friend, Karen. At irsprob.com, we protected thousands of families from the IRS and negotiate settlements, oftentimes for less than the original amount owed.
Hey, Randy, can you help us?
Absolutely, Buford. But you need to call for an appointment right now at 214-214-3000. That number again is 214-214-3000.
We're calling now. Thanks, Randy.
IRSprob.com is here to help. Check out our 5-star reviews. Call us today at 214-214-3000. Again, 214-214-3000.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best 5G network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Rankings based on root metrics, United States root score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. It's time for the C-Note. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. It's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We are ready for the Cowboys news of the evening. Have you seen this Minnesota pasta experiment? Apparently it was minus 21 today.
Yes. That's a pretty cool pick.
So you can make like a plate of pasta, take it outside in that weather, and just like take the fork down into it and lift it up. And after a couple of seconds, you can take your hand off the fork and it's going to stay there like a pasta fork statue.
Yeah, because the pasta just freezes up on you.
It's got water on it, right?
Yeah, that water in the pasta. Yeah, keeps it locked in. When we were up there for the Super Bowl,
surprised the salt.
When the Eagles won, my worst Super Bowl experience just because of the Eagles fans. And we were in the Radio Row was in a food court in the mall. I think I've told you that year, and it was tiny. It wasn't that much bigger than like between here and krld-fm. That's like where they packed all those shows.
You're just on top of these top of these other stations, smelling these filthy Eagle fans.
Yes, and they're right on the other side of a very temporary wall with the Eagles chant. But yeah, I think it was Choppy and Ben that night were doing the water trick where you can just throw water into the air and it like snows down. It just like instantly forms into ice.
That's wild, dude.
It's pretty cool. So they're at minus 21, minus 45 with wind chill. We're talking about getting pretty low on wind chill ourselves. It's probably the coldest weather I think I've experienced here in the great state of Texas on the way. Justin Simmons, former Broncos defensive back, retweeted a clip of Christian Parker mic'd up with the Broncos. He said, "I'm just telling y'all, he's the real deal, deserves this moment, and will be great." So a lot of former players cheering for Christian Parker, and I assume that's a good thing. Got to get players for him. A lot of audio going viral of him and his coaching style. I have some quotes for you. He said, "I try to make sure the relationship piece is important," says new Cowboys DC Christian Parker, "that we tell the truth to each other at all times. We're very direct. We also have fun in the process. There's a balance. So being able to set those boundaries, we can be in whatever mood that we need to be in and go out and win on Sundays." He's a pretty complex education expert, I think is what this is.
I talked to somebody who was in the room when they were interviewing this guy. He was amazed at how smart he was.
Yeah.
Like they were asking him a lot of questions, and he says every answer was like a well thought out, cerebral answer.
He's just crushing.
But he relates to players, I mean, like players sometimes don't always jive with the cerebral guy.
That's right. Yeah, because he's different. Yeah,
he's different, and because sometimes the cerebral guy will like, why am I wasting my time with
book
you?
smart you? Or look down on you.
Yeah. But this guy is like, doesn't seem to be that way. Like everybody, like even the non-smart guys like me seem to like this guy. But the guy in the room told me, he goes, "Man, I was amazed at how just every answer was just so thought out and smart sounding."
Yeah, clear and concise.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess he take notes on everything that he's learned in football over the years, and he goes back and reviews the notes, and that's a common practice that a lot of the hot up and coming coaches, share. But it gives him ability to recall details. And that's why I think he's got the reputation for a photographic memory. Maybe he actually does have a photographic memory on top of that, but it's how hard he's working. He's got that grinder gene where I think most of us would be like, "Man, I need a vacation. I need time off. I need to, go play video games for 8 hours or something just to change things up." He is just like relentless in his pursuit. So, I mean, there's the intellect of being able to understand all the football things and remember the football things. But I think that quote of what we just talked about right there is that emotional intelligence. Like, can you regulate your emotions and not crash out, as Lucius will give you in the weekend warning every Friday evening as we get into LA Live? But I think so many coaches either they crash out and end up working against themselves, or they can't regulate their emotions to create the mood and the temperament that a guy needs to learn right now. And can you shift back and forth from keeping guys accountable and being disciplined and maybe being kind of pissed off at them, but then also just get right out of that and come back and skillfully now get back into engagement and relationship building with the same guy or somebody else. And he talks about how, a lot of this stuff is playing psychology with guys to try to create the right environment for the ideal learning.
Yeah, he's got it down. He really does. It's a unique personality to be able to manage all of that and maintain the accountability and the level of detail while also having the just the respect from the players in terms of like we like you and we can have fun with you, but also we know we're here to work all at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm the boss.
Yeah, and I'm the boss.
The accountability angle of it.
Yeah, and he's done it with the young guys, but then you also have guys like Darius Slay, who he was younger than Darius Slay. Darius Slay's older than him. And Darius Slay absolutely loves and respects this guy. So it's pretty incredible to see at every level, whether it's coaches he's worked with, media members that have covered him, or players that have that he's coached. They all are just glowing about this guy.
Yeah, he said for more on that, and he actually refers to Slay in this quote here. He says, you play a psychological game with them without them really knowing it sometimes. I think the best coaches all do this. Jimmy definitely did this.
100%. He was a psychologist.
Says, sometimes me being harder on Slay about something, Q is going to be listening to that, or me talking about something to Tristan McCullum is going to perk Reed Blankenship's ears up because they're going to defend their teammates. So you've got to know how to navigate the room, and there's different ways there. In college, okay, we can go back to his college experience because I think this is formative into his style. He's there at Richmond, right? University of Virginia, Richmond, and apparently the classrooms there, they use this like lecturing or teaching method called the Socratic method, which you imagine Socrates, like the great philosopher. Socrates is just kind of throwing out ideas in big groups of people, and it's an open floor for debate, and anybody can be called on at any time. And that's how he gets engagement. So many coaches will stand up there and lecture and speak for 45 minutes, and you know how it is if you've been in that environment and you don't have the best attention span, or you get bored, or you feel like I already know this. Why is this guy repeating this? And so many people tune out of that. And these meetings are crucial opportunities to learn. So that's how he runs his position meetings or his defensive meetings, is with this Socratic method, where he wants to hear from everybody.
Yeah,
and it's not until you hear somebody try to explain a concept that's when you really find out how well they understand it. So he's kind of like left no stone unturned when it comes to sort of refining his coaching abilities. All right, we have defensive prospects to watch in the Shrine Bowl. Brian, you're working this bad boy Tuesday night?
I am. I'm calling the game. Myself and Brian Estridge are going to do it for Sirius Satellite Radio.
That is so cool. And that's Tuesday night?
Tuesday night.
Damani Jackson, cornerback from Bama, former 5-star prospect out of high school, spent his first 2 seasons at USC, transferred to Bama. He's going to be out there. 6'1", 196, and still sharpening that needs to be done. But Christian Parker has a strong track record of getting the most out of his players at the position, writes Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Dante Corleone, interior defensive lineman from Cincinnati. Harold Perkins, linebacker, LSU. I know you watched him a lot. Have you scouted him yet?
Yeah, I tell you, matter of fact, he's a guy. Dane gave me some guys. There's a Daryl Jackson, who's a defensive tackle, nose tackle from Florida State. Dane's saying I need to watch him. I watched him today. Kind of a third round, one of those 330-pound defensive tackle guys, nose tackle, true nose technique. Harold Perkins was a guy he gave me. He's a linebacker that we misused at LSU.
He's an edge rusher?
He's an edge rusher.
Off-ball?
They used him as an off-ball linebacker. They play him in coverage. His whole career, he should not be a guy that's he should have been a first-round player that we should have been talking about by the way he plays.
His freshman year, he was unbelievable.
He was like he was going to be the number one pick of the draft.
Incredible player the way he got hurt against UCLA, but they played him an off-ball linebacker. It was just a total misuse. Jack Indries is a guy that
the Texas tight end.
Texas tight end, really good athlete. I've seen him before. He's one of these guys who doesn't play true inline Y, plays a little bit more flexed, movement, motion. Made a lot of big catches. You could see him like in the games late in the year, Texas A&M, those games that they had to win. He made several plays for them. There's a guy, Colby Young, a wide receiver from Georgia that Dane was talking about. And then there's Emil Wagner, a offensive tackle from Notre Dame that I'm going to have to look at. So these are guys, he said, these are the guys that I know that he was looking at.
I know Joseph Hoyt's been doing a lot of work on this one, too. He was out at the practice today, and I was asking him who stood out. He's been following SMU safety Ahmad Moses for a while, like going back to high school. He was a Mansfield product. He's undersized, but 16 and a half tackles for loss, 3 sacks over the course of his career. Super productive at SMU. He might be a name that stands out. And then the edge from UCF, Malachi Lawrence. And last year, I think it was the offensive and defensive lines getting to work those practices with Vach. Like, that's where you're able to see the most talent from this game. We'll see about some of the skill guys, but offensive and defensive line play should be a lot of fun. And I'd keep an eye on that edge, Malachi Lawrence from UCF.
What's your strategy going into this thing, Brian? There's like 100 players. You got them all covered, or
yeah, I think
busy weekend ahead of you?
I got a busy weekend. I've done a lot of Senior Bowl guys already. We've been doing a lot of shows. Been working on the stack with Zach and Aisha. We've been talking about a lot of positions already. We're doing some Senior Bowl work. I'm going to probably take about 10, 12 guys and just kind of focus on them right now and see. These are the guys that are probably going to be drafted that I'm going to be looking at, so I want to make sure I cover those guys first.
There's a lot of guys in this game that aren't going to be drafted?
I think there's going to be several that aren't, yeah. I think that's... so
it's like their last game?
It's like their last game, yeah.
Well, it'll be the undrafted free agents like Issei Pohl, who ended up having to play for the Chiefs, the left tackle. He was an undrafted guy, so like they'll find a way to get into the league most likely, but you'll find like day 3, getting to do those practices was tremendous for the coverage. I'm bummed Lights Out Sports not doing it this year.
Well, I'm excited. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we're going to play that game where we're going to talk about which playoff team you think did this. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we get there, though, because it's already slick out there. Seriously, I was just goosing it a little bit on an on-ramp today on my way to work. Back in got a little squirrely, so I don't know if you want to put some sandbags back there, extra weight or whatever, but it's probably best if you can just to stay at the house. Keep that thing parked in the garage or driveway until we get through the other side of this storm. Luckily, right now, it's not too bad, but it's still highly slick, and there have been a number of very serious accidents already this afternoon throughout North Texas. If you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. It can happen anytime when you least expect it, or when maybe you're on high alert for it possibly happening if you're out and about over the weekend with the slick stuff on the ground. Keep the number handy, frankelfirm.com. What do? They make sure you don't settle for less. They make sure that everything is compensated for, because you could have medical expenses and lost wages. You might need career re-education. You might have a long-term disability coming on board. I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff that can happen on the other side of this. And if you're dealing with months, years, decades of pain and suffering and having to change the way you go about your life, you deserve to be compensated for that. Frankel's make sure it happens. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ. Are we in studio? Do we even have a show? We know who's playing in the Super Bowl. We don't know anything else. Hopefully you survived the freeze. Hopefully it was overblown. We'll see. Monday morning on The Fan.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only 2 seasons in the year, winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single-game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar. Loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish. Seasoned with black pepper and garlic, slow smoked for serious flavor. And ultimate Italian. Bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only. While supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see and never AT&T and T-Mobile? Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new, all in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at dallasboatexpo.com.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-purchase sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, coming up here in 15 minutes. John Owning talking Cowboys with you in top of the hour. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Guys, you think I need to go through again real quick what my guy said about this coach, or we're up to
No, I'd love it. Yeah.
I mean, the thing I said yesterday. Do you think we need to go back?
Yeah, no, I love that.
This is the guy that you didn't know that you had the guy.
Yeah, I didn't know this guy actually worked with this guy for a long time and is like friends with this guy. And it took me I went through a media guide thinking I got to know somebody that really knows this guy, and then lo and behold, the guy's on the staff.
Boom.
So
it's
I'm
his guy.
So I'm thinking, oh, okay, here we go. That's good. But what my guy said about Coach Parker, very smart. We talked about that earlier. Very high football IQ, film grinder, outstanding teacher, strong in the fundamentals, first technique, and then every day after that, more technique improvement. He builds relationships with players, gains trust for him. He's really big on the buy-in. Firm but fair. Big on holding a player accountable. I think that's the one thing that probably maybe sold the Cowboys about this guy. After having to deal with the players, maybe with Diggs and that whole thing, you're looking for a guy that actually is, and maybe Eberflus wasn't that guy too. That's another thing. This guy keeps it simple, so they play fast. The goal is to find the key that unlocks what motivates a player to get the player to be productive and reach his full potential. He doesn't treat. He goes, not all players are the same with this guy. And then so you got his mentors are Vic Fangio is, of course, one of them. And then our guy, Elko, down there with Texas A&M. Mm-hmm. And then I also learned about Mike Pettit.
Pettin? Yeah.
Pettit. Yeah, is that how I say it wrong?
Mike Pettin.
Pettin. And so, yeah, those are the guys that he's kind of that he associates himself with.
I'm fascinated with the idea of it being complex and yet simple.
Yeah.
And I know Shotty talked about that at the press conference. Like, what we're asking these guys to do is not easy.
No.
It's complex, but we need coaches that can put it in simple terms.
Yeah. Has Bobby put out any of these coaches yet? Have you seen Bobby put out any of these coaches?
I haven't seen on social media.
Maybe I should let Bobby do that. Bobby's got a list of these coaches he thinks might be on staff. I gave you a name yesterday. I gave you a name with our
the Falcons' assistant head coach.
Yeah.
Gray.
Jerry Gray. I gave you Jerry Gray. Keep an eye on Jerry Gray. I'm kind of hearing some things about him, but Bobby's got a list of guys. I don't want to steal Bobby's thunder. I think Bobby will probably say it tomorrow on his show or Monday, or check Bobby on Twitter. Like I say, he has a list of names. He's like, hey, look out for these guys. I was kind of giving him Jerry Gray, and then he gave me like 4 guys, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I'm on his Twitter page right now. He has not listed them.
Okay,
as far as I can tell.
Okay, well, what if I ask you a couple of names? Because I've done some research on some, and I haven't talked to Bobby about.
Well, this. I don't want to say yes because the names I got were from Bobby.
Okay.
So I don't want to say yes or no because so. But please.
Well, that's very nice of you. I don't think that his show would do us the same kindness.
I mean, seriously, I don't want to act like. I mean, Bobby's got somebody telling him names.
He does.
So
he's locked in.
Hopefully, Bobby's probably listening because he always does. So, Bobby, if you tweet him out if you want to. Maybe you don't want to.
Give him a tweet ski.
But anyway, all right, let's play this game if we can. Oh, we got a clock in there. I can actually see how much time I have. How about that?
You got 2 clocks now, Brian. Look over here.
Look at
this is
clock.
awesome,
I got
dude.
clocks.
Boom.
What a game changer.
Ooh, this is unbelievable. All right. Now we're down to the final 4 teams. You know how I like to ask you guys questions when it comes to the metrics and stuff like that?
Yeah, this is fun, dude. This is fun.
And you got to tell me if it's one of the 4 teams.
Yeah.
If it's one of the 4 teams. Dawson, don't look so excited.
These are like season long.
Nervous.
Are these like season long kind of stats?
Season long, yeah.
Okay.
These are season long. Season long. All right. I'll start with you, Chief.
Damn it.
Here we go. This team of the final 4 manufactures the most mismatches for their wide receivers.
So getting a receiver on a linebacker or something like that?
Yeah, a non-cornerback. This team does it better of the 4. This team does it better than any of the 4.
I would go Rams.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just going to go default to McVay here. I think he's got to be that guy.
I'm going to zig when they zag, Brian, hoping that I can get one for your guy, Sean Payton in Denver.
So 2 Rams, 1 Bronco, right?
Yeah.
The answer is the Rams.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua, he got let's see what we got here. 690 yards.
Wow.
Versus non-cornerbacks this year. Puka Nacua, 690 yards.
Coaching
versus
matters.
Non-cornerbacks.
It's a matchup game, man.
That's a matchup game. Wooly.
Yep.
This team plays cover 2, or as they say, a too-high shell, 78% of the snaps. That's the most in the NFL. It's one of the 4. This team plays the most too-high shell, cover 2, 78% of their snaps.
I'll go Denver here.
Dawson?
I'm going to go with the Patriots. I think I saw something about that with their guy Cody Alexander.
I was going to go with the Patriots just because.
One of those AFC teams.
You go with Patriots as well?
Yeah.
It's actually the Seahawks.
Mike McDonald.
The Seahawks.
Wow.
78% of their snaps, they're going to play a cover 2 or too-high shell.
I should have known that because they play with 3 safeties. I was thinking about Eminwari and how he's so down, but they play with 3 safeties.
They do play with 3 safeties.
Son of a gun.
Yep. How about this one, Dawson? This team, they get 55% pressure rate on 3rd and long situations. That would be 3rd and 7 plus. This team gets pressure 55% of the time when it's 3rd and 7 plus.
I'm just going to go with Benito there. I think did Denver lead?
They led the lead sacks.
Yeah,
I think it's 2 years in a row.
So yeah, I'm going to go with Denver and Benito and the other guy there, getting it done.
Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper.
I mean, Zach Allen and just Vance Joseph, the way he likes to do stuff. I mean, they got guys all across the board there. I mean, you could say Seattle, but I'll go with Denver.
Yeah, I'll take the Broncos.
Everybody's gone Broncos?
Yeah.
League high, 55% pressure rate on 3rd and long, 7 plus. Los Angeles Rams.
Ooh, dial it up, Chris Shula.
Oh.
That might be with 4.
Yeah.
Possibly with Verse, and Fisk, and Young.
They don't blitz
That's
very
impressive.
often at all. I think
Yeah,
that's like
they're
a 22% blitz rate, but when they do, they're effective.
Yeah.
Wow. Just ram it.
Chief. This team led the league in tight window throws at 48%. This team led the league. This offensive team led the league in tight window throws at 48%.
Damn. Give me New England.
How about you there, Gavin?
I'm going to go with Denver.
Wooly.
Yeah, I'll take the Patriots here.
This team, 48% completion, tight window throws. New England Patriots.
Let's go.
Nice job, boys.
Drake
They're
May,
crushing it.
Drake May's been.
I think Wooly's over here kind of maybe looking it up a little bit. Nope.
No, I got the fan
You
text
got
up.
I think the fan texts are helping.
He's got the next gen fan text.
We got the smart fan texters.
There's only been 2 people that have texted in, and we were wrong about the Rams earlier.
Oh, they were trying to help you?
Yeah, I mean, they're also on delay. So
Oh,
they're texting after we know the answer.
All right. Wooly.
What's up?
This team allowed the fewest additional yards per missed tackle.
Okay.
At 4.5. This team allowed the fewest additional yards per missed tackle.
I got it.
I'm going to take, I think that you can make an argument for all of these. I'll go with Seattle here.
Me too.
That's a 3-peat.
You're saying it's all 3 Seattles?
I mean, you just watch them play. I mean, one, they really don't miss tackles.
They swarm to the football.
But they're
all about team defense.
Fly around,
Yeah, they do.
dude.
They rally well.
Yep. This team allowed the fewest additional yards per missed tackle at 4.5. All the answers were
Seattle.
It's the New England Patriots.
Dang it! Well done, Vrabel.
That's a team, like, if they miss one, somebody's going to be there to pick it up.
They got each other's backs, don't
They
they?
got each other's backs. Mike Vrabel making a tackle. All right. Here's the final one.
Final one.
This offense substituted 85% of their snaps this season. It's the second highest in the league, though. Kansas City was number 1. This team, this offense.
Oh, you're talking like personnel, player substitution?
Player substitution on offense. Substituted 85% of their snaps this season.
I'm thinking Rams or Rams or Broncos. I'll go Rams.
Go with Rams. Dawson.
That does make a lot of sense. I'm trying to find the jobbers out there that you're going to want to shuffle in, shuffle out. You're not happy with all your personnel or multiple running backs. Maybe could get it done.
Seattle does
Seattle.
that. Yeah, and Denver does that.
Seattle didn't have great receiver depth until the trade deadline. Let me go Seattle.
Wooly?
I'll take Denver, just so we're kind of all covered here.
This offense that substituted 85% of their snaps this season, was second highest only to Kansas City, was the Denver Broncos.
Damn.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, my appetite is whetted, Brian, officially. Thank you once again, sir.
Just something to look at.
Good info.
Just something to look at.
I love it.
Next Gen brought us.
All right, we got Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com as John Owning PFF joins us next. Talk about what's next for the Cowboys here on The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Jarrett Stidham has the chance to be a hero in Sunday's AFC Championship game. He's got a top 3 defense in points per game and yards allowed per game, and a Super Bowl winning head coach in Sean Payton to get him ready. Mix that in with a great home field advantage, and Jarrett Stidham turns Mile High City into Stiddy City. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. And if you're tired of the big box dealership runaround, I get it. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we do things differently. You're not just another number. You get concierge level service from start to finish. We make the process easy, from finding your perfect ride to fast financing and same day pickup. You can even start everything online and be in and out in under an hour. No games, no hidden fees, just good people and great cars. Check us out at EastDallasDiesel.com or EastDallasMotorcars.com, where custom comes standard and service actually means something.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Did you know
you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best 5G network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Rankings based on root metrics, United States root score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Well, we weren't clever enough to name a show after barbecue sauce, so we just play what we want. 100.3 Jack FM.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the K&C Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It is hour 3, GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and John Owning, Pro Football Focus, joins us now to talk about what is next here for these Dallas Cowboys. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
Doing well. Really appreciate you guys having me on, and really smart to have me on before the 420 segment.
That's right, yes. We'll get you as sharp as you're going to be for the rest of this night.
Bobby must have asked you after that 420 time, yesterday?
I'm out of commission after that time.
So, what can you tell us? What are we getting here? Let me ask you this. When a defensive assistant takes a job, do you assume that he's basically going to run the system that he comes from? Like, how much Fangio are we getting here, you think?
Yeah, I think it depends on the guy, obviously. Like, depends on what stops they had before. There are, some defense assistants that had coached under multiple different defensive coordinators that play multiple different schemes. But when you have a guy like Christian Parker who's really majored in the Vic Fangio schemes for most of, I think, the last half decade outside of 1 year with Vance Joseph. So my understanding is it's going to be like very Vic Fangio adjacent. Obviously, he's going to have his own little spin on things just from his personal preferences, and maybe some of his stops along the way will change a little bit, but I'm guessing it's going to be very similar to what Fangio and the Fangio adjacent teams have been in the NFL.
Hey, John, you're so smart talking about these things, so I'm going to ask you this question, and seriously, I'm trying to learn here. Does Dallas have the personnel to run the style of scheme he wants to run?
I think so, because a big thing that you hear a lot of the Fangio people say, and especially Christian Parker in a lot of his interviews, is they don't really have a type of player. They like to really, their scheme is very malleable around the skill sets of the players they have at hand. They can play, like, say they have a nickel who's really much more accustomed to playing man than playing zone. They can play more man techniques, more man match, more zone match schemes. If you have guys that are a little bit better playing zone, playing off, they have little adjustments in their schemes to do that. So I think, they have the players, to be able to do it. You just want to get higher caliber players so that it can be run at a higher level, obviously. But I think the bare bones of the defense is there, that you can do a lot of the things, especially up front. I think the five-man fronts, the kind of, people say 3-4, but it's more of like a five-man surface on the line of scrimmage. I think that's going to really fit the Cowboys' personnel that they have right away with Kenny Clark, Oso Digizua, and Quinnen Williams. The ability to get all three of those guys on the field at the same time and manufacture one-on-one matchups, I think, is going to allow them to have a lot of success in that department.
So I was going to ask you about that is, as far as do any of these players that we're working on in the draft now, like, okay, Falk from Auburn, a 6'6", 285, is that something that maybe in the old scheme kind of out of place, but now in this scheme more likely back in place?
I do think he's a better fit in the Fangio Christian Parker scheme, because when they're playing up front, they play with a lot of light boxes. And when you play with a lot of light boxes, you have to find a way to steal gaps. And the way that the Fangio, adjacent, the way that Christian Parker and those guys have typically done it is they play a lot of gap and a half techniques. And that sounds like really crazy, really wild. Like, I've heard single gap, I heard two gap. What's the difference? It's kind of like they play single gap, but they're not, instead of attacking upfield through their gap, they're attacking into their gap, holding their position, and then once the ball carrier declares where he's going to go, then you'll see them shed and go to an adjacent gap. So that's a way that they can make the run fit sure despite having a lighter box. So I think a guy like Falk, who's a big, strong guy, really good against the run, has the ability to play with extension, peek in one side, play in one primary gap, and then shed and go to another because he's so long and he knows how to utilize his length really well. I think that, especially in the run game department, he's someone who fits really well into what Parker and the Fangio type of guys like to do.
So what you know about the linebackers in the draft then? Okay, like the Allens, Georgia, Hill at Texas. Is there somebody in particular that we're not thinking about now that we need to think about with those inside linebackers? Or was that always going to be, an area no matter what you were going to have to look at?
I think that was going to be an area no matter what that you had to look at, just because the Cowboys' personnel and talent in that department was so subpar last year.
Right.
Now, one thing that that Fangio has done in the past, he will run a lot of what's called penny fronts, and that only has it has five quote-unquote defensive linemen, but it's really like 3 interior defenders and 2 edge defenders, and only 1 linebacker on the field. So if you're really have subpar talent at the linebacker position, these type of fronts are a way to kind of limit their exposure, but still getting other people on the field. That's why in this scheme, the nickel is so important, because he's going to have a lot of run-fit responsibilities in this scheme. And if you have a nickel that can not only play the pass well, but he can also fit against the run, think of what someone like Nick Manwari has been doing with the Seattle Seahawks. Mm-hmm. Mike McDonald's talked a lot about that they're playing basically a 4-3, just a 4-3 under in their nickel personnel, because Nick Manwari, I'm saying his name all messed up, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Manwari, yep.
We know who you're talking. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
His ability to fit against the run allows them to play a lot of base package schemes, even though they're in their nickel personnel. And I think that's very similar to what you'll see Christian Parker type of do if they don't have the talent at the linebacker position going into this year.
John Owning with us here in the GBAG Nation. I love the focus, too, when it comes to, the nickel and the slot corner. Because I think, John, you're seeing teams move their best receiver into the slot. We had that conversation with Deron Bland at camp. And Bland he was looking for the contract. He wanted to stay on the outside. I think you've always been able to make a case that maybe the big money corner should be the slot corner. So when you look at the Cowboys' current personnel and how Christian Parker might want to utilize that position, do they have anybody in-house that you think can do that, or are you looking at anybody in free agency or through the draft that maybe they'd have their eye on?
I definitely think that, and it's funny, Ted Nguyen at The Athletic just wrote a big old write-up about the nickel position, the slot cornerback position, and how it's becoming much more valuable in today's NFL. And he actually had a lot of really good quotes from the Eagles safety coach, who was kind of Christian Parker's right-hand man as the full defensive backs coach and passing game coordinator. And he was talking about how, historically teams value the outside cornerbacks as the most important, the most vital person in that defensive backfield. But he was making the argument, and from what Ted says, it seems like Christian Parker really co-signs this idea that the slot is actually the most valuable person in the secondary, because obviously I said about the run fits, but also teams are throwing to the middle of the field so much because it's the nearest way, the ball has to travel the least amount of distance to get there, and that's where the slot's going to be one of the closest defenders and how important it is. I think Deron Bland can do it. I think he does a lot of good things in the inserting against the run. I think he has the ability to play zone and man from the nickel from the slot. But I think a lot of it is going to determine about, just like in the draft, who is on the board. I think you can find a lot of these good slot corners that can kind of do a little bit of both in like the day 2 area, maybe depending on what the Cowboys trade back or whatever. I think it's very, very important to see, because Deron Bland can go both outside and inside. So I think it's just going to depend on who's available. Is it easier to find the outside guy, or is it easier to find a slot guy, and then kind of Bland will take whoever will take the spot that they don't get the influx of talent?
John, in terms of Eagles defenders that could maybe come over in free agency, you have like Jalen Phillips on the edge, you have Nakobe Dean at linebacker, Reed Blankenship at safety. Does any one of those guys pique your interest to bring over here with Parker?
I mean, Jalen Phillips, I think he's one of the better edge rushers in the NFL. The big question with him is just health, and he has a really, really messy history. I mean, he medically retired in college already, and he's been hampered by injuries throughout his NFL career. But if you can get him for a decent contract, he's definitely someone who I would bring in to bring that influx of edge rush ability and the ability to be able to drop occasionally, because that's something that I know a lot of fans aren't talking about. But those Fangio schemes, they run sim pressures at like a 35% rate. And when you combine that with the blitz, they're bringing extra defenders from the second level on almost 50% of their snaps against the pass. So you're going to need to have, edge defenders that can drop into coverage, that can play a hook zone, that can play the flats, and they're not going to be a total mismatch there. Now, obviously, you're not going to have them running with receivers or running with tight ends down the field, but if they can do these really simplistic zone drops, and Jalen Phillips has proven throughout his career that he is competent in that area, I think he's someone who could be a very valuable piece to a potential Cowboys defense if they were to make themselves. And I also think Nakobe Dean is a decent option just because he would help install the scheme. I don't think he's the best linebacker. I think he has some issues getting off blocks and stuff. But when you play with 5-man surfaces and you're doing a lot of the gap in the half stuff, it does take a little bit of the pressure off of the linebackers in their run fits and having to deal with linemen getting in their face immediately. So I think that he would be a pretty good fit to put in next to DeMarvion Overshown if that's the direction that you want to go, rather so that you have a little bit, so that you can focus on maybe other positions in the draft.
It's John Owning, PFF, with you here on your home of the Cowboys. John, if it doesn't go right for Christian Parker, is there anything you can anticipate? Like how much is having to call plays possibly throwing a wrench into the momentum of a coach?
Yeah, I think there's two things that can really mess up his stint as the Cowboys defensive coordinator. One is, like you said, calling plays. He's never done that before. That was a big reason why I had Jim Leonard a little bit ahead of him, is that even though we hadn't called plays in the NFL, he did call plays in college at Wisconsin. To my knowledge, I don't think Christian Parker's ever had to call plays. Now, I think it's something he's going to be able to do just because he's been such a big part of the game planning process, and he's so familiar with the different types of offensive schemes, especially like the Shanahan system. He's been, in his stops, he's kind of been the guy who's taken the task of learning the Shanahan scheme and finding ways to attack and dictate to them so that you can have a better shot in the defense. And I think that's a big reason why Fangio's teams have been one of the more successful schemes against the Shanahan tree. And then the other one is going to be just talent evaluation at positions outside of the defensive backfield. I think he's already proven his ability to scout and evaluate defensive backs. We saw what he did with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean with the Eagles. But does he have that same eye for linebackers? Does he have that same eye for defensive tackles, edge defenders, those type of things? If you don't get those right, it can make your ability to install this scheme a lot harder, because even though I really like this scheme and there's a lot of good things that you can do, and I think it's going to raise the floor of the defense as a whole, we saw in the past with a guy like Brandon Staley, who runs very similar Fangio schemes, that when you don't have the talent to run, you don't have good enough talent to run the scheme, it's still going to be it could turn out to be a subpar unit as a whole. So I think those are the two main things: calling plays and evaluating talent outside of the defensive backfield.
Well, and last year it was all with the zone stuff, and not everybody was on the right page. So what can you tell us about some of the coverage elements that maybe he'll try and deploy here?
Oh, yeah. I was hoping you were going to ask me this. This
of course.
Has been one of the things I've been diving most into since he's been hired. And the main tenet of the defense is they are very simplistic pre-snap. So they're showing you the same, like, two high safety shells on almost every play. And then post-snap, that's when they're rotating to their single high, to their cover one stuff, or to their weak rotated cover three stuff. And the thing that's interesting about weak rotated cover threes allows you to be a little bit more balanced with your skilled coverage defenders, because everything that they dictate strong and weak, the nickel is always going to be to the passing strength. So if you, in a typical regular cover three, and you're bringing also the strong safety down to play on the passing strength as well as the nickel, it can make you a little bit more susceptible on the weak side to the non-passing strength side, because you're having two linebackers over there that can get taken advantage of. And that's something that we see a lot of the Shanahan scheme, while they have been so successful against those defensive coordinators that match up in those typical cover three like Eberflus plays, is because you can isolate those linebackers on the backside and have a lot of success. But when you bring the safety down to the non-passing strength, then you have a little bit more of an equalized coverage strength to both sides, because you have safeties and corners on both sides, or safety and corner on one side, nickel and corner, and those guys are going to be better in coverage than just your typical off-ball linebacker. So I really like that. And then another thing that he employs a ton of is split field coverages, playing quarters on one side, playing halves on the other, or cover two on the other. And what that allows you to do is allows you, by game plan, to really isolate and take away the opposing team's number one receiver. One big thing that we see in the NFL nowadays is teams are running a lot of 3-by-1 formations, 3 receivers to one side, isolate your number one receiver to the backside. And what the Eagles, or what Fangio and Christian Parker and those guys like to do, is they'll play cover two to the side where the number one receiver is to the isolated receiver side. And that allows you to create a pseudo bracket where you're having your cornerback press the wide receiver at the line of scrimmage, disrupt the timing of his route, and then you have the safety over the top bracketing him. So you have kind of an under-over vice on that receiver, a 2-over-1. So that allows you to take him out of the game plan and force the quarterback to look elsewhere. But the good thing is because you're playing quarters to the side with 3 receivers, you're getting a 4/3. So that's a big thing in the Fangio schemes is you're going to always have a +1 in the coverage department. So they're throwing numbers at it. You're not going to get many 3/3s or 2/2s where, the offense is going to have the success because they know what they're doing. You're going to have more numbers, so that gives you a better shot to defend those different route concepts on a given play.
You're crushing it, John. Love it. Want to talk more to you about it, but we got 2 minutes till your time. So smoke up, Johnny.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys so much.
There he goes. John Owning, PFF, with you here in the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got more sports on the way in the form of Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host and play-by-play man, going to tell you about the Rangers trade from yesterday and what happens next year with your baseball team and the Fan.
But Tolos, how about a simple New Year's resolution, one where you are guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss. With Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment, you will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Simply put, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR. Or become inspired with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Guys, 85% of men deal with hair loss, but Next Level Med Solutions has a great offer for Fan listeners. Folix is the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to restore hair. No needles, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes per month. Call Next Level now. 469-991-9292. Book 6 treatments and get 3 more absolutely free when you mention The Fan. Featured on ABC, Fox, and Good Day, now Next Level Med Solutions is bringing it to Fan listeners with this awesome deal. 469-991-9292. NextLevelMedSolutions.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Tolos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21 plus.
Hey guys, it's Levi from DFW's #1 sports bar, Rowdy Cowboy, inviting you to join me and all my Rowdy Cowgirls for Blackout Fridays. We will be wearing our sexiest black lingerie just for you. Wash down our ribeye steak special with one of our 32 ice cold draft beers while watching us and your favorite sports on a 69 big screen TV. So saddle up and head out to one of our 2 locations in Grapevine and the Colony, both located off of State Highway 121. Come help us get rowdy.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci. They're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by PermaPure.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Call 844-919-7276. Get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com. Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on The Fan, and it's time to talk with Jared Sandler about some Rangers baseball segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Jared joins us now here on The Fan, buddy. How we doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What's up? I
didn't know where I was going with that, so I just went double what's up. Don't know if that was the best play, but that's what God wanted me to do right now.
It worked, and then I guess we'd follow up with, tell us about this trade they made yesterday.
Yeah, well, if we're starting to develop a scouting report on Chris Young, and I don't think we needed yesterday to know this. One, he's very aggressive. He's not really afraid to move on from his prospects. Certain GMs like Dave Dombrowski, wheel and deal prospects all the time. AJ Preller, another one. And then there are other GMs who, they seem to be, a little more reluctant to do so. And so, Ross Fenstermaker, the GM, Chris Young, president of baseball ops, they've kind of set the tone that, hey, we're happy to, have these guys impact our organization, but that also might be in bringing others to the organization. Now, I think prior to the trade yesterday, if you asked folks, hey, what's the biggest need for the Rangers? I don't think people would say starting pitcher is the biggest need, but it was a need. You don't just need 5 starters. You need 8, 9, 10. And with some of the options the Rangers have, you think about it, Nathan Eovaldi, probably not a guy that's going to go 180 innings. Jacob deGrom, maybe, I don't know, and maybe they look for opportunities to be conservative at times. Jacob Latz, if he is in your rotation, he's not going to go 170 innings. He just hasn't had that sort of a buildup. Kumar Rocker, same thing. And so, you need starting pitching depth. In a perfect world where everyone's healthy, then some of those guys can be bumped to the bullpen, which, there is still a need to build the bullpen. And so if you're going to add a starter, there's nothing that says you have to add an average starter or a below average starter. If you want to go get a guy who was an all-star last year, then go ahead and do that. It doesn't change the fact they need to, figure out how they can better score runs compared to, maybe, what unfolded the last couple of years. But the game's about run prevention and run production, and Mackenzie Gore is certainly going to help this team when it comes to run prevention.
So how's this rotation looking as you're projecting ahead? Because you're absolutely right. I think that we've seen over the last few years, you're going to need a stable of arms. Then also Cody Bradford might not be available till May. So I think it's great to get another lefty in here. But who do you think might be the odd man out since you're adding Mackenzie Gore for at least when the season starts?
Well, so Zach, let's just say everyone is healthy on opening day. And we all know that's a big if, but some combination of Eovaldi and deGrom, I don't know who's 1, who's 2. Mackenzie Gore, Jack Leiter, some combination of 3, 4. And then, your 5th, it might be who has the best camp or, who earns the spot out of Kumar Rocker, Jacob Latz. And let's not leave out the possibility that they add another Patrick Corbin type, like they did last year. And that allows them to, either put Kumar Rocker in AAA or put he and Jacob Latz in the bullpen. You have options. Jose Corniel is another guy who, probably gets some starts, even if he's not a part of the rotation right away. But, I think it would probably be Latz and Rocker if they don't go and add anyone else fighting for that 5th spot. And it might not necessarily go to the better option for the rotation. It might go to, hey, how do these pieces best fit together? Maybe Latz is who we like a little bit more as a starter, but he could be more valuable in the bullpen. And so we'll have Rocker start. They got options there. And then I guess let's not just totally throw out the possibility of, or throw away the possibility of Tyler Alexander, being in this rotation, even if not as your traditional 6-7 inning starter, but someone who can be a piggyback guy, who could have one of those more modern but traditionally unconventional type roles.
So how do the Rangers stack up now in the AL West? Because I think it was Ken Rosenthal who was on foul territory, and he was surprised at the Mackenzie Gore move just because he doesn't think the Rangers are contenders right now. So with this addition, do you think that maybe CY is looking at this like, hell yeah, we can compete. I don't give a damn what anyone else is thinking.
Yeah, Zach, here's the reality of the situation. You don't go and trade Marcus Semien for Brandon Nimmo if you're not expecting to compete. And I love Ken, but I don't think Chris Young is overly concerned with what prognosticators think, because what did prognosticators think last year? They thought the Rangers were, maybe the favorite to represent the American League in the World Series. Certainly a lot of them had the Rangers as a World Series contender. I'd say most people I saw who made predictions had the Rangers as a playoff team. And, look how that played out. So if you don't think you're going to contend or compete, then you trade Marcus Semien for something that's going to help you long term, not necessarily Brandon Nimmo. So when you got Brandon Nimmo, Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Corey Seager, you're not trying to win in 3 years. And not to say you're not going to be in a position to win in 3 years, but you're certainly not kicking the can down the road. You're trying to win now. And so, the Mackenzie Gore move is one that gives them, a really talented pitcher for the next 2 years, and maybe beyond that if they decide to extend him. And who knows, maybe this year just doesn't go well, and now you can move Mackenzie Gore and get assets back, right? So they got flexibility there. I don't know that the Rangers are going to be the favorite. I've said this, a few times this offseason. My guess is there aren't going to be many of those same prognosticators who had the Rangers going to the playoffs last year, going to the playoffs this year. But they also didn't have the Toronto Blue Jays going to the playoffs, who, they were coming off a total dumpster fire of a season. And frankly, the Rangers roster right now is more talented than the Blue Jays roster at this time last year. So you got the pitching that the Rangers have. You're going to open up opportunities. It's a wide open American League West. The Mariners are likely going to enter the season as the favorites, but it's not like you've got a gauntlet, with three teams who you think that are going to win 90-plus games that you're going to have to overcome. And I think with the way the Rangers could pitch the ball out of their rotation, they're absolutely in the mix for a postseason spot.
Hey, Jared, I was seeing some of these whispers and stuff from from writers and stuff about a possible salary cap after what we had with the Dodgers and the acquisition that they just recently made. Is that something now that we're going to see that owners are going to fight for in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I think so, Broadus. They've talked about it for the last few negotiation periods for the CBA, and I just think with what you're seeing from the Dodgers, it gives the owners who have really fought for this even more ammunition. At the end of the day, it's a business, and salary cap is something from a business standpoint I think they feel like makes sense. But from a competitive standpoint, when you see every big name free agent, I'm obviously exaggerating, but not by much, go to the Dodgers when you feel like, well, they can't keep signing guys and they keep doing it, then that probably gives them even more ammunition. Now the question is, are they going to get a cap? They seem to, they're posturing right now and suggesting that they're not going to agree to anything without a cap. And if that is the case, then the players are going to want a floor. And I would just hope that, whatever happens, this is a negotiation, right? And, hopefully you can find a compromise. And if the owners are going to be so firm and adamant that, they're going to have a cap, then I also hope that they're open to having some sort of a floor because, none of these negotiations are going to go well, if one side just wants all the food on the table, and they're not going to leave anything for the other side.
Jared, is this really about the television dollars, though? Is that why they're having the issues that they're having? Is that why the Dodgers have just such a huge advantage over everybody else?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one part of it. Mark Walters is one of the wealthiest owners in all of sports, so that certainly doesn't hurt. I was reading something the other day, and obviously to all of us, when you're a billionaire, you're a billionaire, and I don't know that we really worry about the hierarchy of billionaires, but the Yankees fans are complaining that they're not being more aggressive in free agency. But someone was saying that the Steinbrenner family isn't nearly as wealthy relative to other owners as maybe they used to be back in the 90s when the Yankees were really playing into the whole evil empire bit with the way they would quote unquote dominate off seasons. But so I think that's part of it. But yeah, I think the TV situation, being that this is such a regional sport, it's not like the NFL where every game is broadcast beyond just your local market, and it's a totally different dynamic with the TV rights. And now you got the streaming side of it. There's a lot of opportunity to monetize this, and I think that it really is. Even though, like to all of us, we've been streaming television now for multiple years, the business side of it is really in its infancy and understanding how to maximize it. And so, yeah, I do think that's a part of it. But I'll tell you, Broadus, the desire for the owners to have a salary cap, goes back, several years, even before the TV stuff, I think was even more of a question. But as far as the Dodgers, absolutely. They've got one of the best TV deals out there with Sportsnet and the way they dominate that from an economic standpoint. And then, Mark Walters' deep pockets relative to his fellow owners certainly help as well. And then, the way they've been creative and how they've written up contracts, and because of that wealth is something that they're able to do, has also given them some advantages.
Appreciate you as always, Jared. Rangers done here until we get to spring training, you think? Any more moves?
I mean, I don't know that they're going to make a move that breaking news, we're going to have an emergency conversation type, thing. But I think they still got to make some moves for the bullpen and probably some depth type moves. But, would they go out and sign Luis Arraez? I mean, I'm not going to say no. Miguel Andujar, no. Not that those necessarily steal headlines, but, so I don't know that they're necessarily done, but I don't know that I would expect like a big time signing or acquisition, between now and camp.
Well, with that, then we'll see you in surprise, sir.
Sounds good, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. It's going to be a fun spring training, isn't it?
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
World Baseball Classic going on in the background. Watching Rowdy Tellez and Team Mexico. Trying to get it done for them, watching the red, white, and blue, and, of course, Clayton Kershaw in his final competitive baseball setting. It's going to be an amazing and enchanted time out there, and we hope you can join us in surprise. It's a bucket list trip. Chief, where are we going next?
Football's finest, the biggest difference between Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, plus an all-time sports radio caller next to the nation.
All right, let's talk Prize Picks. Man, I'm already cooking up a lineup for this weekend. I want you to get in on it as well. Prize Picks, they've got the Sam Darnold needing 1 passing yard for the max discount to win. So, of course, stars in action tonight. That's the beauty of Prize Picks. Every single sport you can think of, even MMA, as we've got an epic card tomorrow night. Patty the Batty Pimblett taking on Justin Gagey. I'm looking at some options for that. Right now, though, you can go more or less. Say Jason Robertson, 2.5 shots on goal. They've also got time on ice. You can go goalie saves, whatever it might be. And how about more or less on half a passing touchdown for Sam Darnold? That one's looking pretty nice. As I'm looking at some other options, more or less on Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall's own for receptions. You can do yards. You can also do touchdowns there. And they got every single other game that will be played over the weekend, more or less on the Matthew Stafford, 255.5 passing yards. More or less on Drake May, 221.5 passing yards. You can even do more 1.5 field goals made for Will Lutz, since they do have Jared Stidham making the start this week. Do the Broncos. And on Prize Picks, it's super simple. You're just going to pick 2 to 6 players. You're going to choose more or less, and you're going to watch your lineups light up for the playoffs. Download that Prize Picks app, Tolos, and make sure you're using my promo code. That's Tolo, T-O-L-O. You're going to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code Tolo on Prize Picks. Get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, did you get the Super Bowl matchup you wanted? Plus, Wanker of the Weekend. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costo's here to help you beat books with Westwood One Sports. New England and Denver coming up on Sunday for the AFC Championship. The total of the game is 42.5, and I'd like to target the over, in this game. Think Denver's head coach is going to sling it, even with the backup quarterback, and we think New England's quarterback will be able to score on this Denver defense. I like the over 42.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see and never AT&T and T-Mobile? Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new, all in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at dallasboatexpo.com.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventative care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, and natural therapies for joint pain and sexual health. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, cash, FSA, and insurance. Visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson with the Consumer Team. If you're being told you need to buy a new furnace, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts for a free second opinion and learn the truth. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-963-6655. That's 800-963-6655. Again, 800-963-6655.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's a big freeze Friday here in the GBAG Nation. Everybody's going to get home safely and then lock in. Just watch some football all weekend long. Maybe catch up on some binge watching. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 2 hours and 15 minutes to go on this Friday journey with you. What you drinking? What you thinking's coming up here at top of the hour. Here's the chief of football's finest.
Big football weekend. Let's get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, before we get into this weekend, we do need to address the fact that the Bills are a dumpster fire at this point. They S-canned Sean McDermott. Now there's been a petition in Buffalo to get McDermott back, and there's over 40,000 signatures on it. So they're making some pretty good headway there.
That's impressive.
Good chunk of the mafia is like, let's just get Shawnee Mac back up in here, okay? Instead of donging around with high school coaches like Phil Rivers.
It got weird, didn't it? It got emotional. You could tell that the owner couldn't put the right words to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it was terrible.
I would not feel good right now as a Bills fan. I'd say, well, that was fun.
Looks like this is
maybe wait
crumbling.
another 30 years.
We have a voice of Bills Mafia. Have you guys heard this? I heard it.
I think I heard the morning show.
Yeah, Shan RJ played this, and it's pretty legendary. This is a female Bills fan calling into her local Bills sports talk station.
This is good.
Listen to her just venting about the whole deal.
I then move on to a statement that Chris Brown made, and I can't quote him, but what he did say about the refs is inconsistency breeds conspiracy. So put a boot up their ass and get them the hell out. Now, on to Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott, if you were standing in front of me, thank you. Thank you, Sean McDermott. I believed in the process. I believed in you, and I believed what you preached. Faith, family, and friends. Most of all, faith. I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success, and I hope you win a Super Bowl. And to you, Brandon Bean, you better show up. You better show up, because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are going to be on you. You think you got in Terry Pagula's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now. So thank you, WGR. Go Sabres, and Brandon Beam, I'm watching you.
Dang, she's a badass.
Oh, my goodness.
She's right. I mean, I don't know how Brandon Bean still has a job, but you don't have McDermott with one. And I guess they're also interviewing Mike McDaniel, even though he just got a head coach or the OC job with the Chargers.
Yeah. And Josh Allen is apparently involved in every single one of these interviews, and he's going to get probably a lot of say in who ends up being the next coach there. But Mike McDaniel, that would be pretty dang funny.
I mean, I think I'd rather be OC in Los Angeles than the head coach in Buffalo. I probably got a big bag coming out of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's trending in a bad direction in Buffalo.
It's not going well.
No, if I'm Josh Allen, I might be looking around like, should I ask out?
Hit the demand trade button and watch the football world just
Holy
burn.
crap.
That'd be crazy. Okay, so for championship weekend here, I do think Rams Seahawks is really the Super Bowl. I think these are the two best teams here. Like Rams offense versus Seahawks defense is the all-time matchup that we're looking for here. And this is volume 3. They split their season series 1-1, as we know. The points scored in those games, the Rams scored 58 points combined in those first two matchups. The Seahawks scored 57. The total yards in those two games, the Rams put up 830 yards. The Seahawks put up 829.
Dang.
Like, just how even they are. And then you just have like a little bit still lingering Sam Darnold oblique, Matthew Stafford finger. You know, which one of those plays a bigger role in this particular game here? But I know the Niners were just kind of a broken team, but watching Seattle's defense the other night, it was like,
oh, they're fantastic.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams defense gets enough credit because they gave up yards and points. But you drill down into a lot of the analytics, and they resemble much more closely to a top 5 defense when it comes to, predicting type of stats, not counting stats.
And Chicago had been explosive at times. They did a good job against them. But, I mean, offensively, the last time they played was the most yards that Seattle allowed all year long. I mean, the Rams they should have won that game.
Yes.
They got kind of bleeped, so I can't wait for the revenge standpoint. And McVay's been incredible in playoff games decided by a field goal or less. I think ESPN Insights had the stat, he's 6-1 in those games. That's the best record by a head coach in NFL history that have coached in 3 or more games of a field goal or less. So if this thing's tight, McVay should come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Mike McDonald versus McVay, like this is fun. This is everything you want here. I cannot wait for this particular game. And shout out to the Rams wide receiver Tutu Atwell, who was paid $10 million this season and finished with 6 catches for 192 yards. He played in 10 games, so he got just under $2 million per reception this season.
All right, well, even the Rams can mess it up then. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, it happens.
You know what? Not everybody's perfect.
But when they mess it up, they're still the best offense in the league.
Yeah, we're still going to the NFC Championship game, guys.
Now, the other matchup, who are we taking, by the way? Are we taking...
I'm just ramming it. I've been rocking with the Rams all year.
You've been a Ramsman for...
Seattle to Denver.
Oh, you're going Seattle. That's right. Schneider and Payton.
Yeah.
That's a biased choice.
By the way, I think my intern's getting the NFL Executive of the Year. I'm hearing whispers
he
of
is.
that.
It's already been. He got that. He got that.
I meant to say that during Christie's corner.
According to the Pro Football Writers of America.
All right, there we go.
It's the first Executive of the Year award for John Schneider.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
I coached him up well.
Yeah, you did.
There's a great backstory on him out today. I don't know what publication it was in, Ringer, Athletic, ESPN, CBS Sports, or something like that. But I think he's about to get super celebrated for being one of the top executives in the game here. He's done it once again. I can't decide on these games. I think I took Rams Broncos earlier. I could see it going either way.
I'm going to rock Rams Broncos with you.
Okay.
It's just because I can't. Like I went Rams Patriots when I was on the World's Team Pod on Monday or Tuesday, but now I'm like,
change your mind.
Am I going to take both road teams? Like I'm definitely rocking with the Rams. Am I really going to? Are both road teams advancing?
Yeah, that's tough.
That's a tough one. So I'm just going to count on Sean Payton. I hope he doesn't screw me over, but really I'm relying on that defense.
How about the Rams having to play one more game?
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, maybe the fact
and New England too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you also have this from Aaron Schatz. The big difference between Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, besides just experience, is the sack avoidance factor. Bo Nix took 22 sacks in 17 starts this season. That's really good. Jarrett Stidham took 13 sacks in 4 starts. In 2022 and 2023.
I'm back on New England.
So now, listen, that's Jarrett Stidham in a much different ecosystem than the one that Sean Payton's going to place him in. But I also think this Patriots defense is starting to peak really at the right time. And getting Milton Williams and Robert Spillane back from injury in the last week or two of the season, what a game changer that is. Like, their run defense is out of this world.
Yeah, they smothered Houston. Now, granted, Houston was not a very good rushing attack coming in, but there was something about that game which just how poorly C.J. Stroud played, and Houston still hanging in with a chance to win.
Yeah.
It was not like they won. New England won, but was it really a win that you're looking at New England and like, damn, that's a juggernaut over there?
No.
You know, like how impressive was that victory? I mean, C.J. Stroud tried to poop all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I think
he had diarrhea on the field.
He did.
Still almost was able to get out of that thing clean.
Yeah, it was an all-time bubble guts game for him.
How many games has Stidham started in his career? Do we know this?
I mean, I guess at least 4.
How do you not know this?
I would say probably 4.
But they say like his.
I'll find out for you. I got you.
His 41% career completion percentage versus the blitz would be ranked the lowest.
He's made 4 starts
in the league in 2025.
Totally.
Yeah, Sean Payton's going to have the game of his life there, calling it, and the Broncos defense and Benito and company going up against the rookie Will Campbell there at left tackle, and you've seen the Chargers and Texans were getting sack fumbles, and they were just getting all-time ball luck, being able to recover those. So that's going to be a huge factor. But I'll go Patriots and Seahawks.
Well, thank you, Chief. In addition to football's finest is in the books here for this Big Freeze Football Friday. We're heading into Conference Championship weekend. 2 hours to go. And up next, it's time for What You Drinking.
And what you thinking?
Here on The Fan.
Circle like the Buffalo
The more
Bills.
time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. We're in for a classic in the NFC Championship game on Sunday between the Rams and the Seahawks. The number 1 offense in the Rams with the possible MVP in Matthew Stafford versus the best defense in the NFL in the Seahawks. And the 2 regular season matchups between these 2 teams were decided by a total of 3 points. Let's hope this one delivers. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Underdog Fantasy, and it is playoff time, boys and girls. You want to get in on this playoff action, and why wouldn't you? It's the best time of the year for this. You're going to make plays on Underdog. Using it is super easy. You pick your favorite player. We'll go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rush yards, receptions, receiving yards, and more. You get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Underdog, promo code TOLO. Download it right now with the Underdog app.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Now, it's your time to make more money and be your own boss. Come to the Franchise Show January 31st and February 1st at Dallas Market Hall to meet with the best money-making franchises. Learn how you can open a successful business. This life-changing event is your only chance to see all the hottest money-making opportunities in one place. Find the perfect business for you at the Franchise Show, presented by the Entrepreneur's Source, January 31st and February 1st, Dallas Market Hall. Get tickets at DallasFranchiseShow.com.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Zero Res. Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends at Zero Res. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, hard surfaces, basically anything in your home can be Zero Resified. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. And don't forget about the air ducts. Zero Res, a 4.9 rating on Google, over 16,000 reviews. Bring in the new year, 20% off all upholstery when you mention the RJ Choppy fan special at 214-37-CLEAN or book online at ZeroResDallas.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 4 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Friday at quitting time. Crack them if you got them at 877-881-1053. It's the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Only 2 rules here of what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Number 1, you got to answer the questions. Number 2, you cannot be operating heavy machinery at the time of your phone call, and that does include an automobile. I was walking the halls there at the break. I am drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke. I looked outside, and it does look like some sort of winter storm is blowing in. Visibility is low. I've been informed lines are forming at gas stations as people want to make sure they have enough fuel maybe to head out of town. But also, if you do lose power, that can be a saving grace for you as you're sitting there in your driveway, burning fossil fuels, keeping warm. You could possibly charge your phones in there over the weekend. It's the worst, when you lose power. So hopefully everybody has made adequate preparations. If you have not, I do believe right now we are sitting at T-minus 12 hours till we go sub-freezing. And then the ice stuff isn't supposed to get too insane until maybe Saturday night and into Sunday. So you do have a little bit more time to prepare, but from what I've seen, we might not thaw out until we get to Tuesday afternoon. So that's what I'm drinking, and that's what I'm thinking about. Hopefully everybody stays safe, and your phone calls are welcome here. You can also text in, like a 214 says, enjoying a vodka Sprite, hunkering down for the upcoming winter weather. Yes, sir. Salute to you, sir. And Chief, what are you drinking and what are you thinking?
I am just drinking some water. I need to go get my coconut water to really get the electrolytes flowing. But I'm thinking about the Eagles sideline reporter who tweeted out that Christian Parker played a massive role in the Eagles drafting Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. So we were wondering about the evaluation, and clearly in the back end of a defense, this dude's got it dialed. He was the biggest voice when it comes to drafting those two individuals. Let's get the same thing cooked up here.
Yeah, let's go back to back here. CP is on board as the Cowboys' new DC. It's been a big week of news here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Brian, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm currently drinking some peach green tea. Is what I made. Finally, with our ice machine. Thank you so much to Tim for giving us that. What I'm thinking is I've just got the depth charts for my game this Tuesday night in the Senior Bowl. Super excited to be able to call that game with Brian Estridge. Always a good opportunity. One of the first games I went to some 35 years ago as a scout was my first assignment was at the East-West game. So it'll be nice to kind of go back and kind of relive a little bit of that moments of those. But I've always wanted to go work with Brian Estridge. He's the radio voice for TCU. He's tried to get me to do this a bunch, and my schedule never allowed it, but here we are. So really excited to get to call a game and to see the players, and maybe there'll be one or two of those guys that show up on the Cowboys roster here this summer.
Yeah, there were a ton of corners taken between 24 and 43 in that 2024 draft, and there were some other good ones, but man, he got the best of them. The Lassiter was in there, Kool-Aid McKinstry was in there, Max Melton, and then right after Quinyon Mitchell went 2 picks later, it was Terry and Arnold, and Nate Wiggins was in there, decent player for the Ravens, but if you can add that, I mean, I
would be interested to see, he was part of the Denver staff that they had the opportunity to draft Patrick Surtain or draft J.C. Horn, and I wonder if he maybe swung it one way by his opinion. Saying
Horn went, I think, the pick ahead.
Did he go the pick
they
ahead?
Went like 8-9.
Did
Carolina,
he go
I think,
ahead?
went Horn, and then Surtain, I think, went 9.
I thought. Why did I think Denver picked first and then? I don't
know. You could be right, and I could be flipping them.
No, I might be jacked that up. But I wonder which way. I'd love to know which way he went on
absolutely.
that one. Because those two guys were kind of.
It was Horn at 8 and Surtain at 9.
Okay.
I mean,
did Denver trade back? Did Denver have it, or was it they? For some reason, I thought that they were ahead.
I mean, they were definitely ahead of the Cowboys. Cowboys then moved back and took Micah.
Cowboys moved back. Okay, Bill, I'd like to know which one he thought about that time.
They did take him, you know, and identifying talent, coaching up talent, putting it all together on Sundays. There's quite a few components to this. If he can ace all of those, then maybe the Cowboys are going to have a chance to actually draft good defensive players here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, Chuck, what are you drinking? What do you think?
I just polished one of these bubblies.
Those are good.
Awesome. This is the first one I've actually tried. Fantastic. Tropical Dream was the flavor. Energy boost. I'm liking it. I'm feeling it. I'm zooming right now. I'm thinking about UFC 324. It's the first card on Paramount Plus. It's going to be free. UFC has moved away from the pay-per-view, and I'm pumped for it. We got Justin Gaethje versus Patty, the Batty, Pimblett. Sean O'Malley, the Sugar Show's back in action in the co-main. Unfortunately, we don't get Amanda Nunes fighting versus Kayla Harrison. She's had to have neck surgery, so we'll reschedule that one. But this is going to be great. And Derek Lewis, my balls is hot. Our guy from Houston, the heavyweight, he's fighting in this one as well against Acosta. So this is going to be a fun card. I'm excited for tomorrow night, and I love the fact that it's free, I guess, as long as you have a Paramount Plus subscription.
Okay. UFC 324.
324. Yep.
I remember when they hit 100, and it seemed crazy.
Yeah.
They're cranking these things
hell of a
out.
card.
Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by, sir.
Yeah. What's going on, y'all?
What up?
Topo Chico. I'm drinking a Topo Chico with a twist of lime right here. And I'm thinking the same thing I've been thinking since Tuesday. Please don't let the lights go out.
Yeah, I'm with you on
Please
that
keep
one.
the power on. I am traumatized from the last time it happened. There was carnage out here in these streets last time.
There was.
Pipes were busting everywhere. They were flooding cars out in parking lots.
Yeah.
The apartments were just lost. It was terrible out there. Now, I must say, during that time, I was downtown at the Renaissance.
There you go.
I was downtown at the ordering food and licking my fingers. But I was definitely still scared and I had a crib that had to deal with, But hey, I was high on the hog at that time. I don't want to see it again.
The hotels will keep power?
The the is right next to the whole hospital.
Okay. Yeah, if you're in the hospital grid, you're safe.
Yeah.
Hospitals and fire stations?
Yeah,
and
I was
stuff like
ordering
that?
food, bro, and just living high on the hog.
Man, that sounds amazing. So you gotta scramble for the rooms next to the hospitals, I suppose. Is that the play?
Got lucky, man.
You gotta be on that grid.
Man, I was shivering. I thought I could deal with the cold, but that one or two of those nights, I was like, dude, if this keeps going, I'm gonna have to take more drastic measures. We are already doing the propane heaters indoors.
Gosh,
is that dangerous?
No, I don't think it's dangerous. But yes, it is. I think it is. It can be dangerous.
You got to do what you got to do.
But that particular, I don't think it's gonna like the one we were using, the little buddy with little propane deals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we woke up the next day. I think we Googled it at the time.
We woke up.
I think it wasn't like
the alarms weren't going off for carbon monoxide poisoning or something like that.
I suppose maybe I was that desperate though that night. Just like, just screw it. Let's bring it in here and it did save the day. But hopefully we do not have to go through that again this weekend. All right, let's hit these phone calls here at 877-881-1053. Lucius, where are we going first?
Harrison in Mesquite. The GBAG Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Hey, fellas, just drinking on a little Minute Maid lemonade right here. I'm thinking Mavericks, if Davis' agent really said that, man, we need to get Polo some tickets and let him go down there and get on Davis. Get him out of here, man. I'm thinking we'll keep Marshall. I'd rather have Marshall than Washington. And I guess the Cowboys secondary coach look like they're probably going to draft secondary. I think that's our biggest need. We'll get the lead. We'll get teams in third and long. And, man, they'll throw a deep pass, and our secondary was just horrible. So I see him improving that, and hopefully we get the guy Willie Billy been talking about this at Ohio State. Lastly, I want to say, Tim and Carthage, tell Mark hi at the tea room. Yeah, he'll know what I'm talking about. The tea room.
Yeah.
Albert at the jalapeno tree. That's the manager, Albert. And Rancho Grande is a Mexican restaurant. I'm a truck. I used to service those stores down there. Tell Rico hi at Rancho Grande. Tim and Coach, he'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You guys be safe.
Right on,
Thank
dude.
you, man.
Have a great
call.
weekend.
Good call.
Stay warm.
Yeah, the little buddy heater it's safe indoors as long as it's not a super airtight room, but apparently it has a low oxygen safety sensor and a tip over switch. They do recommend you always use a carbon monoxide detector. Yeah. I am wondering with Christian Parker, is there any concern that he's got to handle the defensive line too for the first time in his career, and how you coordinate all that?
Marry that, yeah.
It might be the most important hire. Like if White Cotton ends up going to Tennessee or one of these other places, the DC, whomever he brings in to run the defensive line might be his most important hire.
Yeah, usually is.
All righty, at 877-881-1053. Enjoyed that phone call. Where are we going next?
My man
Lucius?
Harrison said the tea room reminds me of the Gypsy Tea Room. Shout out to the Gypsy Tea Room.
Gosh, those hips don't lie.
Hey. All right, let's go to Russell in Mansfield. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, brother?
Well, right now I'm drinking a cold water. I'm headed to the store to get stock up on some cold beer.
Good luck.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. And I'm kind of thinking, it's kind of what y'all are thinking, because I have a question for Broadus, and I've been wanting to text this in, but I wanted his opinion on the defensive end, Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. I'm a big Aggie, so I got to see him play a lot this year, and just wanted to see what Brian thought about Cassius Howell. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Tell him about it, Woolchuck.
No, you got it.
He wants to hear your voice.
He wants to hear Brian.
Man, I tell you what, you scout just as good as me. This kid plays he plays with his hand down, stand-up linebacker. This might be the type of guy, though, if you do play these 3-4 fronts, if you do play 5-man line, that this guy might be the guy that's capable of standing up and being that guy. Right now, you have a guy like Donovan Ezeraku that could be that, like what we see with Smith, with the Eagles and how they use him standing up. This guy is that way. It's amazing the amount of quickness that this guy has, the burst that he has playing as a stand-up outside guy. Like sometimes you think hand down, stay low, run. This guy from a 2-point stance gets pressure, gets off the ball, attacks blockers, can get underneath blockers pretty damn well the way that he plays. I've got Mesidor above him right now. If you said, okay, give me a guy, you got guys like Bain, Bailey, Mesidor for me, and then Howell is how I would rank it. But if you're talking about a guy that kind of looks like he would be a fit to play as that stand-up guy, Howell from Texas A&M might be a guy that's very very fitting to their eye.
Usually when I see hand down, I know man down. The great Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson, yeah.
Ball.
The problem with Howell was the Texas game and then Miami. He kind of got bullied.
Yep.
So that's the one issue, because I was a big fan of his too, but you did see against maybe better competition when they played it. Where was he?
You tell me.
He was on the field. He didn't make any plays.
Nowhere. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo and Garland. What you drinking? What you thinking, big dog?
What's going on? Happy Friday, fellas. Hope y'all make it home safely. What I'm over here doing, I'm feeding my son some cookies and some pudding, so I'm not drinking anything just yet. But I got me some firewood. If y'all know me, if y'all need somewhere to come for the weekend, y'all come kick it with me. Just bring me $50. I'll let you stay a couple days.
There you go.
Now, what I'm thinking is, y'all, I hope my homeboy Terrence is listening, because I told him to turn the radio on. When I looked at my phone yesterday, I looked at ESPN, said Cowboys hired a defense coordinator, Christian Parker. And I said, who is this dude? I ain't never heard of this dude before. And just like Mickey Spagnuolo said, I'm tired of all these watered down, ever so used offensive, defensive coordinators. And I saw that he was a brother, and I said, what?
Yeah.
I said, I can't believe Jerry hired a black man to do something other than wash a uniform, go at the doggone store. Now, I am so happy. Lucius, I wish you could hit me with the Happy Days by Silk from 1993, because that's a jam. I wish you could hit me with that. And I am so happy that we got I feel like this. I hope they don't do like they did Avery Johnson. They need to go build a team up. Avery Johnson didn't win that doggone championship. Miami cheated us. When the referee cheated us. When Rick Carlisle finally won a championship, they didn't give the credit to the Mavericks as being a defensive team then. Because Avery Johnson came to San Antonio and changed the mindset of just get what's his name? Steve Nash out of just offense. You need defense. That's why I said the Cowboys ain't nothing until we get us a doggone safety like Darren Woodson. Go get Caleb Downs, because you got all these defensive backs and all these linebackers and all this. They need a quarterback on the defense. You hear my baby say, go get Caleb Downs. We need a quarterback on the defense. Bye.
There he goes. Yeah, sounds like Junior's ready to check in on what you're drinking and what you're thinking as well. Man, that fireplace is so clutch. Corey Majors has a fireplace as well. Do you guys have an old school fireplace at the house?
Yes.
You do?
Mine's busted.
See, that's amazing. That's
and
we stack full of firewood too.
It's a massive bonus, right?
You're
there.
right, because these new builds we were looking at the other day, they're not installing fireplaces anymore.
No,
they're not doing it.
That's crap.
So there's a way you can get in there, and I'm going to find out this weekend where you can manually turn on the gas and then hit it with a lighter and get that thing to go. If you do lose power, right? Because those have a flip switch. That's how you turn on those gas fireplaces. And when the power goes out, you can't do that anymore.
Gotcha.
So I think you got to Google it to be safe. Obviously be very careful.
ChatGPT.
Let that gas come out real slow at the beginning.
All of a sudden,
you don't want to have a fireball in the living room.
Laying around in the house.
Going to come back to work on Monday with
like Gene
singed
Hackman.
eyebrows. No. Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to Rodeo Ron. What's up, Uncle Ron? What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking a whole lot of Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper. And, I may have just taken that guy, Pete Delkus, from Channel 5 News or wherever he's from,
Channel
little
8.
serious, because he said to stock up this weekend. So I listened. Well, I got over a gallon of Jim Beam. I got 9 rows of Angel Soft toilet paper, which they say it equals 36 rows. I still haven't figured out that dang math yet. I got enough food that lasts till Tuesday at least. But hey, most of all, I got enough gas to smoke on, and I got enough gas to burn in the car in case the power goes out. Because guess what? If you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, drinking Jim Beam during this winter storm, then where the F you at, baby?
There he goes, Rodeo Ron, living his best life.
Could somebody give a wellness check there and maybe
make sure he's okay?
This is gonna be a touch and go weekend for
it's
Ron.
5:17. If we could just get a wellness check in the next 3 hours on Ron, please.
Well, he sounded hammered, didn't he?
He already hammered.
I think he started the day with 2 gallons.
Like all of a sudden, like Ron might like walk outside to like take a pee and fall down and not get up and just like
freeze.
It might be like our Kansas City Chief. Remember those Chief fans in the backyard that couldn't figure out what happened? Yeah, Ronnie, don't leave the house. Whatever you do,
He's singing "Rodeo Ron got run over by a reindeer."
Yeah,
you know,
he sounded like he was already hammered.
He did. Oh yeah, he was.
I mean, he's more than usual.
More than usual.
It's like he's already like he had like today off, you know. And it's like, let's get started about 7 a.m.
Well, I'm jealous, Ron. Hope you have a great time this evening. Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to Walton Waco. What you drink? What you thinking, brother?
Hey, drinking that ice cold natty light baller on a budget. And Ron's my buddy. At first, I thought he got the generic stuff. It sounded like he said Yum Beam, but. And then, Lucius, real quick, you brought back a memory, man. I was watching The Roots at the Gypsy Tea Room, and I swear that bodyguard must have been Uncle Phil because I got thrown out like Jazzy Jeff, man. He had me by my collar and by my belt loop, and I hit the tour bus. But,
shout out to the Gypsy Tea Room.
What I'm really thinking is, though, I'm one of the few people that's actually really excited to watch Jared Stidham this weekend instead of Bo Nix. You guys might not remember this, but several years ago, Baylor actually had a football team.
Yeah.
And he only played like 3 games for us because he broke his ankle, but we had Jared Stidham. His freshman year, he backed up Seth Russell, and then he came in when Seth Russell hurt his neck, almost beat Oklahoma, beat the Kansas State Wildcats, or whatever Kansas Wildcats are, and then he beat Oklahoma State and then broke his ankle and he was done. And that's when Baylor was actually dominating the Big 12, man. I think he would have went on to win at least one Big 12 championship. Who knows what he would have done after that. But we lost him when the AD used Art Briles as the patsy and sent him packing to cover up, accusing him of covering up that whole sexual thing that went on here. But no, man, I'm really excited to watch the Texas guy from Stephenville play, and I'm hoping he does great because it can only go up. Nobody's expecting anything from him. That'd be a great story if he wins and goes and wins the Super Bowl. So I'm pulling for Stidham this weekend, guys.
Terrific call. Thank you, sir. Walton Waco getting it done, having himself a good time as well. Now, the 940 is saying the electric fire, the electric start fireplace at the house runs on gas, and during the last freeze found out there's a battery pack on the inside of the trim. That's from R-Dub in Argyle.
R-Dub.
And the 682 adds they have batteries to start them now without an igniter. So maybe that's on the brand new builds. I don't know if I got that one.
Maybe.
But I'm definitely going to find out. And that's huge right there. Those gas fireplaces, they're not going to warm up the house like wood. But if you leave that thing on long enough, it will definitely make you a lot more comfortable. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Melvin in Fort Party Worth. What are you drinking? What you thinking, Melvin?
Well, I'm drinking on some good old Pepsi Cherry and cream. And what I'm thinking is, with this new DC we got, how about we pair him with old boy that we used to have on the sideline, Chris Richard? Because when we had him, their secondary was playing lights out. That's what I'm thinking.
There might not be a more overrated coach of the last 10 years than Chris Richard. He had one good year. The NFL has said, we're good on you.
He did have a hot about 6-8 weeks, didn't he?
It was a great year for Chris Richard, and unfortunately, it never worked out with the other opportunities he was given. I'd advocate for Al Harris, but I can't do it for Chris Richard.
All right, where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Evan in the Colony. What are you drinking? What you thinking,
Don't
brother?
be so honest over there.
Sorry.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Evan.
A little bit of bourbon, maybe a lot of bourbon, not as much as Rodeo Ron, sounds like. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for Broadus Chiafalo. So I'm hearing that you guys are saying, hey, the Cowboys might need 6 players on defense, right?
Sure.
But we might be in a position where we can only get 3 or 4
Sure.
Good players, draft, free agency. So does that change the scouting mindset. Because if you look at like a Darrell Revis or Sauce Gardner, right? Lockdown corner, but they need players around them. Are you more interested in someone who can be a little bit more malleable, play multiple positions, Kyle Hamilton-esque player? Like, does that bump up a value of a player who can fill multiple positions instead of just a one lockdown dude?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Kyle Hamilton style player is the ultimate chess piece that defensive coordinators are looking for. They're unicorn type players.
Yeah.
So can you find one? Does this draft have that? I don't know that free agency necessarily does, but yeah, if you could get something like that, even despite all the other issues that you have, I think no matter what your situation was defensively right now, that is one of those positions that has skyrocketed in terms of priority.
Just pray for Caleb Downs.
The Downs is the one.
Just pray for him.
I mean, they've got some guys though in this draft. If you're looking at safeties, though, if you're thinking about safeties, though, there's some good safeties in this draft. I mean, and some of them do have the ability to play. They play like down, play back. Good
Halsey,
tacklers.
Thieneman,
can play in the slot.
Neil Warren.
There's some guys. It's just not the level of what Downs plays at.
All righty, let's get one more in before we get to GBAG of the day on LA Live. Lucius, who's going to wrap this thing up?
Black and Gold Super Bowl. Black and Gold beer. You're in the GBAG Nation. What are you drinking? What you singing, sir?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm driving home right now, so I'm not drinking nothing. But as soon as I get home, I got a case of cold Union Light in the refrigerator, so I'll definitely be cracking open a few of those. And I'm thinking, man, I really don't know about these playoffs this weekend. I hate the Rams. I don't like the Seahawks or the Patriots. So I guess I just got to go for it with the Broncos with no quarterback. It's out of default. You know, I got to go for Sean Payton. I always got to have love for Coach Payton for bringing us our first Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. So the song I'm going to recommend this weekend, it's a little heavier than I normally do. It's from the mid-'90s. It's called I Don't Know Anything. That's by Mad Season. If you're a fan of Alice in Chains, you'll probably like this band because it's the same singer. Y'all have a great weekend, fellas. Everybody stay safe and warm out there.
Thank you.
Big fan of Alice in Chains. They rocked. Thank you, sir. It's Black and Gold Bead wrapping us up here on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Big Freeze Football Friday. We're heading off into the conference championship weekend. We have more football content coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. G-Bag of the day on the other side, then some LA Live right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Good news, Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right, America's best 5G network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon, better together. Visit verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Rankings based on root metrics, United States root score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Hey guys, it's Gabby to tell you about the best ice cold beer prices in DFW, only at Buck's Cabaret in Dallas and in Fort Worth. $2 domestic long necks and $3 import long necks. Take a peek at bucksclub.com. And remember, everybody loves Bucks.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Not only have the on-time experts teamed with the Cowboys, they're also supporting your favorite Cowboys podcast, Love of the Star, with Brian Broaddus, Sek Wilczek, and Eric Chifalo, with new episodes 3 times weekly. Check out Love of the Star, presented by the on-time experts on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar. Loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish. Seasoned with black pepper and garlic slow smoked for serious flavor. And ultimate Italian. Bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only. While supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Permapure.
Disappointed in the boys this year? Us too. But we promise the dirt nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair won't let you down. Call 844-919-7276. Get a free foundation inspection or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com. Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live's coming up here at 5:40. It's time to hit the expressway. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Football Fix coming up at 6. Looking forward to chatting more football as we head into this conference championship weekend. Please be safe out there. Stay warm best you can. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Here we go. Slip, slide, trying to provide. Y'all be careful out there on these roads, man. Slow it down, big dog. All right, our winner and champ of GBAG of the day. By the way, we do it every weekday on The Fan, 5:30. If you see anything over the weekend you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Man, So I went to my Twitter and I realized there's a whole nother category of messages I didn't even see. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All the way back from 2019.
Big time back order.
Oh my gosh. I'm getting invites on podcasts and there's local producers in the area hitting me up and everything. Fam, they probably think I'm such a jerk. Man, bro.
In the request tab over here. I don't know if I've ever seen this either.
Click that, dog.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I got to change that option. I'm so sorry for anybody who's hearing my voice and hit me a message on Twitter. It's probably there. It's probably there. Our winner in chat right here comes from WFFA. It's on time right here. Weatherman Pete Delkus has some very important message for you right here about these storms.
This is critical information. Friday. That's what you need. You need the milk, the bread, and the TP. So I asked Jackie today, because I'm not allowed to go to the grocery store because I buy too much stuff she says that we don't need. But please go out. I'm not joking about this. Go out and get all the stuff you need before Friday. You better have it by Friday, and you better stock up on this on Saturday.
This is beer, is what he's showing right there on that screen. Just a nice picture of beer. Your local weatherman, Pete Delkus.
You're going to need that on Saturday. And if the ice looks like it, if what I believe happens is going to happen, takes place on Saturday, you're going to need this by Sunday. Oh my God. Because if you're stuck in the house the whole weekend, there is
bread, beer, and bourbon.
There is no doubt in my mind it's going to be the hard liquor by Sunday. No doubt.
That last image was some liquor right there. This man is out of control.
He is, dude. He's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
You know, he's entertaining and giving you the best weather forecast. Although I am kind of partial to Dan Henry at times. Guy can get it done, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a morning person, traffic and weather lady on, what is that, CBS? What a great broadcaster. Now, I don't know why this song right here is my man, Ice and Snow. It does. Even though in the video there's no ice or snow, this song does right here. All right, let's see what I got for you today.
I'm kind of getting the Elsa vibes off this. Yeah.
Come on, it's so cool. Whoa. Drifting through the ice and the snow, looking around. Everything's covered. Hey, let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Sean was not a fan of your show tease about you stealing a guest.
Nice.
Not a fan of that. Wool Truck hit me to this one. Check this out.
I should have just taken a page from the RJ Choppy book, because I know what RJ would have done. He would have said, we just have John on this morning, and then GBAG can have him in the afternoon.
Yeah, this
problem solved.
Us doing what we're supposed to has caused more issues than anything, because that's the Seth Greenberg thing, where we said Seth Greenberg was coming on, and then Broadus did his little emoji, and you're like, oh, what are you taking shots at my guest for? Like, so we're doing what we're supposed to.
You don't know what kind of questions to ask him. Well, I was going to ask you. Whatever.
You wipe for front to back or back to front? Which way do you wipe on there? So that's Gavin Dawson, who I don't even know the last time Dawson has booked a guest. I don't know why he's saying anything in a tease. I don't think Dawson... when's the last time you think it was?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
COVID.
Is that beneath him?
Yeah, it seems like it might be.
Maybe a crypto insider he's booked for a podcast?
That might be true, but I did book Danny Cannell last week.
Yeah, dude. You are a Danny Cannell guy.
Danny Cannell guy.
And that's clutch.
I would say John Owning joined us back there at 4. It was so good. There's no way they could have done that good of a job with him. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well said.
The Tolo one here.
What do you think about this Philadelphia guy? I don't know much about him, though. Bobby's trying to tell me that, I don't know. I sent an email last night asking Bobby, who the hell's this guy they signed? Bobby didn't have any answers. My show sucks. My guys suck. Choppy's over there picking his toenails, his underwear out of his ass. I have to look at that crap all day. God, it's embarrassing. I came to do radio for this. My dad's a doctor. He's so embarrassed about my job choice.
Sounds like you listen a lot.
Nice work.
I do.
I love it.
I do. I drive over to the studio. I listen to them every
got
day.
him down,
I text him. Choppy says some ridiculous S.
Yeah, he does.
He really does.
I
love when Bobby tries to corner him, and Sean answers for him like, you know what? I know you so well. Here's your answer, since you can't make up your mind.
Sean got him today with this one. And he goes, well, who do you like in the game? I'm not saying who you're pulling for or making a prediction, but who do you like? And Choppy goes, well, I don't like Seattle. And I don't like the weather. You've never been to Seattle. Yeah, I know. I've never been to Seattle. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's not the point.
It's like, he does. He goes, you've never been to Seattle. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Meathead, man. You know? Hey, Sean goes, hey, Choppy, you went to a basketball game. Yeah. And he's asking him questions, and he can't even tell what happened in the game. And Sean's like, it's really dead. It's dead over there. You know, dead basketball. You know, I don't know what they've done with the entertainment value of that place.
Well, that's classic.
That was incredible. Well done.
It's a fun show to listen to sometimes.
Turn it on, leave it on, baby.
They do.
All right, let's go to some middle school boys basketball in Eastern Kentucky. Carr Creek County Finals. There was a brawl on the court. Someone even got tased at a middle school game. Listen to these announcers.
James, this go get Justin.
And here we go.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get the ball game.
Hey.
Look here. This ball game's got to get over.
Hey.
Yeah, let's go. This game's over. Ain't no sense doing this. We'll get somebody hurt bad. This game's over.
Yeah, you can't get this.
This game's over.
And they just tased dry. This ball game is over. We're going to end our live feed. This game has got to come to an end.
How many syllables are in the word end?
This game has got to end.
This ball game is over.
I'd appreciate some play-by-play right there.
Trying to remember the dude's name again. Trying to hear that again.
Yeah, you can't get this.
This game's over.
And they just tased Ryan.
They just tased Ryan.
Oh, no.
The players getting tased?
No, it was some old man out there. Everybody ran on the court, got the brawling.
Small town, they know everybody.
Yeah.
They just tased Ryan.
They just tased Ryan.
That's Bartholomew coming down from the top.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's got to stop this game. Now, this isn't one, but, oh, my gosh. You know the balloon releases when you have like a family member or a friend or something that passes and you get together and release the balloons and have some good thoughts about the person? There was a cousin they wouldn't let speak. The whole family told her to stop right before the balloons released.
Can I say something? It's like, no, rest in peace,
She said, can I say something? No.
She starts to rest in peace. No.
That is so rude, bro. That's how people do.
Man.
Can I say something? It's like, no, rest in peace,
Can I say something?
No,
Michelle
you can't.
So glad you asked.
You said enough.
So glad you asked. Let's see. How about this one? This is a flashback Friday because this is old, but it's been sitting in my folder for so long. I gotta let it go. Zoom professor has had enough of this kid named Logan. Zoom professor had enough of this kid right here.
Hey, Logan.
Yeah?
What do you mean by bro? This is an English class.
I like this, like, you were talking about Socratic seminars earlier. Like, I like talking discussion. Like, I don't know, I'm just...
Am I your bruh, Logan?
I don't know.
Logan, am I your bruh? No, I am not. I am your professor.
I don't know when I'm mute.
You got a problem, Logan? You got a serious problem? You f***ed up, Logan! Has anybody ever heard the term natural law lending?
Yeah. Go back to the lesson right after you cuss a kid out.
He goes, I'm going to mute. F up, Logan.
I love that.
That
dude.
was good, man.
Gives me C19 vibes right there.
Yeah, it's old as hell. It's been sitting there for so long. I wonder how it didn't get lost in the mix. I can't believe it made it over here. To this building. Yeah, a lot of stuff didn't make it. Yeah, that's what made it.
All right, that's it, Del. Okay. Is it Pete Delkus with your weekend plans? Is it Shan RJ on the John owning guest booking? Eastern Kentucky middle school basketball had a brawl in the court, ended the game. Balloon release drama there at the funeral. Or the Zoom professor has had enough of a kid named Logan. Chief, I'm voting for Eastern Kentucky middle school ball.
I'll go with the professor.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, they done tase Ryan.
We're 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going with the professor and Logan.
Bryant.
Sean and RJ.
We're tied once again, 2-1. Jump on to at GBAG Nation's Twitter account. You can follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. Please follow us all, and we'll follow you right back. I'm going to create a little Insta poll here for the next 10, 12 minutes. You can vote it up while we listen to LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
Get there to GBAG Nation on Twitter. Get there and put your vote in. I'm tired of seeing like 22 people dictate everybody's stuff, man. Get there. All right, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast.
What a weed man.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You know what? I want you then because I'm going to get the money from you because you just you're destroying my property, all right? What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
These.
What's your last name?
Nuts.
These nuts? What does that mean? I'm a nut? What the hell is that? In German, I'm a nut? These nuts? What kind of a name is that? You're an idiot.
Got her. She got, man, by one of the oldest jokes in the book. This is LA Live for Friday, January 23rd, 2026. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Oh, we made it, folks. Another historic week of 2026 in the books, and I mean historic. Now we might be on the cusp of a historic storm. So let's strap up and enjoy this weekend safely, folks. Avoid the law dogs. Please give them a boring night tonight. They already have enough on their plate as it is, because you fools cannot drive. Y'all cannot drive, and y'all be crashing out so much. Mind your speeds. When I say mind your speeds, you can go too slow out here. It can cause traffic jams. But you know what? I've been seeing a lot of people just going way too fast as of late. Way too fast. What's the speed limits around here? We got 60, 65, 70, 75 miles per hour.
That's moving.
That's moving. If you go 5 miles above, you're doing 80. That is fast, my G.
Yep.
Now, pay attention to the speeds, because if I'm doing 65, if the speed limit is 65 and I'm doing 70 and you're pushing me, you're wrong, shipmate.
Yep.
You are wrong, shipmate.
You're
Especially if I can't see your lights back there. Oh, no, Dawson, you too.
Me too.
Yes, you too. You might be one of those two. You might be. I seen it today. Yeah, man. Slow down out there. Don't be pushing anybody. I'm not an accomplice in your crime. And I'm in nobody else. No, that was me. I'm in nobody else's hurry either out there. Okay, so go around me if you have to go that fast.
I went around you?
No, you didn't go. Well, you did go around me.
I went around you.
Yeah, at the entrance down here. Yeah. So there's like big trucks out here dropping things off at this building, making their drop-offs, and I'm letting them come through.
Yeah.
I'm letting them do what they got to do, because there's two trucks jamming each other up, and I got to let them negotiate that situation. Dawson is behind me, and I can see him lose his cool in my rearview mirror. And he zips around me. And as he zips around me and tries to make it to the parking lot, one of the big trucks almost hit him. They almost got T-boned.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I said that patience got him.
Happy Friday.
Yeah, that was me, big dog, and that Lexus that you almost hit. He zoomed around me, man.
I did, man. I was like, what are these idiots doing in front of me?
Yeah.
You're gonna do a standoff? Yeah. How long am I gonna sit here for?
Yeah. He did all of that, risked his life just to sit in the parking lot and chill.
Yeah, I did. I went in there and chilled for about 12 minutes.
Did you pull in and watch? Like, what's this idiot?
This dude, zoom, just to park. I was like, look at this, man. I see it all the time. Y'all got to be patient out here. And if you don't know where you're going, slow down. I'm seeing you go so fast and then zip over 2 lanes to make your exit or whatever turn you need to make. Or some of you people zip over just to get to the Burger King parking lot. Oh, my God. You risked all of our lives for some Whoppers.
For some Whoppers.
Fam, you got to calm down out here.
The Whataburger's next door.
You got to calm down. You got to have some consideration and some patience out here on these roads. Yeah, I seen Dawson trip out today. I said I'm going to cook his ass later.
I think we can all use this advice because I'm probably guilty as well.
Hey, y'all got to slow down out here. Check all your mirrors and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm tired of seeing y'all going straight to brake lights, speeding to a sea of brake lights. Where are you going?
Yeah, that's always like you're a red light.
Yeah, where you going, bro?
We're all going to be at the same place here.
I'm in nobody else's hurry. Nobody else's hurry. I have my own hurries.
The guy in the white truck was being way too careful, though. He had plenty of room.
He was stumbling and fumbling. Yeah, but I was going to give him his time because he got a big-ass truck, and that man is a provider.
And right when I got to turn, that's when he decided, I guess I do have enough room.
He sure did.
Now that I see this guy in the truck coming, I guess I don't have to sit here and wait.
Yeah, that reckless guy in that little black truck.
I was wondering as the gate came up, who would insurance determine was at fault there?
Look, you knew.
I was wondering as the gate came up.
You crashed out.
I've been hit. Just for...
That man knew he crashed out. You crashed out. Hey, don't drink and drive out here, man. You need to be like hybrid up anyway. Yeah, it's going to be cold, bro. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Conflict management is what you need to be thinking about when your emotions get high. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. And there's another one, bro. Dallas County mug shots. Dallas County mug shots. I was scrolling down the timeline and I seen an old buddy. I said, oh, damn, they got him. Yeah, right there on Dallas County mug shots. He was looking crazy, too. Had a little powder in his nose. I said, boy, come on, fam.
Oh, no.
They could have wiped the powder off my man's nose before they took the mug shot. He got the evidence right there on his nose.
I wonder how long that had been sitting there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I want to get a wipe first.
Before I take this.
Come on, man. He looked so sad and defeated. His eyes was all watery. I was like, did he cry? Did he get maced? What's going on? Yeah, stay away from all of that stuff. You don't want to be on Dallas County mug shots. Neither do I. Oh, my God.
Do they still sell that like at the 7-Elevens?
Yeah, they do have those. Yeah. They do have those, but now it's just on the timeline. You ain't even got to buy it. You looking crazy. It's on the timeline now. Yeah, in other words, people, keep it together. I don't want to see you crash out. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Hey, this right here reminds me of some nice snowy days, too. Later with your old lady drinking hot coffees. Some hot cocos. You know what I mean? Hey.
Shout out flavored lattes, flavored mochas. That's what I'm into.
Do you?
Yeah. This machine back here.
Really?
Calling my name. It's the caffeine and the sugar.
See, I can't do the sugar. I'm sugar free. I try to be.
That's like a $5 drink. They're just kicking down now.
They sure
right
are.
And left. Yeah.
I drink them Americanos all day. I'm sweating right now, bro. Hey, shout out to 2 former SGP Warriors in the NFL Conference Championship games. Shout out to you, SGP. Los Angeles Rams guard Steve Avila. Shout out to you, bro. Best wishes and good luck. And New England Patriots safety Craig Woodson. Shout out to you, sir. Good luck. We are proud of you. Say, we are proud of you. We are proud of you. I'm going to empty the clip right here on a Friday because I've been sitting on a lot of stuff and I'm tired of looking at it. Remember we had the Huskers radio guy?
Yes.
We did. When Nebraska beat Michigan State.
And he said something like, here's daddy.
Yeah, he went crazy. His voice changed and everything. He got kind of weird.
They might be a #1 seed in the tournament, Nebraska.
Well, it's a #1 seed today because I got 3 clips for you of this guy.
Jacobson will throw it in. Scott will cover him along the baseline. 0.7 of a second left to go. Jacobson.
You can still throw it long, too.
Has handed the ball. Gets it in. Baseballs it down the floor. And it is touched. And there's the horn. And the Huskers knock off Michigan State. Move over, top 10. Make room for Nebraska basketball. Make room for Daddy. Make room for Daddy.
Yeah, we love that guy. So I collected a whole bunch of clips, and they just been sitting in the folder of him. Here he was with Ohio State. This was right before they won that game.
To Jacobson, to Mast, playing catch with it on the perimeter. Now Frager, jump stop, drives it, puts it up and in! Holy cow! Frager scores it, and Nebraska's up by 7 points with 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to go, trying to go 15-0 on the year and 4-0 in the league.
Let's go, boy.
He channels something.
Something's going on, and I love the vibe.
It's channeling the desire to go viral, I think is what it is. I'm hearing a lot of these trends with the play-by-play guys. Now, we got well-established guys in town. Maybe they don't feel like they need to get into that lane.
Right.
But I was listening to quite a few over the holiday, just, people around the country and whatever when I was in different spots. And they got their normal voice. And then when it's time for showtime, they're growling, trying to say funny stuff. I think it's for the social media vibes.
He's a legend out there. Nebraska. I can't remember his darn name. Hold on, I had it here somewhere. Anyway, here it is.
Mobley will throw it in. Nobody guards him.
Oh, see, this is normal.
Yeah.
I'm about to go in viral mode.
Gives it back to Mobley. 6-5, long shot. Tilly, no good. Rebound by Jacobson. He gives it to Sammy. Down the floor, there's a horn, and the Huskers, 10th ranked in the country. By God, are ahead. 15-0, a record at 15-0, 4-0 in the conference, and they did it on the road here tonight.
Did it. Is it Kent?
Yes.
Kent Pavelka?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
I mean, dude, he's probably never seen them be this good.
I'm pretty sure.
Nebraska basketball is not really a great program historically. They're 19-0. They're the best team in the Big Ten. This is historic for him.
Yeah. That's a historic year for a lot of teams right here. We've seen Indiana do his thing. Yeah.
He's just excited by the victories finally.
I mean, you could be right about the viral stuff. Now that he got a taste of it, he's like, here we go.
Yeah, they're really going to love this one.
That Brandon Cooks, is it an interception? Was it not an interception situation? Has been a lot of talk all week, right?
Yeah, he's right.
So I'm watching one of my shows that I watch, It Is What It Is, with Cameron. Michael Irvin was on there, and they were talking about that situation, and the Dez catch came up. Cameron says it's only Cowboys Nation that believe Dez caught that ball. I thought we all agreed.
The NFL came out and admitted that they got that wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
I changed the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've changed the rule.
Well, Cam was making fun of us, and I did not like that.
Why isn't Crooks fighting for the ball? I don't care if I hit the ground or not. I'm not letting the ball go. So I totally agree with what you're talking about. I'm not letting